I've read anyways have suggested people should just wait for the new one to come out in a couple of months and skip the 9A. So anyway, 2.5% here. Nice move with the market, guys, after the close yesterday.
Yeah, everything rallied. I was just seeing, just a weird thing. NVIDIA's barcoding right now, and AMD just made a strong press through the high. Not sure what's up with that, but it's one of those, little oddities. And sometimes you'll see in the pre-market, you're looking at the market break those highs and like what's going and what's not. And sorry, let me just, I'll show you guys what I mean by NVIDIA. Like that's NVIDIA when the market just pushed into the highs. And I can quickly flip over and also show you AMD, just visually to lend to what's going on here. Like AMD breaking out. So I mean, AMD over 90.5 already looks pretty good, but I guess it's the stronger of the chip names today. Alphabet is going to be like a lot of other things. It's a pick your poison type of market. Some are in the middle of a range, and that's the thing with Google here. You're right sitting smack dab in the middle of this month's range. Well, just the last month, let's just say, because you got to go all the way back into April. That's diddling big time in the middle. You haven't even, this one you haven't broken trend yet on Alphabet. You're going to see the headlines from Meta and Apple EU coming at them, and they both got fines. This is tit for tat. The analogy that I used, and we were talking about it this morning, with regards to if you're big cap tech and you don't have the big governments coming at you for money, whether it's fines, whether it's taxation, then that's akin to you like working the block and the cops not coming for tribute. You know what I mean? Like if Frank Lucas, back in American Gangster, if he doesn't have someone coming for his tribute, then it means he's not the king. So it's ultimately like it's a good sign for these big cap tech names that they're constantly in the crosshairs. It just means that they're making a lot of money and generating a lot of cash, and people want to be able to extract that cash. But Google's still a little bit for the trade. It's a little bit too inside to want to mess with this. There's plenty of names that are breaking out or at more interesting levels for myself, but I wouldn't be sweating most of this antitrust stuff. Our bigger concerns are going to be tariffs. Tariffs. When is negotiation going to turn into deals? And that's the next leg to get you back to the highs. Like if this is a kind of rally, just because Powell's not going anywhere, it doesn't really mean anything. It's good, but the next step is deal making, and then you're back at the highs.
Yeah, remember, we're already, as I was saying, we're already 10% up. You had another 2.5 today. So the rally kind of was starting and now getting fueled here by the fact that Powell will have his job for today. Look, I still want to get out of Google, to be honest with you. I don't like, I mean, I'm way more on the side of Sharif and talking about how we've changed the way we search and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we know they're making a lot of money, but I think their game has changed forever. And obviously they're going to figure it out. They shouldn't be a 16 PE or whatever they are. But I'm pretty much, if we can get back to 172, 173, 170, like in this area where the 200 period is, I'm going to be getting significantly lighter on Google. I'm not sure it can perform as well as even the NASDAQ can over the next 5 years. I don't love it as much as I did. So I don't know. I feel like there's better names to get into than Google these days. So I want to fade the pops, but not yet. I mean, we're only up 2.6%. You could get going a lot. It's just there's, as I see some of these other newer technologies and some of these other names start to go, it's like, I know I can get more alpha and more return on so many other names right now that I think are actually half decent. CoreWeave might not be one of them, but that's up 9% there today. Even just a name like a JP Morgan that, I thought we made a mistake, I guess, buying at 231, and we did. It went down to 200, now boom. And I mean, we're just talking also about Tesla there today, and it's like when the stories are so bad, they can get good again. And I'm not sure if Tesla's story really changed that much, but there it is, up 7%. So there's a lot of froth for sure coming in today into this market. We're gonna have to see what XLE and what oil and all that, but we've already seen that move down in gold, which we so I feel pretty good. I mean, yesterday we talked about the Tesla long, and I actually even used XLE's not doing anything. Well, up 1%, actually pretty good. Yesterday I said to everybody, if you had 10%, if you're not into Tesla, I think yesterday at open at 231, you drop some money into there, and that would have worked based on, I guess, this bump up there today. Now, whether or not you want to sell it up 8%, that's going to be your choice. I think there's more room to go. I think we can get to 260. I think we can get higher than all of this. So, look, I'm not convinced that this rally will last here today. I do think we should be able to pull back a little bit. I'm not sure if Tesla gets to 246 and change, but I'm pretty excited for the market, as you can tell by my voice. And Bitcoin at 94,000. I mean, that's real nice. I don't know if you guys saw some of these other plays that were happening around in cryptoverse here, but you know, I was talking yesterday, Cardano 60 cents. You know, right now you're up to 66 cents, 65 cents. I got to refresh this. I think it might actually be higher. Yeah, there it is. It was 70 cents when I left today. So there it is, 71 cents there for Cardano. Dogecoin was 17 cents, now 18 and a half. Solana was 145, now 152. You know, Ripple, we talked about XRP when it was at $2. And at $2, I was like, get some cash into that at $2. Now it's at $2.28. So that's your 14% right there in 2 days on XRP. I hope some of you guys were taking some of that advice. And then even Ethereum, I mean, up 11%. So, you know, they're all starting to go now. And it's not a surprise that some of these, you know, altcoins and different investments here are up nicely. 20%, 20%, 17%, 21%, 15%, you know, and all that really matters is right here, 11.5%. So congrats, man, to everybody out there that's, you know, taken some of those. And, you know, it's been a definite good ride. I'm long XRP there at $2, and I haven't sold any of my Tesla. So it's been okay. You know, obviously I wish I would have sold everything a couple months ago, but now it's nice to have that rebound. I'm excited about noon to look at the account, see how much we're down now, but it will be a little bit less than it was yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I mean, I tend not to get the ebbs and flows of like the long term. I don't tend to freak out too much about it up or down. But the good news with crypto was, as you're mentioning it here, one, well, I'll get to, XRP is trying to break a nice little channel. It kind of faked it out the last time it tried to break this channel. And let's see if it can actually do so in earnest, like close a couple of days above. It'll be about 215. But Bitcoin, well, we did this once before when we bounced off the 70s. And that was get out and about above that 92, right into like 95 was the top, and that actually led us to retest the lows. So that you got a big test today. Can you hold above that prior support or resistance? It's both at 91.5 on BTC. That's where I'm looking today. Well, I'll be looking at IBIT specifically, but it's that prior high. Can we hold and buy the dips? It's 49.65. I almost said 85. 49.65 on IBIT. I'm looking to hold. If we can't do that, then we could easily, you know, just have one of those false rallies there on Bitcoin. Same range we've been in. Let's go over to Adara. We already heard it's going to be a bunch of upgrades, so let's see whom.
That doesn't mean all is positive or bright. There are some downgrades as well, but all but one of these names is up on the day. We're going to start here with American Express. They reported earnings last Thursday. Today, getting an upgrade from Redburn Atlantic. Exane, BNB Paribas upgrading Mobileye, MBLY on watch. Then we have SAP. This is or SAP, an earnings name from earlier this week, up 8% with an upgrade from BMO Capital Markets. Boot Barn with a Craig Hallam upgrade this morning. Now, on the downgrade side of things, Barclays starting things off with an energy play. Chevron up about 2% by getting a downgrade. Then we have Wynn Resorts with a downgrade from Argus. Amazon getting a price target cut from Telsey Advisory Group. You can read all about that in our Trader TV watch list. And last but not least, the one downgrade name that's sharply red on the day, it's going to be Enphase. Their earnings report was not well received by the market, and they get a downgrade from TD Cowen this morning, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Amazon's the one that will stand. Price target cut. I mean, Tesla got a bunch of price target cuts too, as well after their earnings. Doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. Enphase shouldn't really surprise anybody. It's been weak. We don't have rate cuts yet either for this group, which they badly need. And I'm talking about the solar name. So that's the shoe that has to drop for them. I mean, forget about. Like, I get it. Well, they're probably affected by tariffs too because supply. But a big deal if they can get some cuts in. I think this is one name. Instead of looking for I want to buy some dips in IBIT. We'll talk about some other names out there, but this is one where short the pops, but have some patience with it, I think is going to make a little bit of sense. There's some levels out there for this bad boy. You know, I'm looking at the 49.5 to 50 range out in here. It's already busted through the prior low, so there's a bit of relief rally happening. It won't be short sell restricted if it were to open here because it's not 10% down. But this is the kind of, hey, it's bad, and the chart's bad, and we haven't got a rate cut. If there's any talk or increase in odds in a rate cut, these stocks could fly. But yeah, into the 50 level on end phase, I think that's one downgrade there where it's not the catalyst, but there's enough negative sentiment that in a strong market, that was one I'd be looking to fade. But it's got to go a little bit higher, and you got to wait for it to open. It's still a big spread, like 30-cent spread right now. Volume's only okay.
Yeah, we had end phase there yesterday. That was, oh man, rough stock. You look at the weekly chart for that. Look, part of my look here to get rid of Google would be to go into a name like an Amazon. I mean, that got downgraded and is up 5%. So, you know, definitely some of the bottoms missed down there, like 180, 165. Crazy how far we've come back to the upside here on AMZN. So, you know, I would take that downgrade, and obviously people are, you know, not respecting that for any stretch of imagination, but it was just a price target. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Amazon. But again, I like it. My sticky note is now out, and everybody giving me a hard time. I didn't realize anybody's even paying attention. So thank you to all of that, because yesterday I got some slack for doing it on the sticky notebook right there. It's because I'm out of sticky notes. But we got the Amazon notification that they will be delivered tomorrow. So hopefully that'll change. But right now, Palantir, NVIDIA, IBIT, and TQQs on there right now. And I appreciate all of the love and the negative comments about, where's the sticky note? I want to wake up to the sticky note, but you'll get it tomorrow. For right now, it's a notebook. Same information, different vehicle. I like Amazon. I think that's going to be a good dip buy opportunity. And as we had said, Neil had said it already, pick your poison type of thing. I mean, I just think that Amazon is going to be another one of those names that if we're able to get some dip buys, and we will do that. Yeah, make sticky note great again. We will do that, Ozan. And here you go, Ozan. Yeah, so any dip buy opportunities, 180 would be great. I mean, I think these can all come in, right? If you're going to look at the imbalance locator, we've seen this many times before here live on the show, and it's primarily bids, right? Today, I mean, I've already called gold. I mean, I wanted to take that bet yesterday, but I didn't see anybody in the chat that wanted it, but right there, down, gold, to the downside right there today, and everything else seems to be bids. So Alibaba, Nike, AMC, like Big Bear, Pfizer, everything, NIO, they're all here. Oracle, they're small, but they're all bids. So generally speaking, that will, I feel like, create a little bit of a downside pressure, believe it or not, right off the open. So we'll see what happens when the NASDAQ imbalances come through. I mean, if you want to get long, you might even want to get long soon, because when those NASDAQ imbalances come, if they match the rest of the market, then it's bid side ahoy. I'm going to fix this little wick here and throw it back over to the desk.
Things of note here, Snapchat just popping up in front of me, back to 8:15. There is a lawsuit, not a huge deal, but lawsuit from Florida alleging addictive app features on purpose for Snapchat. Say it ain't so. So 3.5% here, but it just came down a little bit on that, so heads up on that. Robinhood, pretty good start here this morning. Some volume coming through there as well for Hood, 7% here. Wow. I don't see anything on Robinhood right now, but nice pop here with the market.
Yeah, interesting from KeyBank here, Brendo. Despite the fact that they're up, KeyBank's a little upset with Robinhood today, cutting the price target down from 75 to 55. Doesn't really matter, though, because it's up and quite nicely. And we talked about this on the midday show. Robinhood really kind of looking to be that Goldman Sachs, that Morgan Stanley, that JPM for Gen Z, really trying to kind of elicit their money in, giving them, you know, sort of banking features that you only really see when you have high net worth clients. So it's not a bad look here at all, Brendo. A nice recovery from that, a little bit of a sell-off.
Yeah, a few others from the top of the list here. Xpeng up huge, 8% right now. I better part of 8%, 7.92. If you missed it again, or just joining a little bit late here, Trump softening his language around the China expectations and the timeline for said expectations. So everything across the board China related. To the upside in a pretty big way, 3.5 for Alibaba here, as Donald Trump guy still waiting for a phone call from President Xi.
Yeah. Look, Color Me is one that thought we'd get another chance at Alibaba a little bit lower. Like all the U.S. stocks basically gave you the lows or like underneath the lows, all that kind of good stuff. And so sometimes you get wrapped up on level and not premise, which is the 200-period moving average. Because you know what? If I listen to the old, if you like something, buy it back at the 200-period moving average, I would have bought back into Alibaba. But when I was selling, when it broke to 50, we'll be back at the 50 in a day at this rate. That's a 50-period moving average on SMA. Like that's a $5, call it $6-7 away here on BABA. I think that's where the next resistance spot lies because you've now broken back out. There's a lot of things that you can look dip by hunting here today. It's a pretty distinct 116, but I'm lying if I said BABA made the list today for me. But usually I'd be thinking you have a distinct top like that. 116, 116, 116. You try to fill in that gap. If this goes a couple of points down, you look for the 116 bid. But I'll likely stay away from Alibaba today. Just as of right now, I got iBid, GDX, Tesla, and we'll be looking at the chips, AMD, and then backup is Intel. So those are the names that I'm looking at. Normally, this would be if you try to fill in the gap, buy at the prior high on Alibaba. But yeah, a little bit stronger than I anticipated there. Bounced so clean off that 200-period moving average. Probably should have rebought it, but I'm still holding on to the 1/3 I got left.
All right. Yeah, we looked at FXI yesterday for China. I mean, I don't know. I think a play for China, really, if you're just going to be, real about it, I think Apple is probably the best one just for big cap anyways. I mean, obviously Alibaba's going to fly around right there. You could see it was a nice move there to the upside for Apple, looking at that 210 area. So now that we're above 200, we'll look to see what happens here at 210. So I think that's the next area. Probably a fade initially at it. We had that gap. I mean, Apple was 170 and everybody was like, shut the door on them. And then all of a sudden, a huge move right back there to the upside, now up 15%. So, I mean, I like Apple down here. It's not on the radar, but they're all the same. Dip by opportunities into VWAP, dip by opportunities into 205. I like Apple. I think there's a good opportunity for this one to go. This would be my China play. If you like it, then I would say take a look over here on Apple as they need to make some comebacks. This was a 270, right, at their highs. And then a huge drop down. It lost $100 right there. Now just trying to get it back. So we'll see. Apple, obviously, their products seem to be still around. Apple 17 is getting, the iPhone 17 is getting that rebuild and remake sort of, and the Apple iPhone Air, something like that. So there's going to be some things happening there. It's not going to be needle moving or anything like that, but I think Apple continues to work. And over 200. We said we go short under and long over. So Apple over $200. I like it.
We got to wait till next week for a couple more of these. Apple, one of those, Meta coming up next week as well. I believe they're both Thursday or 30th, whatever day that is. Anyway, welcome to what should be pretty exciting here. We're back to almost highs here for NVIDIA as well. We'll get into what we need to know here heading towards the open. Again, up and away here for the market so far.
53.15, Brenda. We're already up 2 2/3% to start the day over here. 53.15 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. Well above that level, as you can already tell. The overnight high, 54.56. But here's the deal. Have a look at this area that we rejected multiple times. Back on the 9th, again on the 14th and the 15th. We kept rejecting 5,500. So if we clear that overnight high at 54.56, we're definitely looking at 5,500 as resistance. We'll look to 5,400 as support. If
you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that page. All you need is your email address then. And then you get the watch list for absolutely nothing. It's free. We do all your homework for you, send that to you in a nice, neat package, has everything on it you need to know every single day, as expected. This one, top of the list here this morning, Tesla, up and away as well. Day highs right now, almost 8% here before we even get to the open. Randy's just rolling through here. He's probably upset about this.
Yeah, I don't think he likes Tesla very much.
Apparently.
He likes it when it goes down. But let's talk about how they did, Brendo. Earnings per share, miss. The street wanted 39 pennies. They printed 27. Revenue, miss. The street wanted 21.11. They printed 19.34. Automotive revenue, 20% year-over-year drop. They printed $14 billion. Or their net income as well, Brendo, dropped 71% year-over-year, down to $409 million. We'll get to that in a second because most of that profit comes from the environmental credits that they sell. Operating income also down 66% year-over-year, down to $400 million. Some of the key factors behind the miss: lower average selling price and increased sales incentives, the factory downtime that they had to do for the retooling for the refreshed Model Y. There's also heavy amounts of AI investment and declining vehicle deliveries, which certainly weighed on margins. And here's the deal. Tesla would have reported a net loss in auto sales without that $595 million environmental credit revenue that they print. Now, Q1 deliveries, their actual cars that they delivered, fell 13% year over year to about 336,700. They're also struggling with their lower cost EV competition in China, and they're certainly facing some backlash there in Europe. We already know about that. Last but not least here, they did not affirm their 2025 guidance. They said they will revisit that during the Q2 update, and Musk reiterated plans, however, Brendo, for that robo-taxi launch in Austin in June and the pilot production of Optimus humanoid robot in the Fremont factory later this year.
That'll be really interesting. As we were saying, going back a couple of weeks, Waymo doing really well in Austin right now. So we'll see if Tesla can do that as well. Your colorful jacket friend, Dan Ives, chiming in here saying he's back at 350. I think he was at 315 or something. But he liked the promise to go back to work here from Elon as well for Danny Ives.
Colorful jacket guy.
You know, I got plum stuck in my teeth.
But it's like, it's good.
Damn you, Randy.
I actually already have one of those plums, so I'm going to have a second one when we finish the morning show. Look, Tesla's now up 8%. You're not going to beat the, you're probably not going to beat the expected move. And at the end of the day, like we were saying before, a lot of this had so much to do with what Trump said regarding Powell. Like, that's where you really got some juice. That said, quarter is what it is. You can't pretend that it's looking all that great, but I like the focus back on the attention with Tesla. You still have overhead resistance at 280, obviously, and the 260 level looks like a potential breakout. I always like dip back into prior highs. It's a 50 to 51 area for me. I don't know how far I want to stretch that. VWAP is sitting here well above that 50 to 51 area. So like pre-market low and that VWAP will have to hold the opening range in order to be long anything that's not the 250s. I don't want to be chasing it up here with that 260 looming on Tesla. So Tesla beat. Well, it's certainly beating the shorts right now, but the fundamentals weren't that great.
No. And we knew the fundamentals weren't have been great, and that's the whole reason why it's up, is because the number came in pretty much bad as expected, but then there was no no shade really thrown on it by Elon. He talked about leaving Doge soon. And this was the whole thing, right? We called the long yesterday at 230. It's now at 260. It was a good report as far as not being obviously it was lower, but the stock market doesn't care about what's happened. The stock market and all stocks are forward looking. They're supposed to be. And that's exactly the point. If Elon's coming back, if their models are underway and it looks like they're going to be released here, we talked about June of this year, things are working for Tesla right now. And now you're going to get retail to rip this thing. If you're thinking about going short this name today, you're going to be wrong, in my opinion, unless we get a lot higher than where we are right now. This is going to get, I think, really going, and you can even see even right now, you're starting to go now. So the NASDAQ, the ES, both busting, NASDAQ up 3% right now, ES up 2.5%, and it's going to get led by some of these bigger plays. So I really think Tesla is a great opportunity today to get that long. And whether or not it falls a little bit early, I think you want to look at VWAP down here at 255, if that comes through. Look, we've seen Tesla give back everything. This thing could drop $10. But, to me, this made sense. We talked about this, starting a position yesterday, if you hadn't yet. Can never be too confident. I don't ever think that trading ahead of a number is necessarily the right thing, and I've talked about that. But the fact that I mentioned it, we thought there was too much blood here. And I still think the same thing for Google, right? When Google's going to report, I still feel the same way. It's been hit so much that we know the story with Google isn't great. So maybe it does go higher. I mean, Brendan just said Waymo there as well. I mean, that's a Google product. Let's see if Tesla can continue to work. The 200 period's at 248. You know, you always want to see what happens at the pre-market lows. And that right now would be 253 or so, at least in the last hour and a half. So for me, Tesla would be a bid somewhere around those areas. And then if we lose it, then you get out and you watch this thing fall right back down in again. So stocks are tricky to trade off earnings. So we always say when there's a gap, play back to VWAP. And right there it is right there, 255. So here's the gap. There it is. We'll see if we can get some action around 255 for Tesla. But this is a retail army, man, and they're going to come in and support this stock. It's just a matter of where and when, and if this market can hold. You know, every single name is higher. And remember, I've already given it the kiss of death by showing you that most of these things were bids on the Imbalance. So that generally will give us a downside push right off the open. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. But Tesla back to 255 is an area that I'm looking at, but not standing in the way. I don't have any bids, and Tesla was not on here. So I'm going to try to stick to the plan. If we just stuck to the plan yesterday and only traded Palantir, we'd have had like a $6 winner, right? We had 91.50s yesterday on Palantir as it was written. So, and then the Q short didn't get going until 46. So we're going to wait to see what happens with the NASDAQ. Nice little pullback here. And it's probably something to do with China or not.
Maybe, no.
Charts with holes in them this morning as we look at some of these Chinese ADRs so far. If you missed it again, Trump, after the close last night, softening big time his stance on this China narrative at this point. You and I sat here yesterday saying, how long is he going to wait? At some point, you know, there needs to be some sort of compromise from one side or the other. It appears like it's going to come from the U.S. first.
It looks like so, Brendo, because that's kind of the comments that he gave yesterday. He said, he signaled anyway, that the tariffs on China, which are currently 145%, may be substantially reduced once a deal is reached. Then obviously, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, also came out and called the standoff unsustainable, boosting the hopes for a resolution. Just to give you some idea about how Asian markets reacted to this comment yesterday, the Nikkei was up almost 2%, 1.87. Good look there. The Shanghai Composite was kind of flat, 0.17. The Hang Seng, though, was up substantially, 2.41%. Even India was up on the news. Likewise with Australia, which obviously has a lot of exposure to the Asian market. So not a bad look here, Brendo. It's nice to see finally maybe we're making some progress on the issue.
Just reading some comments here from G, telling UN leaders meeting China's effort to promote international cooperation will not weaken. So there was a move down there I saw in NVIDIA pretty quick. I just messed up this chart. There we go. NVIDIA coming in there pretty hard. So I was just looking for any kind of comments or stuff, but just be aware. Volatility to deal with here, even these ADRs coming back down a bit. But yeah, 7% here. It was 8 for XPeng.
Yeah, look, man, and AMD didn't even budge. So that little AMD rallying and NVIDIA not doing anything with the market is kind of continuing here. There's that NVIDIA move to the downside. That's AMD holding out some of those tops. So yeah, for now, it seems as if AMD is a strong one if you're looking at those tech names. And we're going to talk tech in just a quick little second. We already went over Alibaba, but I looked over at NEO. Hey, maybe it could, I don't know if we'll be strong enough to fade it at the 50 period at 420, but that was a brick wall on the way down for Boeing, 4 to 420. I would suspect you get in there today, this week, without any headline and without any positive, like firm news on deals, then I think you want to look short at the prior support level on NIO. That's the only thing I would add. We already talked about, we already made some comments there about Alibaba. If I wasn't locked in on a couple of other names, then Alibaba, I'd be looking at about 115.5 to 116 to fill in that gap. Yeah, but NEO, 420. I mean, resistance turning into support turning into resistance always makes sense to me.
All right, here we go. I got you guys there in the chat, so let's go. People are going to riot if we don't talk about Palantir, apparently. So right there, I have it as my number one trade idea here, 96. Let's see if we can get going. I think there could be some profit taking here. We could gap a little bit lower. But Palantir, the number one name, it was my number one stock there yesterday from the sticky note ideas. And, you know, it's up to 5% again today. It's over the 50 period moving average. It's looking like it wants to, it has broken broken out officially there today, breaking through that 98.50 high, getting up to and close to that $100 marker. I like Palantir down here. I said just give it back to yesterday. Like I said, I'm pretty bearish off the immediate open. And I don't mean bearish, it's just I think there's some pullback. And I'd said there's going to be some pullback a couple 10, 15 minutes ago based on when we showed those imbalances. But again, 925 is going to hit, and then you're probably going to get some bid imbalances, which will create a temporary bump up. Then I think we fade back. Now the 200 period's at 97.50. The reason why we picked 96 was just I felt like that was a safe level. So if you just go back here, 96 was the top there on Monday. 96 was the top there yesterday. So if we were to pull back, I'm bidding 96.50 as far as I know right now. Yeah, 96.50 flat. So we're bidding right here. So we're bidding, it's going to have to fall, right? I mean, you're going to need a move back down a couple percentage points to get that. So we're just going to sit there and wait to see if that happens. But I get a feeling like this 97.50 area probably going to be a play, but we've seen this name just absolutely just fall yesterday it opened up at 93. We got here's 91.50, what we got yesterday. We didn't even think we'd get it. And when I got it, I panicked and got out like too many shares here for $1.50 before, as I showed you, it ran $5. So if we don't get the 96 exactly, it's not going to matter that much. Let's let it fall down, see if we can find a base, right? Like yesterday, you didn't have to get 91.50. You could have waited and got 92, something in and around that area. But at the end of the trading, first 10 minutes, I think Palantir is going to give us a great idea of what it wants to do, man. All hail. We talk about the king, but this really, so far this year, Palantir has been the one, because if you go back here to January, this is January right here, January 1st, $76. So it's only spent 0 days. It closed there underneath January's level. It hadn't closed any other, and that was the bad day. It hasn't closed any other day below where it was on Jan 1. So, this name just continues to work. It's obviously the PE is through the roof, but, military spending and the future, we're here, Palantir.
Tech leading the way here in a big way so far this morning. Here's Apple. Speaking of China, Apple back to the upside here, 3.5%. Coming back in right now, 3.38. This was yesterday. Speaking of Google coming up after the close tomorrow, Sam Altman saying OpenAI all about that Chrome if they get an opportunity to snatch that out of Google's palms. If they're forced to sell, obviously Google's not going to just hand it over. But
no.
That was kind of interesting yesterday. So, there's all kinds of angles here for tech today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of it had to do with the comments that we got from Donald Trump yesterday in the afternoon, after the bell, obviously, and after the market recap show. So Donald Trump said Tuesday he had no intention of firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell before his term ends, which ends May 2026, so in a year from now. He said none whatsoever, never did, which is a sharp contrast, obviously, from where he called Jerome Powell a major loser and threatened swift removal. This follows increased speculation over the past week as Trump and his advisors reportedly explored legal options for firing Jerome Powell. He downplayed the prior remarks. He said the press runs away with things. He reiterated their policy preference. He's like, I would like to see a little bit more, to see him a little bit more active. This is a perfect time to lower rates. And this all comes, Brendo, after the swearing in of Paul Atkins, the SEC chair, which obviously signals broader economic pivot with a pro-market leadership.
Powell has never been one to be influenced, to his credit. So looks like his job is safe for the time being. I was just hearing a couple things about Tesla there, just some more analyst opinions coming through, but not really doing anything, but just be aware.
Shout out to Ross in Thailand there. PMI comes out at 945, just waiting to jump into anything seemed like a smart idea. What would negative PMI number mean to the markets? Well, I feel as if we've been in this little realm where we haven't cared too much about the economic data unless it's a bond auction. So yeah, we always pay attention to economic numbers for that little spike that we'll see in volume, although the last couple, I was actually underwhelmed. Last time I thought there was one I thought we'd get a dip buy and we didn't because it just didn't even move. So we'll always pay attention. Maybe you want to be loosening up stops so you don't get wicked out, little things like that. But I'm not holding. I don't think it's as big a deal as it used to be. It's just what is Trump saying and when are deals getting made and what's happening with the bond market. That's generally where we're going with this. On IBIT here, if I'm looking at tech, it's been a long regardless of what we've been seeing. It was long when the market was weak. Recently, it's breaking out. You've broken and held a 50-period moving average, all that good stuff. We're back above that 91.5 level. We just touched the high again on IBIT. My initial look was actually 52.65, and at this point, we're breaking pretty far away from it. There might be an amount of patience required for this to either give me a test of the pre-market support at 53.10 or allow it to try to come back in here to 52.65. Like that was the top tech thing I was looking at. For the last couple of days, Bitcoin's just been strong. And you'll often hear me say, like, I'll throw out a price on Bitcoin that I'm looking at like 91.5, and that's the general area of that support at 52.65. It gets down there, I want to be a buyer, but I don't necessarily want to have to wait out the entire opening range to see it gap down. But yeah, my look is going to be IBIT today. And what AMD, I mentioned AMD. AMD, that 90 level from yesterday, which we're like, oh, if we rally, we get to that 90 as a resistance level. Well, it's above that now, so the long's over that 90 for me. If it's losing the $90 level, I'm not as big of a fan of it. That's just this prior high going back into last week. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at for tech.
All right. If you want to know what I'm looking at, you have the sticky note, but I have IBIT written here at 52.50. So if we can come in to IBIT to 52.50, I don't know if that's going to happen. I just checked. I was actually just checking my crypto account, and it was nice to see that today as well, because you guys know we got Cardano and we have newly acquired. Well, I mean, it's stupid because I had Ripple way lower and sold it and had to buy it back. All right, so TQQs. All right, so $49. Look, this is again the vehicle that I choose to trade. It's been, probably one of the most heavily traded, names on the show. The TQQ every day seem to be in this one. So we want to be in it again just because of what we've been doing. There's $46 right there. Again, like you could come back in a little bit here off the open. So I had written down anywhere between 46.50 and 47. So we had come back in. 47 is not that far away from this, where we are right now. We had just touched 48.50. So I feel like if we get a pullback into here, obviously the 200 period continues to climb a little bit higher right there into this area. So if we get a drop down for the NASDAQ and the TQQs, I want to be all over that. So that would be something. This is the 50 period moving average right now. You can see there's 46 and change, a high from Thursday. And we were playing off some of those levels the other day, and it was working out fine. So if we can get 46.50. But the key with the triple Qs, as those of you that watch the way I trade this, like we had I can't remember what we had yesterday. I think we had the short right there. Yeah, we did have the short. What am I talking about? Yesterday we had written down 45 to 45.50, and I remember we had shorted it all the way up here, and then finally once it got up to 46, so we missed the top by 50 cents because we had written down 45.50. Once that had happened and based out a little bit, then we gave ourselves a top, and then this happened. So we nailed that yesterday for a big trade, So again, I'm going to sit here and wait to see if the NASDAQ does want to come down a little bit. And then, the NVIDIA look is a pretty easy one, as well as the AMD look. These names are up huge today. So pullbacks. Same thing I told Brian Shannon yesterday when this thing was under $100 when we had him on. It was like, if we break above 100, I'm going long. I said the same thing for Apple. We said if there was key levels, this is what I'm doing. So guess what? It's what I'm doing. I have a bid right now on NVIDIA at 101.50. So we have 7 minutes now until these imbalances come out. And I feel like if there's sell imbalances, these things will crank to the downside. I don't think I'll get filled on any of that, but hopefully that will help us get into that $100 mark. I mean, that's where we need it to go for me to buy. So I'm going to be waiting I'm at 101.50. I could see myself grabbing some 102s. This is what it looks like right so far. Oracle was only 60,000. Now it's 170. So just to talk about the bids getting stronger, especially on the tech side, here's Vertiv. We have that on our note as well. We have Big Bear AI is coming back for everybody today. That's up 5% as well. So, there's Alibaba. Like a lot of these have grown. So I'm thinking at 925 when the NASDAQ imbalances come out, we get another bump. from NASDAQ names. So get ready for all of that. A quick little check here on Tesla as we have tons of time today. There goes Tesla, 256, so still trying to hold out. We did see this number at 9% though, right? So it's already come back 1.5%. You know, who knows where this thing is going to wind up. We talked about it coming back into VWAP. We're getting closer and closer to that level right now, which is why I zoom back out, because when there's a gap, play to VWAP, but there's been so much volume right now that VWAP is not really going to hold. It's not even going to play early. So now you're looking at a key level of in and around 250 for Tesla. We said that there was going to be some profit taking there today. I still think as soon as this market opens, probably get a little dump based on whatever those imbalances are, then retail will come in, and I think Tesla gets going higher than that possibly touching that 260, depends on how far we go down, but I like 260 there today, and I like 250. So right now we're in the middle. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. I guess Boeing earnings?
Yeah, just be aware there are some comments coming through here. It looks like from the earnings call potentially here for Boeing. So we did get another pop-up above 173, trying to hold those levels right now. But one of those comments, China-related, Boeing making the remarks essentially saying they're going to remarket the Chinese aircrafts or aircrafts that were allotted for the Chinese market, saying they have, quote-unquote, plenty of customers. I think we were talking about the same thing going back to last week when that first came out. So nice look for Boeing.
Yeah, it was never a demand issue, but was it, Brendo? There was always a production issue. But this is a really good report, guys. A marked improvement from what they did last time. Let's talk about it. The net loss. Last time around, they lost $355 million. This time, they narrowed it down to 31. Good look there. The adjusted loss per share. We're still talking about loss per share here, not earnings per share, but a marked decrease. $1.29 is what they lost last time per share. This time, they cut it down to 49. Get the drift here. Revenue rose 18% to about $19.5 billion above the estimates. The cash burn also improved markedly. $2.3 billion was what they burned. They burned about $4 billion last time around this year. So good look there. CEO Kelly Ortberg said Boeing will still seek FAA approval to ramp up their 737 MAX production to 42 jets per month this year. Currently, they're restricted to 38 jets per year after that January 2024 door plug incident. Don't remind me about that. Deliveries increased as well at 83 planes, from 83 to 130, which obviously helps boost the commercial aircraft revenue by an eye-watering 75% here, up to $8.1 billion. And they're making money from defense and government contracts as well, despite the fact that the defense unit revenue dropped 9%. They did secure that new Air Force contract to develop the F-47 fighter jet, which was endorsed by President Donald Trump. And to build on your point here, the trade war and the tariff risks, Brendo, the results in the earnings report only reflect tariffs through March 31st, but Boeing is now in the crosshairs of the Trump's escalating trade war, with China canceling some of those orders. Executives are expected to face tariff-related questions, as you mentioned during the earnings call, and tariffs could raise costs on aircraft materials and imported components.
Yeah, anyone looking at this, just be aware, it looks like some comments still coming through here from the call. So that's the daily chart right now. We're obviously well above these levels, but a long way to go for Boeing.
I mean, the good news is even if China slows or stops buying temporarily, you're going to find other places to be able to sell the planes. There's just a lot and enough demand out there. The other side is, I know they're still losing money with Boeing, but if you wait until Boeing's actually making money and you want to buy the stock, it'll be trading near the 250 level or something like that. Certainly above 220 at that point. So I think you're looking for what we're getting here, which is you're starting to see a turnaround. And it's going to be even better if we don't have this, or if we do have this tariff war end. I think that'll be even better. The 50 and the 200 have decided to converge here, showing us 165 to 166. Now, typically, it's like buy into that dip. Boeing is 5% away from that level today, which makes it pretty tricky for that standard play. Like, so many things have rallied so far. We sat down, like this was actually trading at 167 this morning, and it seemed very probable. You get a little bit of a dip, play 65 to 66. It'll either require a lot of patience, or Boeing just might be a hands-off play, which is fine. There's gonna be enough to trade today. I mean, if you're looking at, like I said, AMD and IBIT and Tesla and GDX and other chip names, if you're into that, there's Chinese names moving around. So I don't know that the day trading price comes in here for Boeing, but this I always put it in a 3-day rule. This holds the 50 and 200 period moving averages this week. Then I sold my Boeing shares. That's the first thing I should have said. I want to get back in. That's simple.
Yeah, I haven't sold anything, but I want to say to people, man, you guys are selling us short right here. Over 8,400 watching right now. We can at least get this to 1,000. You know, I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable. So if we can try to buy the likes right now from you, let's get that like button, hit it, let's get going there. If we can go, even if just 1 out of every 3 of you hits it, we would be pretty happy with that. Yeah, there's no effort there. Just go over there, hit the like, let us know you like the show, and hit the subscription if you can too as well. Completely free to subscribe to it, and then the only way to get part of the chat, which we're looking at, yo, what's up to Flutgoss? Right there. What's up, Floodcosts? All right, we're going to look at the imbalances in just a minute. That's an interesting name. Yeah, so Boeing, I was bidding 125. I mean, hands, you know, up on that one, and we had missed it. I didn't even realize it got down this low. I was just trying to find out where, you know, how low Boeing has gotten. We missed that one. We should have been bidding 135, it looks like, because that was that bottom there. This is actually, I take it back, this might be the biggest winner of China. Any sort of talk there with China, Boeing will win, and win real hard, much more than Apple. So, you know, you're just waiting for that announcement that the Chinese are in there buying, you know, 40 planes or whatever they're going to do for Boeing. So I think Boeing continues to win, and it's a great stock, and you want to get long Boeing at any time. I would say now, monopolistic anyways, venture is BA above the 200. Earnings are now behind them. Boeing is a winner for the long term, in my opinion anyways. So there we go. We said that there was going to be some bids coming through, right? It's not even that, it's not as big as I had thought, right? Because like 400,000, definitely deal with that. There's your Tesla bid that we talked about as well. So that's coming in the form of TSLL. Obviously, TSLA is going to be here as well. It's already at that VWAP level, so that is a no-go there. The NASDAQ comes with a bid. So, you know, this will create, there's a lot of buys here. Once those settle down, you know, the market's already sort of taking these in consideration. So I do feel like the NASDAQ will come through. I'm bidding IBIT, NVIDIA, and Palantir, and the NASDAQ right now. Look, there's the bids again. There's Amazon coming through with a bid. There it goes to the upside. There's Uber coming with a bid. Uber, $76. Let's go. We've been sort of talking about that one, building that position, our average price. And we had to hold this against ourselves, and we had talked about our position as we're building it, right? This is not something where it's like, oh, by the way, I'm long Uber or anything like that. I mean, $65, $66 is our average price on that, so that's a nice one. But looky what I see right here. Apple coming with a sell. So that's a little bit interesting to me, with the NASDAQ being up 3, and NASDAQ's going now. Remember, we have that NASDAQ bid there. SQQ sell, TQQ bid, right? So flip it over, and you have that. I just saw Google on here as a bid. So we'll let these all settle down as what the plan was. But right now, NVIDIA is starting to pair off a little bit. But there's the move higher, right? We said at 925, watch out now. But 2 minutes now till open. Let's go talk quickly about Enphase.
All right, we'll wrap up with Enphase here quickly as we get close to the open, the one heading in the opposite direction so far today. Back to lows here, basically. It just bounced off lows once again. Not a lot of volume so far this morning. If you zoom out to a weekly chart, this collapse of this thing is just impressive. That's November of 2022, just to refresh everyone's memory. 340.
So just before I give you the earnings report on this, I want to give you an idea of how poorly this stock has performed relative to its peers. So the Invesco Solar ETF is down 28% in the last 12 months. Enphase is down 50%, so it's almost doubling the losses there of the ETF. So earnings, Q1 earnings, 68 cents per share. The street wanted 73 on revenue of 356 million. The street was looking for 362, so a miss on the top and bottom line. Q2 outlook, tariffs to reduce gross margins by about 2 percentage points. That's for Q2. Q3, it gets worse. They're looking for margins to get cut by 6 to 8 percentage points because the tariff CEO confirmed that the tariff pressure is mainly due to battery cells. We'll go to Adara for the, or are we going?
Let's go to the
No, we're good? Okay. Yeah, so that, not a good look, guys, for Q1 earnings for Enphase.
About that, I just want to say big congratulations to us because you guys are there for us. 1.5K, we just doubled the likes right there. So my hat's off to all of you. So let's go talk about a stock that we won't trade. What's up with Enphase?
You know, if it gets to 49.5 to 50, that's the only place I'm fading it. It's $2 away. It's just one of those mean reversion if the market goes ham and it drags Enphase along with it. But let's get this party started. It's hump day as well, everybody.
Yeah,
so it's Tesla earnings day. It is Powell's off the ledge. Well, I guess it would have been the plank, not the ledge. And we'll get that bell in 2 and 1. Adair, ring it.
All right, let's go. All right, so I'm looking for an early fade here. I mean, we have all the bids out. We'll see if that happens. I mean, it looks like the market is not doing that at all. And here we go. We're starting to take off immediately to the upside as there we go. We take out. Good one. It is a good one as the bulls are back in the building right now, it seems like.
Tesla's falling.
Apple downside. Yeah, we said Tesla would get to that 260. You said falling or flying? Falling.
No, falling.
We're going to have to watch out. So there it is, 250, the 200 period. Okay, but it's for me, it's Palantir. I did want to look at that one. And again, we had mentioned some of these stocks will give some back. They were up huge. I mean, it's right on our note. So let's wait to see what does happen with Palantir. Let's not get this too excited about getting in immediately now and just try to watch out for some of those levels. 96.50 is what I'm bidding on right now on Palantir. And if that comes in, great. It may not. We just might have wicked that bottom in and around 98. But it's early days right now in this market. Holding the 50 period, sure, fine. Tesla 250 right now coming into play, so that could be a level.
Tesla's really dropping.
Yep.
No, Tesla's really the one moving the most here. Look, Nvidia's falling as well, but it's Tesla down to this 251. I think it's going to come in at 250. That's a heavy candle. I don't want to be sitting in front of catching a falling knife. I am sitting on the bid of IBIT, but that's seemingly completely irrelevant as Bitcoin's right back to 94,000 and holding above. So weakness in Tesla, strength over in Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, what's the point? If you don't get an initial dip, if it gets down, we'll know Bitcoin is down $1 if it goes down $1. It's breaking out the high. We might just have to look at VWAP for this bad boy as we're dropping like a rock here in Tesla. 250 in play.
Yeah, for sure. As many of these names right now, man, are starting to get down. 250 in play for that one. Palantir, Oppo. I mean, Palantir is just like, nah, we good. And it looks like it wants to break through $100. I'm going to put a stop now, breaking through that $100, like a buy through that $100 marker. Just worth taking that shot, I would think, anyways, now. As we had just dipped down into the 200 period and then just starting to rip right back to the upside. Tesla just breaks
no buyers.
That 250 right now. And it looks like a lot of profit taking, obviously, on that name. As we had saw Tesla come in. This is too dramatic for me. This is why I didn't write it down. And we had talked about not getting involved in this day after earnings. But now it looks like maybe it's just got washed out a little bit there for Tesla. So, yeah, I'll sit there and try now. We just had that little bottom. I mean, maybe we finally got something there. That's 249 or so. So if we break down below that, we'll sit again at 249 and change. And if it does break lower, then we'll get out. So we'll put in, what is the low for that? I mean, did it break 249? I guess it, no. If this does break 249, then we're just going to get out of this one and say, okay, the long, there, well, okay. The long is not in. That was fast. So a quick little dollar hit there. Nothing too crazy. We do want to wait for something. Just thought that if that was going to go and we were going to head to the upside, then I did like it. But now you're going to have to let this bottom out a little bit because definitely the short there through 250, as we had mentioned. Oh, yeah.
No, I was in exactly the same trade, but there was just a seller that for 87,000 shares underneath 250 that just got eaten alive in one shot. Shoot, that might have been the turn when they hit that guy. It was 87,000 shares just got eaten up at about 48.9.
Really? Okay.
Sorry, 249.8. And they just got eaten in one turn. So there's a battle happening at 250. I think the buyers are starting to get control of this again. I'm looking over. Bitcoin's trying to pull back into VWAP, so I do have my eyeballs on that. That's a much stronger name. It's not catching a falling knife. You're trying to get into the trend trade over on BTC. But that buyer, I think they're starting to hold a bit above 250 now. So that big big seller got eaten up. It wasn't a big buyer. It was a big seller got eaten in one shot. Buying on green makes more sense than buying on red. VWAP now sits at 252 for anyone that's into that on Tesla. Still nothing doing for me on Bitcoin, though, because it does not want to drop. This market is breaking out the highs. Like, we're taking 19,000 on the NASDAQ as we speak.
Yeah, there goes Tesla. Tried to get through 250 there.
not
now
over
is
50 level.
fading back out again as well. So there it goes down through 249
Yeah, it just lost
again.
49
Yeah.
again.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't even looking at it, but I was looking at the other screen. Yeah, just lost 49 again. Palantir coming up, up to that $100 mark. So that could be a trade there for sure. Let's check out what some of the other names are doing here. As NVIDIA 104, so that's kind of bouncing around. I'm just looking for something to hit, right? So Intel's not doing too much. AMD maybe.
It's
Let's have a
gone.
quick little look at that. 92 and change here for AMD. So the market's rallying. I mean, that's great. The NASDAQ is
AMD.
definitely starting to go back up. So where is the strength, we say? Because we've been trying to chase Tesla. That doesn't look like it. Apple's no strength as well. Yeah, I was just looking at the same thing. It just looks like Palantir and everybody else seems to want to be the ones
Amazon.
carrying this market. Amazon, we love.
Amazon's up at 6.5. That's to the
about
upside. That's
Google?
looking pretty strong. You're going to look at Google. I'll show you Microsoft at the high of the day and breaking out. It's just unbelievable. AMD wants 10% today, I guess. It's going to be one of those, I don't want to chase the move, but are we only going to get stuck chasing the move? NVIDIA's breaking 103.5 down and AMD's at the high. Like, what is going on with this name? Let's go to Adara. What is going on with NVIDIA?
OGen this morning, or Agenics, OGEN. They're set to attend the 15th Annual Traumatic Brain Injury Conference from May 5th to 6th, and their Chief Clinical Officer, Dr. W. Frank Peacock, is going to be presenting an update on their HeadSmart 2 trial. They're partnered here in HeadSmart through its collaboration with BrainBox Solutions, and the goal of this partnership is to create a test-to-test platform for looking into mild traumatic brain injury. So keep an eye here on OGEN. Back to you.
These names are falling down.
Yeah, I'm going to try to bid a little bit here on Tesla because it's coming in right now. Okay, that's still Google. I was looking at Google. The market's falling.
This isn't a long.
So right there, 246. Tesla right now at the 50-period moving average. You know, it's tough. I don't really like trading names too much off earnings, but you know, this one's just moving just enough to get me a little bit excited here anyways. So there's the dip buy opportunity. Tesla only up 4% right now. So we'll try to buy it down here at 246. We just talked about that 50-period moving average right here and this bottom in and around 244. So I have a stop of 244. If we break that, then we're gone. We'll try more at 245 and change, but here it comes in again. Tesla, yeah, it doesn't make me feel very comfortable about what it's doing right here. But at the end of the day, you know, we're here to trade it, and it's now $1 in the money, but we're going to see if we can get a little bit more. I'm going to put an offer at 248.50 or so, just because to try to pick a spot here, I don't know. But if this does ramp up, I do want to be there in case there's a buyer that just comes in and markets in or something. So right now I'm going to be long. Look, it's 70 cents in the money. If you like it, take it. I'm going to try to hold to see if we can get a little bit of a bigger move coming for TSLA. And then looks like it only wants to go down. And then Palantir also turned almost to the penny off of 100. So now it's at it was at 99.87. Trying to dip buy opportunity here into the 200 period is 98.20. So, all right. I mean, Tesla's now there it goes. Wow, we just got that fill on Tesla, 248 and change. It is a hot dog kind of a trade right there. So there it goes, man. Nice trade right there. That was...
The market just levitated.
Yeah, exactly. Of course it did. There it goes, man. There's 240. It's
Whoa.
$3 in the money right now, Neil. Now we're good to go. There it goes, man. Nice move right now. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, Palantir. We're starting to bump up. Probably irresponsible to be punching this long, but we just got in to Palantir right there. Tesla, Neil, $4 in the money. Let's go. I hope some of these longs start to work.
That's insane. I went from on the bid to taking a breakout in Bitcoin. Let's go to Adara. What the hell just happened?
Breaking news here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the White House is considering slashing China tariffs to de-escalate the trade war, according to sources. So again, I want to clarify, sometimes when we get talks from this, they are eventually denied by the White House. As of right now, though, Wall Street Journal reporting that the White House is considering slashing China tariffs. I'm going to be looking at the White House Rapid Response Team account on X to see if there's any comment here, but good luck for the NASDAQ and good luck for the market. Back to you.
Oh boy. Well, this is what you're waiting for, right? This is what we talk about these markets for, baby. And there's the long in Palantir. Let's go. Here we go, man. We're back in the building right now. Forget about all those demons in Tesla because them have been exercised. Nice move back there to the upside. Will it hold? I don't know. I mean, this is one of those things
we're
where,
pulling back already.
you know, yeah, exactly. We'll probably give something back. So let's not get too excited here. But that was a nice story. Obviously, we're sitting here trading. Look at the market. Just rips up to 5% there or so, and now all the way back in. So there it comes right back down. Good thing we're getting out of some of these trades, but that was fun while it lasted. Now let's see if it can last just a little bit longer here right now. So yeah, I'm long, and I'm pretty comfortable staying that way.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of that. I was sitting on bid at 53 on iBit with a breakout order that just insta-filled. And should we have scalped it? Yeah, probably. But the second I'm throwing orders out there at 53.8, you're already breaking right back underneath the volume-weighted average price. If we lose the bid here again, that's nasty if we lose this bid because we just went under 19,000. So I'm going to take the L. We should have been long at the bottom. Instead, all of a sudden, I'm just getting filled on the breakout trade out of nowhere. And the quotes went absolutely nuts. So wild price action. I'm going to back off, see how we resolve this. If we do end up holding VWAP or holding trend higher, that's going to be a different story. We didn't get, AMD didn't really give us anything because there was no pop down at all. You're still holding VWAP. This is at least trending up. But that crazy whipsaw action, let's see if we can hold 19,000. I think that's going to be a big one. Time to hopefully get into the tech name that we wanted, which was Advanced Micro Devices, if we get down into VWAP again. That held on all that crazy spike action at 91 and a half.
Thank you, everybody there in the chat, man. I mean, yeah, we're having a good time here, needless to say, right here so far. So there goes Palantir. We always, I mean, it's the #1 stock on the list. It doesn't get down to our levels. I would have loved to have bought something lower, obviously, when we get that kind of a news. But we already had that break of 100, so we actually get $100.15. That was the maximum that I pushed. I only wanted to cross 15 cents. So, you know, again, we talk about slippage all the time. Well, there's slippage right there. But, you know, at the same time, it is going and it is rippage right now. So forget about the slippage when you have the rippage. And there it goes right now. 70 cents in the money off that $100 break right now for Palantir. And we are throwing our hands up in the air. But it's not like we don't care. We're very happy right now with what's been happening here. Did Bitcoin go down there?
It just lost the top. The breakout was an absolute fail. The dip buy was good, which was the initial plan. But I was saying, let's explain that entire thing. What was so nasty about that move is you could have scalped it instantly out for like 20 or 30 cents. I didn't hit offer enter in that moment, and it broke the prior bar low on the breakout, which is a rule of mine. And it's trending, it's actually trending down. It could be a bad wick out, but if we don't hold 19,000, I don't want back in. I do not need to get trapped on a tariff headline in the wrong direction on the stock, especially when AMD is holding higher lows. And that's looking much, much stronger. Let's go back to Adair, see if we have more.
We have some more commentary coming through, actually from China. We'll start with that. Apparently, China's foreign minister in a meeting with his Iranian counterpart. So China's foreign minister reportedly saying to Iran's foreign minister that U.S. abuse of tariffs has lost popularity and that the U.S. has actually isolated itself from the international community as a result. This came from a statement from the ministry. So again, conversation here between the Chinese foreign minister and the Iranian foreign minister, basically about U.S. lack of popularity. Also, Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump's decision to not try and fire Jerome Powell actually has to do with Bessent. So Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, and Howard Lutnick there raising some concerns about this decision. Also, Scott Bessent said to speak at 10 a.m. Eastern, so stay tuned for that. Could be an interesting one. Back to you.
All right.
What is going on?
I'm just going to hold on to Palantir, man. I mean, honestly, we've been talking about, I should maybe put on the hat right now. We'll support our Blue Jays, though. Here we go. It is, it's a morning, man. And we had looked at that $100 mark for PLTR. So I'm out of half right now at 10. I mean, we just got a bunch out at 101. Mainly a lot of outs here in the 60s and 70s. We do have a bunch out in the 90s for Palantir right here. So a bunch of outs there. We did get out at the 50s when it first started to bump up there. And then let's just have a look quickly here on Tesla and just have another look there. So like we had said here, I only have 2 trades right now. I'll still be red in Tesla because I told you the level that we were looking at was that 244. So I was trying to get more at 245. You know, I wish we had the same amount of shares that we had once it was breaking, but we don't. So it doesn't matter though. We can still get this back. We're just going to have to wait for a bigger move. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm not trading the net. I'm trying to trade what I'm seeing right here. So that's 250 right there. We've topped out in and around 250. So I do have my next out, make sure it's, 249.85. So I feel pretty confident with that one. But no P&L, no cry, because right now we have Palantir, which always seems to be a P&L mover, that's for sure, whether it's up or down. There goes Palantir. Now $1 in the money on Palantir, $2 in the money. So this guy over here is now at the club 3 times. Right there. We've got 2 on Tesla. We've got 1 on Palantir. But the market's still early, right? It's only 9:44. Let's see what winds up going on right now. You know, in the broader market, the NASDAQ is still just kind of holding out, right? So Palantir is way more aggressive than the market. I'm going to take that opportunity to get some more. Okay. Get some more out there at 101.20s. Like, all right, nice move there. Let's see if Tesla wants to keep on going. I have NVIDIA's gone. My IBIT level, I mean, I'm assuming IBIT, and that's why I asked Neil, like, what? NASDAQ, crypto went down.
Crypto is still trending down.
Yeah,
it's not going. NVIDIA doesn't look good. That's surprising to me. That's why I'm backed off. ARM's up 9%. Yay, ARM, but I wish I was in that one. Well, okay, look, day trading, I wish I was in that one. AMD doesn't seem to want to drop here, and I keep looking at this heavy bid on NVIDIA and thinking we're going to get a dip on AMD. We got numbers coming out. The only big number here today is 9:45. We got PMI, Adara.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah, sorry for the delay here. We did get these S&P PMI numbers. Services PMI, 51.4, lower than the expected 52.6. S&P manufacturing PMI, higher than expected, 50.7 versus 49. And then S&P Composite PMI 51.2, a little bit lower than 52 expected. We've got new home sales coming through at 10 a.m., as well as comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So stay tuned at 10. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara, for all of that. All right, so Tesla's not acting properly, that's for sure. I mean, the market's starting to rip, and Tesla is dip. So I still have that bid there at 245, and we still have that offer at 250. So that's a $5 range, and right now we're stuck in the middle at 247.50. So we'll just wait for this one to come through here. We absolutely ripped it on Palantir. Let's go over and have a quick look at NVIDIA. The level that we were bidding was 101.50. I mean, that's not... Oh, well, that didn't come too far, though, actually. It came out to 102.50 down there at that low, so we do miss that. But there goes NVIDIA nicely cooking now, back up to the upside. I'm not sure. We've gotten, oh, by the way, we got more and more out here of Palantir. As that went. You guys saw me get that. We had half, right? And then we got 102, 101.50. We got 101.30s, 101.20s. Then we just got some more out here in the 60s. We got another piece out here at 101.85. So we've been getting lighter and lighter on this trade. Unfortunately, right now, 40% left of Palantir. But I don't want to switch the game too much here. Amazon, you know, the name that I'm looking at, I just said, like, I trade my Amazon position for Google, and maybe that's something that I'm going to do here after this show. Get out of Google, or at least empty some of that out, get into Amazon. I don't mind buying it up 7%. I don't like that, but at the same time, if I like the stock, I got to like the stock. And there goes Amazon. My dip buys were very, very limited over the last 2 weeks. I mean, you probably heard me say nothing because I didn't do anything. But the one thing here is, I told you about JP Morgan. We really like this one, so we did not get reloaded, but it is. Another one. And so we will ride that bull on JP Morgan to the upside. No offers for me on that one just quite yet, but up 4.5%. We're long this name at 230, and that's in the swing account. We swang it to the depths of hell down into 200, and now it's up to 245. So still definitely thinking about getting some out here on JP Morgan once lunchtime hits. So that's what we're going to do right now. Here comes Tesla, man, just still bleeding to the downside one more time.
It might fill this gap into 243 at this rate. So that's what I'm looking at next. Ideally, I mean, AMD's not pulling back. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but Intel's going to get to $21. So yeah, Intel at 21. Actually, I did add that on the note. I just didn't think this was going to happen. So, $21. You're still a good percentage away. Do not want to don't jump into shorts early. When the market's going down, don't jump into longs early. When the market's going up, if you like the level, let it get to the level. I'm not trying to take 80s. I'm not trying to take 70s. I think it's got to have a 2090 and above if I'm going to be short on that name. I still don't see the strength you want out of IBIT here. It's still going to be trending down off the open, but it's just one bar. The breakout on the headline and then the immediate loss of support, but it's trying to close green on the 15-minute, which would be a good sign. If it holds a bit on the 15-minute, then I would jump back into the trade to the long side. But that Tesla gap is trying to fill back in. 242, if 50 can't hold, the only other place to look is prior resistance turning into support. It might be a little bit closer to 243, but I think you're splitting hairs at that point. I don't think I'd get out unless it broke 42s. But we're getting in there because this market's strong and Tesla is incredibly weak, at least for now. And NVIDIA, I don't know what to tell you about NVIDIA. The reason why it's not breaking out like AMD, but it's starting to attempt a whole view up. I don't want to jinx it. I'm very much preferring AMD longs. There's just this crazy trend that does not want to dip at all on advanced micro devices, and I don't want to be punching highs on a tariff headline.
Yeah. The punching highs on the tariff headline for Palantir for some reason worked, but Palantir has been a monster. So, and we already sort of indicated that we liked that before that headline. So just got us in. And I was a little bit, to Neil's point there, we had faded a lot of these moves once we had gotten headlines before. So we're starting to get more, I'm starting to get out. Like, we made everything back on the Tesla loss just on this Palantir trade. So we're going to just hold on to that as Tesla comes rifling right back in, and maybe we'll just give it all back right now to see what winds up happening with Tesla down here at 245. I said we try to take that bid, so let's try it. Wow, we just missed it. I was waiting actually at 245. It doesn't look like that hit, so now I'll go to 245.50. There it is. Now we're long there on Tesla just to see if this one wants to go. We're only going to give it the 244 break, so we'll see if that one wants to come in again, and it looks like it is coming back just a little bit. My next long will be there at 244 like 50s, and then we will drop it like it's hot if it doesn't hold right there for Tesla. So we'll see if it comes through, man. So far so good. I mean, we just got it's another $1 right there off the reload. I mean, we're in it. I know it was basically a one and done for Tesla, one and done for IBIT over there, but that makes sense because the market has to give you what you need. And right now we've got what it needs as far as Tesla is concerned, as far as Palantir. We just got 101.20s there. And, thank you for everybody hitting the likes at the beginning. It's definitely created a lot of fun around here for us to be able to do this show and to be able to show you. I mean, I said to Neil and to Sharif, this is what I want to do. I want to show people that, we can sit here and trade and scalp and win, because we often get some of these trades, and you could see I'm the only one in right now. Neil's going to wait for something, but this is what trading is all about. Trying to be patient. We're going to be green today. I'm going to be green today, and it's been a good morning, and I think we can get a hell of a lot higher than where we are right now. So I'm excited. Love being here every day, and I want to thank everybody for being here with us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and if you're following me, then it's been a face slapper. We just need Tesla to get back a little bit higher. Can we get to 250? It's now, Neil, it's $2 off that reload. So there we go, man. Traders got to trade. We're sitting here trying to make those trades, but they could fall back real quick, like it just did right there. So you got to get some out when you start to bump up like that. So interesting day so far, needless to say.
No questions asked. I mean, I'm in Tesla as well. I've also got a dip buy in IBIT. We're really starting to come back in here, as I just saw, AMD just had a bit of a bottoming tail wick as well, but Tesla was just cruising, and then you just saw the heavy bid come right back about a couple of dollars. IBIT finally held on to the volume-weighted average price. We had that breakout trade that failed, but it's holding. It finally held on the VWAP, wicked it, so it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to hold VWAP, then play off the low of the day. This was one that's been a good long for multiple days in a row for me, so I don't want to give up on it in a strong market, but it's distinctly different. If you follow up a high of day breakout in the open with breaking out the lows, then that is not something that I'm fighting underneath that pre-market price. Remember, the original plan with support at 52.65. So this is all longs, well above 52.65. We lose that bid, I'm sitting it out for full percentage point. So let's wait around. This market does not look as healthy as it seems because you have so many weak names out there. Okay, we're bouncing the view up a bit. Like NVIDIA's trying to take the low. Tesla's barely bouncing when it's going at all and still trending to the downside. So you got to be a bit careful here because if we lose 19,000, there's a lot of also trapped longs in this market. Let's go to Adara.
ERV looking pretty good this morning. This is a Serve Robotics, bit of a topping tail candle right now, but trying to hold on to this $6 level. Nice little breakout for this one. This is a retail favorite, about a 20% short float, but no news that I could find on SERV. Back to you.
All right. I mean, I'm still doing my own thing here with trading those Tesla longs. We're long at 245.80 right now. Watching out for that. If there's any other names, I mean, I'm looking at the chat to try to find out. Everyone's still kind of looking at the same names as well. Apple not doing anything right now, so we'll have to hold out, hope that can get going at some point. I'm gonna wait on Apple anyways for now. Netflix does hit all-time highs. They're now $1,000.50 right now. Well, there goes Tesla right now. So yeah, exactly. So out of Tesla. I don't know if you wanted to go over that. I actually bought your sell there. It looks like.
Well, I'm not holding through any lows of the day. It's just not going to happen. Not the way that we're going down. We got one little bounce, and then we just immediately flush right down underneath. Like, it doesn't look as healthy as I would like to see here. So I'm going to back off that one again. You know, if we're going to hold through the low, it's not going to be on Tesla, at least not yet, until we filled in the entirety of the gap at 242. Still a little too far away to dig in. I don't want to be all in unless we're staring down that prior low or prior high at 242. iBit is trying to hold on to the bid. NVIDIA's not going to get to. NVIDIA is just breaking the low of the day as well. So NVIDIA 100 becomes in play. Yeah. And I think AMD is about to get to VWAP. So this will be the first time today that AMD is going to tag VWAP outside of one wick right there at the open. So the strongest chip name, second strongest chip name, ARMS actually was up more. Coming back in here and looking like it wants to test VWAP as the NASDAQ might lose 19,000 right here. Adara?
Small cap and watch here. SLXN selection. This one, much like Serve Robotics, which we just saw, has rallied rather frequently in the past. They're announcing this morning a collaboration with Catalent with regards to this formulation, development, and clinical manufacturing activities. But SLXN, again, in addition to being a rather frequent small cap runner, also has a float of about 7.5 million shares. So pretty small float there for Selection Therapeutics. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, some will win, some will lose, and that's what happens in this market at the end of the day. I mean, the shorts had great opportunities to cash, right? I mean, that 19,000 was a huge level on the NASDAQ, so that would be something there as well. And as Neil just said, you see the completely different trading styles. You know, we're going to try to hold. We gave you our target out. They don't have to be the same, obviously, as we make our decisions independently. But there it is, man. We hit the dollar club again right now. It's $2 off that reload now on Tesla as it just continues to go higher. The problem, though, is not Tesla. Well, the problem is Tesla. I think the Tesla is weak. But I think that, again, our target is where it is. We're just trying to, you know, massage this play. I don't love trading earnings, but the way that moved and sort of what we can get out of it, I think, is still quite great on Tesla. If we break 99.50, I want to get out of this, but I'm thinking now even VWAP for Palantir. So I'm going to change that right now. I'm going to give it to like 99.89. I think it will just snap and get out if that does wind up happening. Now remember, that's going to be a hit, and we're still in about just over a third. I'm going to 38% or so of this trade I am still in. So I'm going to offer something in the 60s. If we're able to get that, great. But right now the market, as you can see, is still okay. It's still holding 19,000 right there. So I said 19,000 up there. That was 19.1. It's 19,000 is what we're holding on the bid. So if that can stay cool with it, then I'll rock with it, right? And right now, there's Tesla. Like I said, Neil's exit was my buy, and we're going to have different ideas. But if 244 breaks, then I'm joining this guy over here, taking more L's on Tesla, because I am down on Tesla today. And I mean, this is going to have to get above 250 and continue to climb for me to get green on it. Tesla's been a bad trade today, and I've only had 2 trades. And I know you tried IBIT again there.
Well, I only have this, I'm in a third one for the first time. It's just AMD.
Yeah, and I like AMD. I mean, I like all these names today, but
I don't like Tesla today.
No. It's
holding 19,000 and losing the bid does not make a lot of sense to me. But remember, a lot of people, the sentiment might still be a big deal here, obviously, with Tesla. And like the quarter wasn't all that good. I'm not into like the whole try to put the analyst hat on, try to observe the price action. So AMD just bounced VWAP. It got to the half and then faded. So 50 cents in the money, not the $0.50. We're long here in front of quarters, and it got to like 70s and then pulled back. So you're still holding above the volume weighted average price. That's a hefty trend break if we lose it here. And I'm looking at some of the other names. Like I'm looking at ARM as well. NVIDIA is not really behaving the way the rest of the chip names. ARM is also doing the same thing, trying to hold on to VWAP. Intel's trying to hold on to VWAP. You've got Micron here as well. When that one loads up, that's trying to hold on to VWAP. All while NVIDIA is just chilling out at the bottom. I think if NVIDIA gets to VWAP, these other ones are going to absolutely fly. I prefer their strength. Don't know what's wrong with NVIDIA. Part of me saying I should be looking to short it, but I'm going to stick with the long as we're above 19,000. But it's going to be an AMD for sure, as long as we're holding that volume-weighted average price. One last thing before we go to Adara. Robinhood up 10 points and just broke the 50-period moving average. Even if we dip, the 50 period's at 45.35. I was trying to get that one in a little bit earlier. I didn't notice it. I saw people talking about it in the chat. I'm like, I like things at the 50-period moving average in the daily. Good look for Robinhood. Let's go to Adara. That should have been on the list.
We are just getting here these new home sales numbers coming in at 724 million homes sold, well above the expectation of 685,000. New home sales change month over month, accordingly higher than expected. 7.4% versus 1.3% expected. Scott Bessent also just took the podium here, so be aware Scott Bessent will be speaking here amidst all these concerns about a trade war between the U.S. and China. Here is the NASDAQ. Lots of fluctuation happening here for the QQQs. And we got Boeing here on watch earnings day one. They did actually beat on EPS and sales. Tesla, a little bit of a weaker report, though they did get some positive analyst notes, including from notably bullish Dan Ives of Wedbush. Also, CEO Elon Musk indicated he's going to be spending a little bit less time at the Department of Government Efficiency. I'll be watching this Scott Bessent remark or speech, and I will let you guys know if anything market moving comes of that. Back to you.
You've got 250 on that Tesla reload down there. So, yeah, you are hitting it. You are getting some chicken dinner winners. Thank you, Scott. But, yeah, so far so good here as the money's coming in right now to the longs, baby. There goes Tesla. We got 247. We're at 248.95. So we missed that. And again, there's just, when this news hits, it's buy, ask, or bid, and people pull,
that
right?
Was ask.
Yeah, but then the bid fell just as much there on Tesla. Tesla right there. If you know, and again, I'm here. Hopefully we can help guide you guys through all of this. But that was 248 and 245. That had basically a 450 range in 1 minute right there on 450. Like, that is a monster move there for Tesla, one way or the other. You don't want to get caught. We took the opportunity. We told you we're at 101.60s. We actually got 101.57s and 101.50s there. So getting lighter, $100.50 coming out for Palantir. So that was a good one there for PLTR. Again, I have higher hopes for this name. Hopes. We'll see if that can come into play. Still bidding NVIDIA 101.50, still bidding IBIT 52.50. And yeah, just trying to follow the plan, man. It's always nice when we do follow the plan, but we didn't do it again today because we took Tesla. And Tesla was on my radar, not at these levels, and we still took it anyways. It looks like we almost got that IBIT, man. I didn't even realize IBIT got that low. 52.50 is what I wrote down. So we're at 52.60. Man, that would have been crazy trade.
Yeah, the bottom wick was like 80s or something. I like that 65. 80s, but like in that one candle, it was instantaneously reloaded at VWAP and then instantaneously out at 93 and 93.5. So like you're seeing crazy price action. It's going to be a wild one, ear to the ground, and that means we got to listen to Adara. Let's go to the desk.
We have some comments coming through from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He just took the stage. He's saying here that apparently that America first does not mean America alone. And he said that China's current economic model is built on exporting its way out of economic troubles, and that the Trump administration actually wants to help China and the U.S. rebalance. So talking here, as expected, a lot about China and what's happening here with the U.S. If I see anything else here, I'll let you guys know, but it is worth noting he is currently speaking. Back to you.
Yeah, and that's the volatility that we're seeing, and there's no question about it. It's completely wild. Just to go back and slow things down a little bit, I know a few names that we haven't talked about. I got to look at GDX. I actually wrote GDX down on my note, but it was at 50.
4%.
It was 50 short on GDX, so let's not pretend I was looking at shorts down here. But someone's holding the offer at 48.4 on GDX. Actually, I was looking at this, not GLD. I'm just going to make the general assumption, which you shouldn't do, that they're similar, but they're not. Look at GLD. Like GLD's, someone's holding GDX in a range. Meanwhile, GLD is falling. I know GLD's down 4%, gold's down 3%, but the trends are very, very different. So I'm thinking catch up. If GLD's going to fall like this, explain to me why we're holding range in GDX. So if we're not going to get 50, I'm going to take a shot off this high. Was this or end phase for the shorts, and end phase ain't at 50. So I want to short this off the top. If gold bounces and goes ham, fair enough. But the sellers are at 48.40 on GDX, the gold miner ETF.
Yeah, we called gold down yesterday, so we're pretty happy with that move today. As everybody says, it's breaking out, time to go long, and that's generally speaking the opposite. But it's been great along. I mean, gold's been absolutely hot fire. What's up, Marcus James Reed? Says, I try to throw you a bone every once in a while or every now and then. Let's look at APH. So let's have a quick look at APH, another name that, we don't cover because it doesn't have too much volume here right now. And you're talking about
Come to me, please.
Amphenol. So Amphenol, Adair's live, Mike is still live anyways. Amphenol right here, 73 and change. So a nice move. Maybe it was, I don't really know what they do, but I'm going to throw you a bone as well and give you some look on Amphenol. Good level. Trying to take out 75. If we zoom out, you can see 76. It looks like a nice top. Whoops. But we'll have to watch out there. Watch out for 80. That could be the top there, my guy. Watch out for that, but a good look. Thank you for bringing it up. And I mean, meanwhile, we still have Tesla at the bottom right now. Good move, downside. Like I said, man, we had held this. It's back up. Thank you, Randy. Back up there into 247. I'm waiting for 248. Palantir continues to climb. We're on one again today, Randy. So, so far so good here. Dollar and change on Palantir. We're seeing if that can go through 101 to give us that dollar. And then Tesla has been a tough one because we danced with the devil there at 250, Randy, and then it gave it up. And then since then we bought. Yeah, we need this thing to get back to VWAP, which is what I'm waiting for. So hands off the keyboard on that, and we have 248.50. Whoa, there we go. It's okay. No, I got some napkins here. Randy, you filled it too much.
Look, if I had a nickel.
But it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
No.
Coffee. Good thing I'm wearing black.
No, I'm going to say Randy did a really good job with what's the word? The coating.
Finishing.
The finishing on this.
Varnish.
The varnish, because I spilled so much crap on this. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'll take that every time because now we're $3 in the money on Tesla and $1 in the money on Palantir, as we just said. So I'm just going to wipe myself down a little bit right now and throw it over to Adara.
Again?
It is worth noting here, we have some interesting comments coming out about China from U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent as the market kind of oscillates here, a little bit more consolidated at this point. Basically, Scott Bessent is actually saying here that he wants the U.S. to be able to restore economic balance between all of these countries, and he's actually calling out the International Monetary Fund in the process. He's saying that basically China needs to be called out because they've pursued globally distortive policies and opaque currency practices. So still calling out China here, though, as mentioned earlier, there are some reports that the U.S. and the Trump administration are actually looking to or trying to restore or de-escalate some of these tensions between the U.S. and China. So more negative China commentary coming from U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, despite reported comments he made yesterday suggesting he'd be interested in a de-escalation between the countries. Back to you.
Derek, we're now starting to maybe put in a red candle on the NASDAQ here. I was just checking GDX. GDX didn't really fill. you've been able to hold this volume-weighted average price on AMD just in front of 92, but now you're getting resistance after that headline at 93. So we're not really busting back up. I haven't gotten a reload since we had the print there right at 10 o'clock. So I want to see if we can hold VWAP again. It's not looking nearly as strong as we did before, but the market is holding above 19,000. So we're looking for the bounce and reload on that bad boy. As I said, GDX is something that we wanted to be short. Above volume-weighted average price here. I guess I can step down underneath VWAP here. It's under VWAP. Remember, this is, in theory, going to be counter to the market. Market goes up, this goes down. That's the idea. So we're not really playing anything counter trend by trying to short GDX under the volume-weighted average price. So we're back, finally back above 93 on AMD. High of the day about 30, 40 cents away. I'm holding for 95s, and we're going back to Adara.
We have some commentary here. As we know, the Wall Street Journal did report that the White House and the Trump administration are considering de-escalating some of these China tariffs. Now we have a White House official commenting to CNBC that these changes to China tariffs would not be unilateral. So they would not be one size fits all. It looks like it would definitely still be a bit specific depending on, I guess, the sector. But regardless here, the White House officials, I guess, taking out some of the air of this potential story regarding a drop in China tariffs. They said that any changes would not be affecting all of the China tariffs. Back to you.
I mean, I also want to thank everybody there who had the patience for Tesla, because right there, what's up, Brendo? We're trying to have the diamond hands that, you know, this is now $4. So we just took that out. And there was that buy. And like I said, man, it had broke through that 245. My level was going to be 244. And we had held that. Obviously, on earnings, it's going to be a volatile name. And it's only up 4%. It was up 9% at one time. So my next offer for Tesla, believe it or not, is 252. I don't think we're going to get it, but let's wait to see if that does come through one more time. Palantir still doing its damn thing down here as well. All right, IBIT, I'm still watching. It'll be 93.4 right now. We might get into some IBIT at some point there, but it's I guess it's going to need to get to probably 92.5 for us to get the price that we need. Let's just have a quick little look here again to see what is moving around, and we'll sort this by the highest movers today. SOXL, the TQs as well. SMCI up 11%, right there. So that name continues to climb, although not doing much. You might be able to pick up some SMCI right there. We had talked about this a week ago and said that the name that was probably the most interesting was going to be Robinhood, because any kind of a tick up in the market, Robinhood flies. Love that business, love that company. What's up, Robinhood? Palantir up 8, Amazon up 8, ARM up 8, AMD up 8. What's up, Joe? I know you've got that one, my guy. Boeing right now up 6. Man, the best thing about Joe is like, he'll tell you when he's out, he'll tell you when he's in. This guy's an honest dude, man. He told us about his Tesla sell, so I forever respect that guy. Alibaba there, 122 as well, up 5%. SMH, Coinbase, up 6% as well. And over 10,000 of you watching right now. No better of a time right now to do what we do best around here. Neil, let's see who's joining us one more time here today, because it is time to go back to the original roll call, as right now Tesla's up $4. So if you're with me, if you're long in the chat, give one of those waves, my guy. What's up? Okay, it's about to get crazy. Okay, now it's going to get crazy. Chantel, Pizza Rat. Hey, Pizza Rat's here, my guy. Joe, Pizza Rat is in the building.
Holla.
Sean is here. Trey Only is here. Oh boy. Andrew Chow, the Roaring Griffin. It's Pitchbull. Let's go. Ice in the veins today for your boy. Charlie's here. GD is here. Mario's here. Omar, Joe, Wilson Wayne, Michelle Meir. I don't know, man. Somebody named Fouchette. Gworev. Gworev is in the building, my guy. Yo. There it is right now. Nunya Biz Neil is here as well.
What up, Nunya?
We just got 250 on Tesla. We got 101. We are rocking right now. If you think that this is just the beginning, you are right. We're about to go higher and higher. Thank you so much for watching. Your boy has done it again, though. We are now, Neil, $7 in the money on everything. There goes Tesla. Bang up to VWAP. We might as well get something out. You know, we might as well get something out. No sleep, no problem, I say. There it goes for Tesla. There it goes for Palantir. And we are rocking. Welcome, everybody. This is Trader TV Live. I'm Sean, and this is Neil.
We are here, everybody, and I'm holding through the high of the day. If we're not breaking out the high, then I'm waiting until we get the next dip opportunity. I think 95 is in play. I think double digits is in play for AMD. When in doubt, zoom out because this market wants to fly. So I'm zooming it out and saying, what's next? We've already made this push into prior resistance. I think we get to $95 on that bad boy. And you know what else is finally going? Nvidia is now, look, 5% up isn't impressive because it's been trending down. Nvidia is finally breaking this trend to the upside. The only thing that's not cooperating is still Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is trying to go here, but it's not breaking that trend. So if you join the lines, you hold VWAP, you break the trend. Ooh, I finally got GDX. Okay, so we got the GDX short off of VWAP. Now remember, gold is in some ways, I don't want to say it's like for sure, but in some ways negatively correlated to the market. So shorting this one as you've got resistance at 48.4 on GDX. GLD, for those of you that are looking at spot gold, GLD's at the low, trending down, market's at the high. I'm shorting GDX. That lost that big 51 level. So long AMD, short GDX. Still not going to get back into IBIT because it does not look like what we want to. Jameson in the chat. Yeah, TTD is also moving, but I got a million charts that look just as strong here. Bull flags to the left of them, bull flags to the right of them, all that good stuff. So shout out to Trade Desk. It's not a tremendous amount of volume. If it can get back above 52 quarter, 52 half, you're running into a bit of a resistance zone up there, and you got this weird topping tail candle. I never like those types of setups to enter along until you show me some green on the 15. So if you get that, I think you're good to go. When we get a shot at another dip buy in AMD off VWAP, we're certainly going to end up taking it here. I wish I had a great short idea for a fade at these tops, as strong as the market is, but I don't want to force anything. Now, I don't consider GDX short a real short because it's kind of a long.
I mean, you could short Tesla. I mean,
no, I don't want to short Tesla.
Yeah, good
My
idea
plan
there.
was to go long Tesla at either 250 or the gap fill, and I went long at a bunch of prices that were not 250. I went long 250 once, which I was okay with, but I went long before it got to 42, 43, which is the gap fill.
Yeah, yeah, we have, and again, this is what we're talking about, guys. Like, it's just quite a market, man. I was getting long down there on Tesla at these prices, and right now we just took some out at the 50 period. At VWAP. I said my next offer was 252. Now I'm just going to wait for that. Now I just was like over the moon there on that move, so I'm going to go to 252 even right now, and I'm going to put out 20% of what we have left down there on Tesla, 252 even. Let's see if that can climb, okay? And then the other, we've only made 2 trades today, and we are green on the day, which I know it's, it's not an easy, although the market's doing this, it hasn't been easy. I mean, you can see what we're doing over here. NASDAQ is just doing nothing. It's barcoding right now. So you got to have the right stocks at the right price and be able to make some of the trades when they're there. I mean, I'm running out of confidence really at this point, to be honest with you. Palantir is already up 8%, and I asked myself, how much further can it go? Answer is a lot, but at the end of the day, it's a nice move up. We want to make sure that we do. I'm going to take another piece out. I'm talking myself out of it. I want to take another piece out. We just took a piece out there at 29. So I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, our net is still fine, and the thought that I have on the market still exists, right? And right now, I just feel that some of these stocks that we have, including Tesla, including Palantir right now, have run quite a bit, considering the NASDAQ is now underneath the 50-period moving average. So I'm going to put one more out here on Tesla. So there it is. I mean, I'm taking $4.50 on the trade, so happy with doing that. Trying to make back some of those hits that we had took early on the name. What up, Adara?
More China tariff-related headlines today. Not super surprising here. I'm not seeing a attribution for this. I'm not seeing the source, but I'm seeing multiple accounts here posting this headline. The White House reportedly looking at lowering tariffs on Chinese imports pending talks with Beijing. It's worth noting a White House official just reportedly told CNBC that even if they did lower or remove these tariffs, it would not be unilateral, so it wouldn't be impacting everything. But regardless, this headline here is showing that the White House would potentially look at lowering these tariffs on Chinese imports pending talks with Beijing. I must add, though, that any move would not be unilateral, as mentioned or reported earlier. Also, keep an eye on oil or UNG, whatever you prefer to look at there. This headline was not super market moving, but worth noting. And seeing this breaking headline, several OPEC members want the group to approve another accelerated oil output increase for June at their May 5th meeting. So keep an eye on oil. Back to you.
Bye-bye 250 right there. Spin it one more time for Tesla, man. The money is coming through right now. 5 and change now on Tesla. Just stopped, though, in there at 250. So let's wait to see what happens. I did take another out right there at 250. So we're just going to wait to see now where Tesla goes. Palantir back up to 101 again.
Yeah, well, the market actually pulling back. We just lost 19,000 overall on the NASDAQ. So I said if we're underneath... Well, it's been counter trend. It's weird. Like Tesla was going down when the market's going up, and now that the market's pulling back in, Tesla wants to go to the upside. So got to watch out. We've been able to hold on to the volume weighted average price on AMD, and it's right back under. Nvidia is not cooperating at all. It's making lower lows, lower highs the entire way through. So the big chip name certainly leading us to the downside. Going to look for this bounce. We can hold this 92 area, because I like 92 a little bit more than I like the line in the chart that we have sitting here on the volume weighted average price. If we can hold that, we're going dip buy on that bad boy. We'll see what happens here. It is some weakness in the chips. I looked up to see if there had been a short in Intel. I said I should have been only in it if it was getting to 21. Maybe it got close enough. If it does another push higher and fails again up around 21, that is a level that I do like for a trade. Just going back to last week, man. The 14th, 21 was a huge rejection, and it was a rejection on the 10th as well. So a bit of a double top there on Intel. I think we have a chance to get there. When the market's this strong, let it get to your price. But this dip buy on AMD is incoming.
Yeah, that's what we talk about, trying to look for dips, trying to look for rips, trying to just pick your poison in this kind of a market. And I mean, right now we're $7 in the money everywhere. Tesla just continues to climb, as does Palantir. I think that the two that we've chosen here today to trade, again, have been really kind so far. But I mean, Tesla could be better. We've sort of beat that dead horse a couple times here as well about not being super impressed with the movements there in Tesla. But we're still trying to go higher right now. We do have the favorite segment coming in about 30 minutes or so, where we'll talk about what's for lunch. So get ready for that one coming out as, we'll just sit here. I'm going to go grab a water, and we're going to throw it over to Adair, and I'll just let these winners continue to ride. We'll watch. The only short position on so far today is going to be my man over here with GDX. So watch out if you're looking short. Watch out for that GDX play, and we're going to throw it over to the desk with Adair.
You know, it's quite a day when the IWM is actually up about 3.2%. We are on our third straight red candle in the 15-minute chart. So lots of early strength that is just holding really strong here for the Russell 2000. But what about some of these individual small cap runners? Shreve's going to have his hands full today because we have a lot of them on watch. Pony AI, Pony, not as small. Some of the other names on this list, it's about a $1.3 billion market cap. But trading higher here after announcing and showcasing its 7th generation autonomous system and robotaxi fleet. So Pony to the upside. Then we have American Rebel, AREB. I'll move this story. Yesterday afternoon, they announced they're doing a strategic expansion into North Carolina. American Rebel does have about an 800,000 share float, 13% short float. And it's one that has gotten a lot of retail attention, especially as of late. Then we have SLX, and I mentioned this one earlier, Selection. Great little double top move here with a higher low, announcing a collaboration with Catalent for their advanced siRNA formulation, SLXN, with about a 7.5 million share float. So tons of small caps on watch today, that is for sure. Back to you.
Yeah, I saw, that American Rebel, a lot of people in the chat interested in that one, and it's absolutely flying. Some of the other... I'm just gonna caution some of the other names that have been in that gap space, like Webull is taking it on the chin today, down around those lows. Like I looked up just a group of gappers that I was watching and having a bit of a watch list, and it's like, no, they're not contributing at all to this move. So I like Hood. I don't like these guys. We'll talk SMCI maybe a little bit later on in the day when things calm down. But Hood, strong name, through the volume weighted average price as well. That's starting to come back in. The NASDAQ just wicked. We've wicked the top. We're barely holding on to 19,000. So we've got to hold this bid. I think it's an important one. I'm invested in the long at this particular point, obviously with AMD and the short in GDX, but we're only now tagging VWAP. When we had it before, it was wicking down in, and this one here was, like, it was 10 o'clock. We had an announcement at that time, and we just spiked up like $1.50 in 1 second. It's a little different now that it's 10:20, where we don't have anything, no big headlines coming through, so we can look for more orderly bounce play. A lot to watch here, everybody, and unbelievable that Tesla's going to do this. I'm going to be bottom wick on Tesla today. That's just how I roll. And at the end of the day, if I'm waiting for this, well, it's actually 43. If I'm waiting for this, I don't want to be dug in here. So we never actually got that 43, but it is now back above the 250 level. So it was either looking for the bid here or looking for the bid above 250, which it is now above that 250 level. But I got to go over to Advanced Micro Devices, because I think that's the one that we're going to get next time. Marjour. Hertz is the easiest short in the market. Usually that's reserved for Mullen. I haven't looked at Hertz today. Webull is getting smoked just as much as Hertz is. It's these squeeze plays from earlier in the week. They're not participating. When the money goes into the good stuff, it comes out of the trash. And so obviously, squeeze names don't have the same kind of buyers when money tries to go back into tech and that kind of a thing. It's that little inverse relationship. So yeah, Hertz not doing very well at all.
I don't know, Joe. I don't know either. All right. Well, we'll figure out what's for lunch, Joe. You don't worry about that for right now. Fruit salad today, sponsored by Melon. So far, so good on that. Palantir 102. We'll grab some fruit salad, man. A very tasty treat. All right. Let me put some offers out here. Another one here, Hydration Nation.
Shout out to S Trader.
Yeah, give some shout outs, man.
S Trader is a good one here. I was going to respond to you as I was just eating there. It sucks, man, but you stick to your rules. Been a profitable trader for 20 years. And I'll tell you right now, one of the things that burns a lot of people, I've seen a lot of traders come through the doors, and they'll have a plan of action, they'll have an edge, they'll have ideas, they'll make money, they can find winning trades, but their worst days are when they do something that breaks their rules and it makes them money a few times, and then that thing that it breaks the rules, if you continue to do it, then it's just going to eventually burn you. So ultimately, you do have to stick to whatever your edge might be or your pattern of executions, as long as that's what works for you. Because if you break your rules and the market rewards you, you're just going to do it over and over again, and eventually it's going to bite you in the butt. And I've seen that happen to a bunch of traders in there. So shout out to you, S plus trader. Shout out to you. It's important. It's always important to make sure you stick to your rules, plan of action. You got to stop, adhere to your stop. You're waiting for an entry, wait for your entry. And that's always going to be important, regardless of what kind of market you're in. Let's go to, oh, never mind.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. But whichever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. So join tradethepool.com, scan the QR code, and get 10% off. Also, just want to let you guys know, Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, he finished his prepared remarks at this event. Now it's a little bit of a Q&A here. I'll let you guys know if anything consequential comes out of this, but I'm still listening to Scott Bessent. Q&A time. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. $10 on Tesla right now. I mean, you know, stick to what you do best, right? And I mean, Neil just nailed that exactly. Like, what we all do best is not necessarily, you do hear that sometimes, you know, Neil will talk about doing other things on the side and blah, blah, blah. Like, right now, I'm making a lot of money, you know, doing this kind of stuff. There's other stuff too, like I'll trade the pink sheets, I'll do different things as well, right? But at the end of the day, what you can see, what we're trading here is, you know, the decisions that we make live in front of you guys. And I mean, you know, I feel like exactly what you guys are saying in the chat. Sometimes you got to believe in the trades, and if you don't, then you get out, right? And if your rules get broken, they get broken. All you can really do is fix those rules and look at them. In some markets, they'll work great. Some markets, they won't. And you know, I've gotten, like I said, when I had that best day a couple weeks ago, I had followed, you know, we had bad days before then, you know, like record-setting bad days, record-setting good days. And I mean, right now, it is upside. You know, and that's why we say it at the end of it all. Obviously, as you guys were mentioning there, you know, not both of us will be green both days. Both of us will be red both days. The trades that we have on board are the trades that we have on board, and that's part of being honest. And we talk about that all the time. I hear Sharif say that too. If they're red, he'll tell you he's red. If he's green, he'll tell you he's green. And these are the opportunities that are in front of us. We can't lie. These are the trades that we have on board. And I mean, you know, I'll get stopped out all the time, and we'll all make these plays. But at the end of the day, you know, this is going to be another green month, and we put a couple of them, stacked them up now. So it's been really good. Like all the stuff that we're showing you here, I'm green on this month. And I mean, that's to me, like I'm working on getting better at doing these things. I'm using more shares. I told you guys that before, like trying to use more shares now because the confidence is higher. Right? When you go through a drawdown, we hear that from what Neil was just mentioning and what Obi was mentioning as well. Sometimes, you know, Obi was on the show saying that he's on a drawdown, and that is what it is. You know, some months go like that, and it's just like we can get it back in a flash. Like right now, did I think, Sharif, that we'd have an $11 winner on right now? No, you know, but we believed in it, and we talked about it, and we have it. So this is what we do, you know? It's like, you got to base it. If the stove is hot and you keep touching it, you should, you know, lower your shares or figure it all out. But at the end of the day, it's only 10:30. You know, like that GDX could tank. That AMD is a great trade. Look at these trades that we have on. The long today has been right in some names and not right in others. And if you pick and choose the wrong kind of stock, then that's what's going to happen. And we all have our rules, right? So it's been a great day. It's been a great experience for Neil, myself, Joe, everybody here to be able to trade live with you.
Joe just sent me something I want to see if I can show here.
Sure.
Because look, IBIT's been bad, but I want to show if I can. Sorry. Hopefully this is good. Joe just showed me the open interest. Can we get that? Thank you very much. The open interest on the 53 and the 53 half here on IBIT is pretty huge. And so Joe was just pointing that out to me because I was looking at IBIT as like pretty baffling. Look, I got a really bad trigger entry on that. I just put a stop order in to go long when we're at the lows. I'm like, yeah, if we get down there, I'm trying to buy it, but I'm going to take a breakout. And the second that Besant, I think it was Besant, came out and it broke out higher. Now, ideally, I would have scalped out of the trade, but by the time I was getting hidden offer enter, it was already back down. But you looked at that 53 to 53 half, especially big wall on the options, and that's exactly where it failed, at that 53.50. So I think that's something I want to look a little bit more at. That's exactly the price at which Bitcoin failed today, was that 53.5, where there was a ton of open interest, and you got to watch out for that when you're taking a breakout trade. Would I have still had the breakout? I don't know. I'm going to say I don't think I would. I believe it is 10:30. Let's go to crypto.
Worth noting too, we did get that the EIA oil data coming through at 0.244 for crude oil inventories, lower than the expected 1.55 million. So here is Bitcoin, a little bit of a topping tail candle here. It's worth noting if you go to like a smaller time frame here, for example, in the 3-minute, you can really see how we do have these lower highs, lower lows forming at least shorter term. A lot of these crypto charts, for example, MSGR emulating that as well. So generally, slightly lower highs, lower lows, some cracks showing in Bitcoin today. Also worth noting, I do want to talk about comments being made by Scott Bassett really quickly before we finish the segment. He actually is talking about China, not surprisingly, but he said that China will come to the realization that it needs economic change, and sometimes that takes an external push. He also said there's a big opportunity for a deal between the US and China. Now let's take a look at some of these other cryptocurrencies. Ethereum actually stronger than Bitcoin, up a hefty 9%, almost at that $1,800 $400 level, XRP 5.5%, Solana 4.5%, Doge and Cardano up 6 and 7% respectively. So BTC actually relatively mild compared to the performance of some of its peers in that crypto space. And back to you.
Looking at that, I might get a chance to sell the last of my Ether on the next move. My ETH.
Yeah, Ether's been an absolute disaster.
Well, I still have some. I didn't sell it all. I still have a small amount in my Coinbase account, which I haven't checked today. I imagine Coinbase is probably flying in this market. NVIDIA is finally above the volume-weighted average price. So I think we're going on NVIDIA, and I think we're going to be good in the chips, at least for now. Intel's at 21, but we had a topping tail entry on GDX. You can see GDX broke that 48.5. I said if we break that, we get out, so I'm out of it. And then Intel, just because it's at 21 doesn't mean hammer the short. It can't. Not in this market, but this is the price it's at. There is a topping tail. Here is a trend that you've got. So either it's going to hold a topping tail candle or we're going to break the trend. That's the only way we're jumping into it. AMD, what's going on with AMD? So like all of a sudden AMD's stuck in this range where we're not really getting that follow through the high. I'd be a little bit concerned if the NASDAQ continues through the high and AMD doesn't press the high of the day here. But for now, the long has worked on this. I haven't gotten a reload off VWAP since, but we're just going to hang on until we break through the top in here. Yeah, QQQ's high of the day as well. Oleg saying ETH going to 2,500 as a minimum and fast. Well, I think I'll have sold my ETH by then. I'm a Bitcoin guy anyways.
We just got 256 on Tesla from our 244. So, and then Palantir is doing its own thing as well. So, yes. Now? All right. You let me know. It's all good, my guy. All right. For that one, you don't even need to tell me. Just say now, and we'll do that. All right. So, yeah, what a good game last night between the Senators and the Maple Leafs. Another big dub, man. We cannot be happier, at all than we are right now.
Well, when they finish the job.
Whatever. I mean, sports is sports, man. I mean, we had a great family night. We're having obviously putting on some great trades so far here today. And let's look at Boeing. So here we go. Boeing prepared to remarket China aircraft. All right. I mean, Tesla's just whatever, man. That's $12. Like, all right. Boeing, let's just see right now. 174. Nice movement there up to the upside now for Boeing, bouncing off of the 200 period moving average one more time on that play. So, yeah, I mean, I like Boeing maybe breaking the top now that we've gone another level there. We keep hearing some of this Scott Bessent stuff here and from Adara, Bessent. And, Baba's the one that's sort of coming back in a little bit right now trying to break. We are now at intraday highs for Tesla. Look, I never thought, man. I remember when Neil was saying that he was out, and I was like, I think you just sold into me. We almost got stopped out myself, man. We had like 50 cents away from that. So feeling pretty lucky about where this is going right now. So right now we're $15 in the money. I know you're on AMD, and I think GDX went again, but at the end of the day, man, we're doing it. We're doing it live, and there it is. Thank you, Pizza Rat. Thank you, everybody that's been watching some of the trades that we've had on lately. It's been a good one. I'm going to let Tesla go. We had said that there's possibly a 260. I'm waiting at 259.95. See if we could put 15 in our pocket. It's 250 in the money now. I'm going to take another piece out. We still have 20% of Palantir left. So, yeah, built a little different today with some of these trades, but E-Signal is built for the winning, successful trader. If you are backtesting, if you're looking for consistent charting, some of the best technical service around, 50 plus brokers can connect over there. You can trade. Let's go. Tesla's at 258. $14 now in the money and starting to go upside right now. not only the entertainer, but also the trader right now, and the charting with e-signal. Hit the like on, hit the subscribe, and scan. Is it still up? That QR code right there. Neil uses it, I use it, all the guys use it. We really get it, Neil. We really like this. And we want to thank e-signal. And I know you sort of just started using it in the last couple months, which has been great.
Back to using it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's been a great experience for many of you. And you know, my guy Obi, I think it's appropriate right now to look down at some of these and say, Neil, oh boy.
Oh boy is definitely right. This market does not seem to want to stop. We're only going higher. You just took out, no, Will, you just got to the high of the day on NVIDIA, so like the weakest chip name of the bunch is got the continuation going. If it pulled back into the volume weighted average price, we're waiting for some strength in NVIDIA. There's your trend break, so it's clearly on the other side of this. Your rounded bottom, some people like to buy those. Well, I think you want to be able to buy those if you can. Oh, goodness. Apple, which we haven't even talked about. Hit enter again. That just tagged high of the day. So a bunch of things with the Qs breaking highs, we just tagged highs on a couple. Tagged the high on Apple, tagged the high on NVIDIA, and it's starting to pull back in there. AMD's not really at the high just yet, so I think it's starting to fall asleep a little bit. And I did mention I was being very cautious with Intel at that 21. Where's my trend line? See, this is one thing that on eSignal, draw that trend line. It's good, baby. You hit save at P pro 8.
Palantir.
But you are holding that 21.
Break.
So now we're looking for the fade on Intel at the 21. It's shown me that it's respecting this $21 level, and I can get risk. There's a big buyer at 94 for about 100,000 shares on Intel. So someone's holding it up here, which can be good. Well, in the time it flipped, they just filled them. So they just filled that guy for 100,000 shares at 94. Trust me, it was there. I tried to flip to it. So you can see, but you're breaking trend. If I short this, it's a trend break. Stop at the high. Targets at VWAP on Intel. So wait till it tests 21. Don't try it on the way up. Let it actually test that level. And now that it's made a high, we can jump into it. So stick to the plan. Always, Stan.
Yeah, stick to that plan, Stan, huh? Yeah, we've stuck to the plan pretty good here one more time today. I mean, I'm surprised that AMD's not moving, which makes you think about.
Well, it's holding in the
holding, yeah, but like not doing what the market's doing. I mean, the market just took off huge, took out day's high right there. And I'm thinking that Tesla may have got a little slower right now. We did tick up to 258. So I'm going to put a stop if we break through the 200 period moving average now on Tesla to get out of a third of what we have left. My guy Obi was talking about this before, and we were talking about scraps, and that's kind of what we have left now on Tesla. You know, that's trading for you, man. I mean, we did really good job of holding on to all of this. Like I said, it was looking gloom when we were breaking there, and I had like those thoughts of, oh my God, what am I doing? It's earnings. I've lost a lot of money on Tesla in the past and made a lot, and it just could be one of those days again, and then just one of them days. If you take it personal, it's going to be a problem, but we're still cool. 253.50 right there is going to be a stop for me on Tesla. So, I mean, this trade, and I've always mentioned to you where my stop was. It's in there right now, 243.99. So we were giving this one 60 cents plus slippage. It's in the money 1,200 cents on a 60-cent stop. So it is just scraps, but the math checks. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on that. I'm going to put that stop in. We just got 103 on Palantir. We're up. We're doing all right right there on Palantir. All right, it'll be a dare time, and then I promise you, we'll tell you what's for lunch right after.
It is a great look here for pretty much all of these sectors. Technology services leading the way. Meta up a whopping 6%. Microsoft and Google up almost 4% each. Electronic technology holding down really nicely as well. Broadcom, Cisco, NVIDIA, Apple, GE, RTX, all nicely to the upside. Finance to the upside. Retail trade strong here as well. Amazon, though, clearly leading the way, up 8% despite a price target decrease this morning from Telsey, whereas the rest of these names are up maybe 1%. So interesting, I guess, diversion there in the retail trade area. Then we've got health technology. We have Eli Lilly to the upside, but some of its other peers Intuitive Surgical and day one earnings, and Boston Scientific, both really strong. Consumer services, producer manufacturing, health services, consumer durables, transportation, commercial, etc. All really strong. The one area where there's some weakness here is energy minerals, both XOM and Chevron to the downside. Communications a little bit more mixed as well. AT&T up marginally in earnings day one, but Verizon to the downside in earnings day two. Scott Bessent just finished his remarks and Q&A at this event, so no more Scott Bessent comments for now that we're expecting. Back to the guys.
For now, but we still got a lot going on today. There's still more Fed speak. There's still a lot that's going to hit the wires. But we're bouncing off VWAP here on NVIDIA. Just tagged it at 103.
Take a piece out here.
I just tagged it at 103.90 was the low. I got 104 evens. We lose VWAP, we're out. Intel, which we did short on that trend break. I mean, you could have shorted anything on that trend break, but Intel was the one that was at $21. VWAP sits at 70. It got some at 80. We're sitting at 70. We get back to the highs. I'm not reloading this. It's that simple. The market's way too strong to just say, hey, if we're bouncing VWAP and going back on trend, let's just reload at the same price. No, it would have to set something up distinctly different. Like, show me a lower high off that level, show me some weakness, show me a complete trend break. So yeah, we're putting that trade on, and we're just going to get out 2/3 in front of VWAP. If we follow through to the low of the day, that's fantastic. Talked about NVIDIA there. I'm not completely sold on the reload of AMD. It's not behaving like it was this morning when it was the strongest, or one of the strongest chip names out there. Suddenly, it's not holding the same kind of strength. You never broke the high. You never broke the high when the futures were taking out the high, and that's the first time it did it all day. So we'll just sort of sit here. If we lose 92, then we're going to be out. I might even move this stop up to tighter to VWAP, depending on what the futures do. If the futures lose bid, then I probably tighten this stop on advanced micro devices. But we're into NVIDIA now, and we're still short Intel. That's the one that you always have to be concerned with, because it's in a strong market. Buying dips in a strong market, okay. Mean reversion trade short, make sure you take your profit and don't let a winning trade turn into a loser when you are going against that grain. So wild one, obviously. I see a couple names in here that we haven't looked at already. Shook Rune saying XRP. Still unimpressed. Well, it's still, I'm unimpressed with IBIT a little bit there. Because we're at 93,000. If you had told me the market would be up 4%, I was fully expecting that we'd be sitting above 94,000 on Bitcoin. So I'm a little bit surprised there. Maybe that little bit of safe haven that it's been turning into at least a couple of times, you're getting some of that unwind. Like, people have been buying Bitcoin when the market was going down, so maybe they're reversing that a little bit. I suppose that just has to be some of it.
All right, so yeah, shout out to my XRP army there. You guys know what's good. We talked about that at $2. I hope you're still in it. It's $2.25. A lot more to go on that one there. And what's up to Bob Beck? Please, nobody go. You can go over to that other site we have. It's not right. Whatever that More Trader TV shows the trades, it's not right. So no, I did not buy more Palantir at 10.20. We actually I wish I did. We just sold some for $3 as it goes up to the upside right now as we wait for a higher bid right there. And I did not wait for Tesla to break that. I actually got out right there on a 256 break of that third that I had. So that was as we were with Adara. So I just want to let you guys know that if you are in this trade, it's just $11, but you could, maybe think, you could maybe get some out. Joe, we've got $3 on Palantir here. I mean, it is, but that doesn't matter, because all that matters to me, we sit here and do this, every single day. You saw the highlight reel there yesterday, Joe? So here we go, man. Super happy and super proud of this girl. There's not anybody that works harder, period, at anything they do than she does on the rink. So, to have the discipline and everything that this girl has is unmatched, period. As a 9 and 10-year-old, it's ridiculous. So I just want to say, I'll obviously get choked up, but she is something else. And the way my son's at basketball and doing all of his thing right now, and the way Alex Karp just keeps on, helping me pay for all of these fees. It's been absolutely a fantastic run for the Katina household, family-wise, trading-wise, and we're just going to continue to feel those good vibes. But before we go, it's going to Adara. How breaking news is this? Very breaking?
Yeah, it's dropping. The stock is dropping. dropping, so I would say so. Boeing here dropping to the downside. CFO and CEO commenting right now here during their earnings call. They did report earnings this morning. Call started, I believe, about 10, 15 minutes ago. Basically, we do have the CFO of the company saying, or sorry, CEO, that would be our friend Kelly Ortberg, saying that many customers in China have indicated they're not taking delivery of jets. Kelly Ortberg further said that Boeing is prepared to resell its China-bound jets to other customers interested in buying some of these jets, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But Kelly Ortberg basically said they're not going to continue building aircrafts for customers who will not be taking them. So Boeing said, if you do not want this, we're not going to be building it for you. Kelly Ortberg said China is not interested, or some of these airlines have indicated they're not interested in taking delivery. But again, they might be trying to resell. So comments from Kelly Ortberg sending BA a little bit to the downside here, slightly lower high for this one this morning. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, but we got to cover what's for lunch right now. This is Joe's favorite segment, and we're going to go over it right now immediately. What we had for breakfast, actually, today were plain omelets, fruit salad.
It wasn't even, it was just...
It says plain omelets. I'm just reading what it says.
To me,
plain
you can't
omelets.
have it. If it's just egg, it's just, you can't call it an omelet. There's nothing in it.
What's for lunch today, though?
I got beef.
You got beef? Well, then you're in luck, Neil, because it is not a chicken dinner winner. It is a beef stroganoff kind of a day. So there you go. Neil's got beef with the market with, sorry, not with the market, with plain eggs. We got beef stroganoff for lunch with buttered egg noodles, steamed vegetables, and chef's choice salad. Yesterday, I was more than pleased. I wish they had the protein on top of the salad on here, because yesterday it was tuna. I should send them a note and say, thank you very much for the tuna yesterday, because
I'll take that again.
I don't know, man. I hope we can get that again. Get a little egg salad action. I love to have a chicken breast. So what's generally on our lunch is a protein, and we've showed it. Maybe I'll show it on the show, on the midday show. Protein on top of a chef's salad, which is always just like an iceberg lettuce type of thing with various mixed veg, I guess, or whatever's in a salad there, peppers, onions, tomato. And then we get like another kind of salad. So it's a couscous sometimes. I don't know what it is today, Sharif. I might tell her to put it on here.
Sometimes it's been like noodles or rice, which I find a little bit strange.
Sometimes it's noodles or rice.
Because you get the salad because you don't want the heavy carbs, but that's just me. Beef would be really, really weird if we're going to get that. I see in the chat here, Trish saying silver is flying. Really? That's a little bit surprising to me. I don't know why SLV. When I type SLV, it's not the first thing that comes up, but it is absolutely squeezing to the upside on SLV. Whoops, that's my. We've got breaking news on Palantir.
It's not moving, no.
Keep an eye on PLTR, but it actually looks like on eSing we'll get a bit of a pop here, now kind of dropping a little bit more here, giving up some of that move. Google, public sector, so the public sector side of GOGL and Palantir are reportedly collaborating here to bring Google Cloud to FedStart and U.S. government agencies. We know Palantir has a bounty of government-related contracts, and I guess now collaborating with Google, according to Google Public Sector, which is, again, is a branch of Google, according to that branch's blog, for lack of a better term. Let's take a look here at the DXY, though, for Money Talks May as well while we're here. Downtrend here for the DXY, lower highs and lower lows, though yesterday actually could have been a little bit of a start of a base. We have, I guess, a nice strong foundation here with that 97, just below 98,000 level, 98, not 1,000. Holding as support. We get a bit of a bullish engulfing candle yesterday. Let's see what happens today. Pretty stagnant right now for the DXY, but again, the longer trend very much is to the downside for that US dollar, and back to the guys.
Because we were able to get some out at 103 right there on Palantir. So thanks to Dara for that one. Great call, as it's just, went back 40 cents. The whole market is falling, but thank you, Adara, for that one, because we're able to save ourselves a little bit of money. Look, we talked about where our stop was on Tesla, 60 cents worth of a stop to make 1,300 pennies, right? So 60 to 1,300. Palantir, I just canceled my stop, was 9, and again, I told you when we got in where the stop was. It was 99.89. So this is even a better trade. This is 26 cents to make $3 at the top. So it's similar right there. Again, can never predict how far these names go, but that's what gives me confidence. And again, we talk about the trades that we've been making today and the sizes and all of that. And it's like, it's just accumulation of trying to trade a little bit bigger, trying to be patient, just on these two names, helping you guys out, looking for different trades, because obviously we can see what's going on here. And it's been a really good run. And, you know, again, liking this stock market, liking what we've been doing lately, and just trying to figure out what the right plays are. And we had talked about Palantir dipping off the open, right? We talked about Tesla dipping off the open. Tesla was a tough one today because it did fall in quite fast. And we had to wait to get those bottoms. Took too many hits right there. Not too many, but it took two of them. And then eventually buy, boom, buy, boom, buy, boom. So first mistake there, but made 3 winners after that. And now my next offer is at 260 on Tesla. And we'll just keep on doing what we're doing right now. I'm pretty sure that, you know, this trading and you guys watching and everything like that, hopefully this creates action for you guys to keep coming back. Regardless of if we have winners or losers or anything like that. We've had some good talk here today. We've covered a lot of different names. I want to thank Adara for all the news breaks and all of that kind of stuff. So as we get going, we're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be a great midday with Sharif and Joe coming through again. Great recap show here tonight with Neil. I don't know if Sharif's, are you joining the recap as well? Are you all recaps now going forward? Or?
It's the big one.
Oh, is there not a big one today? I think no.
Well, today it's only today it's like it's pretty small today. Tomorrow you get Alphabet. Tomorrow you get.
So I get Sharif tomorrow again? Oh boy,
no, it's a bigger earnings. There's nothing. There's somebody else. It's like maybe like IBM.
I thought when was Alphabet? Oh, it's IBM.
No,
I think
IBM tonight.
Alphabet is tomorrow.
And at Chipotle, like no, it's not like there's not massive earnings today. There's big names that are reporting tonight. Yeah. It's just not the same as like Tesla last night or Google tomorrow. I don't know why we put Intel into that category with Google, but I guess that is what it is. IBM's been a much better company than Intel for a very long time. Let's be real. It's actually one of my picks for the year. I just want to be able to, and we got a super chat I want to get to, but I wanted to finish the thought on silver there because there is something to be said. Oh, by the way, first things first, VWAP gone on AMD. So AMD, I didn't reload the third time at VWAP. I think it was the right call. It couldn't break the high when the market's breaking the high. I'm not going short, although we're still in some of the Intel. I just got to finish this thought on silver. GLD, this is gold, pulling back into that 300 level. I don't know, 290 I guess looks bigger than 300. 280 is 50-period moving average. So there's some skepticism. I don't know, what are people rotating into silver from gold? It's a bit weird to me, but that seems to be what could happen, or just a little bit of a squeeze. So breaking that 30, there's big overhead resistance at 31.5 on silver. So just be careful. It's absolutely squeezing, and it's a squeeze type commodity where you do get these types of pressure valves, I guess, going to the upside. It's not the same fundamental play as gold. That's the other thing you got to consider. But good luck on silver. And thank you, Nicole Harris, for the super chat. I'm just trying to unpack it. Hamburger for Neil. We don't eat what you said. So I don't know if you meant, did I say something and you're like, you don't eat that, or we don't eat the lunch? I thought the lunch sounded pretty good, but I'm always down for a good burger.
Yeah.
Although we already did burgers once this week. That was going to be my go-to. I found out my wife had a thing last night, and I was like, oh, shoot, I have nothing prepared for dinner. And I wanted to go out and play catch with my daughter. And thankfully, I was reminded that we had leftovers from my buddy's 50th birthday party. Barbecue chicken, jerk chicken, rice and peas, all that good stuff. So I'm like, sweetheart, do you mind eating some barbecue chicken and rice and peas? And then we have time to go outside and play? She's like, yep.
I thought you just said burgers.
No, we had burgers earlier.
Right, so you ran out of ideas.
So I'm not, I don't know, if we eat burgers on a Monday, I'm not eating burgers on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. Mm-hmm. And we'll do that a little bit later. But barbecue weather is here. It's here.
Yeah, I'm with my guy.
I'm not like you. I don't barbecue when it's like cold outside and raining. I've never been that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, all good. All right, I'm going to we're getting ready to get out of here, so I've already put some stops in right now. I actually canceled my Tesla at 260 because why not? There's scraps left. And we actually, someone in the chat said it's hard to average down into Tesla. We didn't really average down. We punched out when it was wrong. So we didn't, these are, we got in, we got out. We're holding small pieces, and then it came back into that low again, and we bought there. We only really just bought twice. And if this is not averaging in on Tesla, that was 245.60, and that's 244.60. If you don't give Tesla $1 and change, then you're not trading it properly. So for me, that's not averaging in. Averaging in is there'll be some days, I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. Average it into the depths of hell or anything like that. So we just make the trades, and we make them with supreme confidence, and we just go. So that's what we've been doing. We had Palantir yesterday, guys, at 91.50. It's at 103 right now. So that's what I want to talk about. So I'm going to put this Palantir stop in. We already did that. If it breaks through 102, then I'm putting a stop in right now at 101.99 to get out of 70% of what we have left right there, because I still want to hold out hope that we can get an upside move. I only have 10% left on this trade. So it's why we're not in panic mode by any stretch of the imagination right now at all. So there it goes, man. The short Intel. I thought you were long. No, you were always short Intel, right? So good.
I haven't longed Intel, but look, Intel's beast. It's 7% up. It's an absolute rocket ship to the upside. But it put everything in relative terms. It's right back to this 21 where we're failing. It bounced off an all-time, well, not an all-time low, a 20-year low to get to 21.50, and then put a lower high at 21. So we let it get to that 21 level before putting on the short. For now, it's holding above VWAP. I've gotten a couple of legs out in front of the volume weighted average price. I now have the stop instead of at the high. The stop is now at this bar, which is the break even. I have 93. My stop's just above that 93. So it's not like it usually is. I see Ozan saying it's not a normal short on Intel where it's just trending down. It's a mean revert.
No. He's saying every day you're shorting it is what he's saying.
Well, that's not.
I'm saying what he's saying. He doesn't mean that it's not normal.
We're long it on. What was the day we were long? It was this day in the afternoon. Went long on Intel above VWAP because in the afternoon it broke VWAP and then dipped and held VWAP. So you just play the trend however it happens to be. But we've seen this story before in Intel where it trends up all day and then turns into a short. It literally did the same thing yesterday. So we'll see if it's a repeat today. But this market seems to want to be on one. If 19,000 holds, there's no chance Intel's going to be good. If 19,000 is gone, Intel's going back to its low of the session. But I'll tell you what has been a bamboozler is still this IBIT or Bitcoin in general. No matter what we do, no matter what the market does, I should say, because I stopped trading it at 951, and it's still trending down. What's crazy is it hasn't attempted to fill in the gap yet. So it hasn't yet to get to this middle gap fill at any point. So there's still the level we liked at 52.65, which would be holding on to 92,000. So we get a test of 92,000. There's still one level left for a dip buy for me on IBIT. It's got to get there because we're not going up on Bitcoin. It's a weird one, but Bitcoin not showing that relative strength today, not at all.
All right, thanks, Adara. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Fabian. Thank you to everybody. Bears versus Bulls, man. You are the man. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us here today. Yeah. Love the stock blitz, man. That's something that when I was doing the recap show by myself, we have 7 or 8 different things over there. And that was one of them. I really like that stock blitz one. So, yeah, that's a good one, right? So, all right, man. Thank you so much for everything. The proof is in the pudding. I hope you guys had a great show as well. All right, good job there today. Well, hopefully we'll get some of this market settling down, but I hope for the midday, guys, it doesn't.
Well,
it's going to be a wild one for
action.
sure. I've only traded 2 symbols. I think you're a little higher than that, obviously. And we've better get ready for a couple of different names because the midday madness is starting right now.
Let's go. Or we're going to Adara first.
Go to Adara.
More commentary coming from Boeing during its earnings report. We previously had Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg making some comments here about their China deliveries. Now their CFO, Brian West, is chiming in. He said that if the company needs to redirect its China supply to more stable demand, a strong market backdrop still supports its planned production rate increases. So Boeing thinks regardless, they're going to be able to produce or increase their production rate. Brian West, CFO, also said that apparently Chinese customers represent about 10% of the company's commercial backing, and roughly 80% of its supply spend goes to U.S.-based companies. So Boeing looks like trying to position itself as not necessarily tariff-free, but a little bit insulated due to their support for these U.S. companies here. So we also have Donald Trump apparently commenting here that the EU and China are ripping off the U.S. I'm going to look here to see if he's posted anything on Truth. Back to you. Thank you.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That is your boy Joey Options in the t-shirt.
T-shirt, man.
You're not cold today, right?
No.
I mean, front double bicep, taking the opportunities to show them guns. All right, guys. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Let's see who's in the chat ready to get shouted out. We got the OG Jay Lee, Freddie 5000. How about Jameson and Jonathan Villa Campa? We got Jeremy Crypto and Tim is in. You're my boy. We got the Pizza Rat, Young Talent, Duh, Great. We got Dan Gale and Sleeping H something or another. Pete. We got Jimmy J, Anthony Cago, John Manzoni. All right, who else? Stop moving too fast, bro. Come on. Dan Gale, I think I said that one already. Skull, Daljeet, Adrian Diaz, and Pete Rock. Ayush Sharma, sorry, bro. Jack's Money, Omega Zero, and Hambone. Okay. Nekoshi, something or another. We got, who else, man? Pitchbull, Sadiq. We got Dylan Patel and Haitham Yassin. We got Other Zinc, the OG. Shout out to him. We got A Wheeler, Palm Beach Peter. Sounds like it's great weather down there, my man. We'll have Big Finesse. We got Shadow 7S7. How about Jarhead Trader, James McCarthy, and Daniel Melendez? Blue frickin' arrow and red candle magnet. Shout out to Pintus, Pizzazius. There's a whole lot of P's in there, Joseph. Sir Poopy Paper Hands and Clint Hamilton. Adara's giving you a round of applause, Mr. Poopy Hands. We got Dallas as well, where Joseph just came back from. He wasn't really that impressed. I'll let him talk about that. Omar, shout out to Omar. Sorry I doxed you there, Joseph, but that's kind of how it goes around here. And we're already doing it freaking live. Bang! Here we go, baby. Give me that money, man. All right, so we're taking more prints out here. Got the bottom wick, literally bottom wick right now on SERV. This is an obvious area retracement into a technical area of resistance. Just before we get to what's going on, I just want to mention this trade. SERV and earnings winner today. It's not that expensive. It's obviously not a small cap gapper, but I'm trading it like one at the moment. So we're doing it live on this one, looking for the next print here at 22s and 25s. We got 06s on right now, baby. So SERV in focus. I'll get to the other trades that I've got focused on at the moment, but the current one that I'm in, SERV. Joseph, what do you got on your side there, my man?
We got a lot going on here, Shreve. As the or short Palantir, it's starting to squeeze on us, but this has been a really, really nice trade on here. Gorev, Los Pollos, how are all my friends in the chat? Juan Padilla. Who else do we got? I've got Oscarito, all my Pizza Rat as well, too. Guys, topping signal on PLTR. We take the short, but this was the smaller one. Let's tap into NVDA here real quick. We're going to dive more into this here, but let's see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye on this market. We do have comments coming through from Donald Trump. I checked, he didn't make a Truth Social post, and I could not find him speaking anywhere, but I guess he made some remarks to reporters. This was initially not on the schedule, but when I just checked, I guess it was added very last minute to the schedule. A quick little remark here to reporters from Donald Trump, likely before his intelligence briefing, which is scheduled to start now. Basically, what he said here was that the EU and China are ripping the U.S. off, as I mentioned earlier. He also said that they're going to be making a lot of money for the U.S. people, or our people is how he put it, and that they will have a fair deal with China. So Donald Trump, a lot of this, again, is things we already know, but worth noting, he did briefly speak to reporters here at 11 a.m., so I guess just around now. Also, it's worth noting 5 p.m. he's going to be signing some executive orders. That's, of course, after the market closes. But always worth noting, some executive orders could be potentially on watch here for Donald Trump. And back to you.
Yeah, thank you. See what you're saying, X and LO, but we just got stopped out of this. But let's talk about, actually, we're going to go over our losses here first, earlier in the day. So what did we trade? TSLL. So we went 1 for 1 on this one right out the gate. And then that crazy volatility spike came in. This is when I punched in right here. And then I took some off, and then I got stopped out break even. And then you can see that we were forming kind of this ABCD type pattern. And I'm like, all right, let's get that continuation to the towards volume weighted average price. Add aggressively doesn't work out. All right, so 1 for 1 right there. And then I know Neil was looking at IBIT, and I was as well too. I'm like, okay, the market's moving higher. Let me start to get really, really aggressive on this trade. We kept rejecting 53.50, and then I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Like, why are we rejecting that? And then you guys know how I operate. What do?
What?
I pull up the options chain. What does the options chain tell us, Sharif?
What?
We have overhead resistance exactly right there. Largest sizes of open interest at that 50 and that 53, and then you can see we rejected it. All right? So bang. That's what we had going on. That was our loss. We were red on the day. I told you guys, I promise you I'm going green for the rest of the week. So what do? We get aggressive, and I'm going to show you exactly what happened and where I went wrong here in this NVDA trade, but we're going to go to Adair first.
More news today. This one is actually not tariff or China or Trump related. It has to do with Fubo and Disney. We do have the DOJ, probing the Disney and Fubo deal over some competition concerns. So another antitrust or deal related issue here. The Department of Justice apparently probing Disney's attempts to make this deal with Fubo. I'm not seeing a citation for this story, but it looks like this has been reported. Fubo dropping. Let's take a look at DIS to see how Disney's doing on this news. DIS actually pushing higher here, as is often the case. So the acquirer pushes higher, the company set to be acquired pushes lower. So DOJ, again, reportedly looking into this Disney and Fubo deal. We were expecting a safer, or I guess less restrictive regulatory environment under the new administration, but so far that hasn't really proven to be the case. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, right back into this, guys. So you can see that I was long NVDA. So what was my issue? If you don't have the ability to see what I'm about to identify, it's this right here on our left-hand column. Look how much overhead resistance there is. Okay, so you can see through 105 all the way up to 107. A lot of overhead resistance. Where do we peak at? Right at 104.69. I took off half of the position. Still a really, really nice trade, but then I get stopped out for the remaining half because I had a feeling that we were going to continue to the south side. What I should have done is just accepted the fact that there's a lot of overhead resistance and listened to what the market was telling me. That sometimes is my biggest flaw, is when something is telling me, I get that dose of hopium and I'm like, all right, I want to continue climbing higher. But the market is saying, no, Joe, this is as high as we're going to go right now. And I'm glad that I took half of it off, but then I would have doubled this trade here if I took the whole thing off right here, but I didn't. So follow what the chain and what the market is telling you, and I promise you it's going to work out better. But there we go. I told you guys we're going to try to keep it green for the remainder of the week, and we're doing exactly that.
I love it, man. I love the energy. I love the enthuse. Shout out to Joe bringing good vibes to the desk. All right, we're taking more prints here on SERV. Just got the beak wet there at 20. We've got 5s on at the moment.
Yeah, we got someone's mic hot apparently still.
We good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no worries. So we're looking here at 22s and then 25s for the next profit taker. So that's SERV. It's a bit of a slow mover. You're going to have to pack your patience, but anything below my entry point, which is the key area of technical support that I want to base it off, I'm gone. Simple as that. The other one we're involved in right now, Pony. Pony got long here at 58, wet the beak at 61. I've got my order out there to defend 50 pennies. I want to see if this bull flag shape wants to continue to hold that key area of technical support. It's the psychological area of either support or resistance. I'm talking about that $0.50 area, 550. In addition to that, it has price action support at that area as well. Look how long we range there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 5-minute candles at that $0.50 didn't give way. Doesn't mean it won't give way. It just means I'm trying to put the odds on my side. Simple as that. So we got one beak wet there, but we're 3 pennies out of the money currently on the ask. So looking at getting the dollar cost average and possibly another move back into the upside. Anything in the low 40s. I'm talking about 5 low 40s. I'm done this trade. I'm not going to be dollar cost averaging into that. I'm still keeping my eye over here on SERV. It's losing it's at the 10 exponential moving average. I shouldn't say it's not losing it, but it's certainly not making any new highs with that 569, the high a day. Here's what I'm looking at, guys. So these are the 8 small cap gapper-ish style names that we're looking at the moment. As you can see, Pony is right there. SLXN had a really good morning, started off really well, breaking down now, trying to do its best to defend that dollar. If I had to guess, SLXN, guys, looks like a flat bottom break below that dollar. So you get a double top pattern over here, which is already bearish. So that's one bearish pattern. And then you're getting a descending wedge, which is like what we call on this desk a flat bottom break. Essentially what you're looking for there is lower highs with that same area low. In this case, that same area low is the dollar. It's defending that dollar. You shouldn't be a guess as to why. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar. Pony is breaking down though. So I am losing the bid right now on Pony and I just got stopped out. I get back into this one at 5 1/3. That is the volume weighted average price. So we're going to go ahead and sit at 5 1/3 for an entry on this one. I'm going to front run it as I typically do, putting it a couple of shekels a little bit higher. Hopefully that won't be a paper-handed trade. So Pony 0 for 1 on this one, but definitely looking to exact revenge. Bringing back the side charts over here. Let's keep going. SLXN, I just finished waxing poetic about how that could be a flat bottom break. AREB, this was the one on my crap list to start off the show because it lost the bid at around 10:30, okay? At 10:25, it really tanked off that $3.50 area, lost it all the way down to 270. Now, this one did drop below the volume weighted average price. It didn't even hold up at VWAP, so I'm less inclined to want to base anything on VWAP other than whether or not I can go long because, you know, I only take these long north of VWAP, but it's not like I'd be basing a pullback trade off of VWAP level. That's my thinking here. Ideally, I'd like AREB to clear that $3.50 area. I don't want to have to deal with that kind of resistance, but you got to put some respect on this one's name because it's got a 5-candle green setup right now on the 5-minute chart with good volume, increasing volume as we speak. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. So that's AREB. PSTV as well as decent one. Again, one that I'm less inclined to want to base anything off VWAP on because VWAP on PSTV looks like more of a line of best fit where it kind of takes the middle of the price action. So I don't want to base anything off it. Weapon in my head, I'm basing it off the 20. Don't know why this is respecting the 20 EMA on the 5, but you know what I'm going to say. I don't give a you know what. I'm just going to keep my eye on what's actually working. So the 20 exponential, which will always be the yellow line on my black charts, seems to be an area of support here on PSTV. We'll have to see how that one works out. CEP, I put this one on here. You look at that declining volume signature. It's not really my cup of tea. It looks like it's getting a little bit of respect here for VWAP. It's spready. It's expensive. It's lower on volume and dropping in volume. So I'm less inclined to want to base anything here on CEP. SERV I talked about, CEP I talked about, and then here's one, a blast from the frickin' past. Who remembers NVAX? Oh, baby. 2021, 2022 Adara. This one was a monster. Quick cursory view of the weekly will have this one jog in your memory. Yeah, that's a double top at $300. Oh, baby. Look at what it did in 2015. Comes all the way back, takes out those highs back in 2021. And now we're trading at the Hardy price of $7. So needless to say, this has come a long way down. Doesn't matter, though. It's having one hell of a day. Today, up 21.75%. Don't know why, I don't really care. The point is, though, this one has respect for VWAP. So I'm more inclined to want to base my pullback trades on NVAX with VWAP. It's respected it once, twice, and then you know what I'm going to say, Obi frickin' trice over here, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on NVAX, last but not least, Joseph. On the last one we got, SMMT, a bit of a zigger, a bit of a zagger, dropping below VWAP, kind of having trouble taking out that pre-market high, then lo and behold, 1030 comes in, we pop up into 32.70, we take out that pre-market high of 32 bucks. Alas, we're below it right now at 31 2/3. I don't mind taking something off VWAP on this one. SMMT is what I'm talking about. It's a bit more expensive of a name, so you're not going to be able to size in as heavily with a smaller account, needless to say, but definitely one that deserves your attention if you're going to trade these small cap gapper-ish names. I think I'm going to weasel into NVAX here. Joseph, what do you got on your side there, my man?
Same old thing, man. We got NVDA continuing to grind higher here, which is a positive sign. How large? So that's a great question. So at first I started with hard stops, right? And actually today I was using them as well too. Hard stops. It all depends. Like if I get up and walk away, obviously hard stop. But I would never suggest using a mental stop until you've gone through at least a year or two of the process of understanding what pain can come from just not abiding by it and be like, oh, hold it a little bit longer, hold it a little bit longer. So use those hard stops, especially you can use them before you even enter the trade or anything along those lines. So I would suggest getting comfortable with that. I mean, I told you guys I had hotkeys that set up for me that had like a risk to reward ratio. It had 3 really good functions. So it would set my stop price. It would calculate my amount of shares per dollar of fixed risk that I had, and then it would set my either 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 profit target, whatever I had the script made to, and that's what I use for years and years and years. And I suggest until you get comfortable with that, hopefully your trading platform allows you to construct hotkeys with this. I don't have them anymore because they're on my old trading platform, and I'm just not at home anymore like using them as much, and it was quite expensive. So for all those who did use Dash, that's exactly what I was using for a long time. Hotkey 1320 Wolf hotkeys. So yeah, it sounds like hockey, but that's what I was using. So I would highly suggest just put those hard stops in. If you get stopped out, then it's like, oh, okay, oh well, I lost 50 bucks, I lost 30 bucks or whatever your stop loss was set to be. And then once you've done that for an extended period of time, then you can kind of just start to sway away from them. But you have to follow them, otherwise you're just going to get absolutely chewed up. All right, guys, I want to take a long here a short here on Tesla. You can see what we got cooking up here at 260 and 262.5. So I want to see if this is going to come in as some resistance here. You can see 259.42 was that high. So that can be a good potential entry point right there for the shorts as the market is looking to continue to move lower. My issue being is that this underlying is extremely, extremely strong. So to get that short, it's going to take some time, I believe, for it to really start to move. But Google is tanking. NVDA is still holding up above the volume weighted average price, but you can see that the Qs and the SPY are both at or below the volume weighted average price. So that can be a positive sign here if you're looking to put in some of those shorts. We know we got those rallies last night, and I was happy about that there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Keeping my eye here on AREB. Tried to take a quick trade on this one. Breakout trade as it was moving into that double top. No sirree, Bob tells me, no, I'm dropping down. It still has a higher low, though. So even though this ugly candle right now is a topping tail candle, the previous candle low is 320. So I'm getting long on this one, by the way. If it dips down a little bit more, I'm looking to get long on this one. Let's just go now so we don't miss it. I don't mind adding into this one into the volume weighted average price, which goes into 12. So exactly what I'm going to do. We're long 31s. I'm going to look to add at 20s and then add a little bit more if it does continue to drop down into that 12 penny area. So let's go ahead and do just that. I'm going to wait at 15s. Simultaneously, though, if it does pop up on a nice move up, I want to be able to extract some beak wetters. So that's what we're going to layer out as well. And we'll see what we get here with AREB. Bit of a bamboozler coming into that double top look. Has a topping tail candle right now, which is never a good look. But as I've mentioned many times, these topping tail candles don't really mean the same on these small cap gappers as they do maybe on a different stock or like a Mag 7 name, for example. All right, let's look over here at the SERV as it's coming back down. This is at 10s. I've already moved my stop up to break even. So let's go ahead. And actually, I didn't even move it to break even. So give me a second here to cancel that bad boy. Yes, so we have to throw that in now. So we'll go 604s, and then we'll give it down to 598s in case it loses the bid. So that's the look there. Now we can focus on the other one that we've got on. All right, so AREB dipping down here into that $0.25. Still not getting printed though at the $0.25, or well, not at the $0.25. I'm sitting at the fifth of a dollar at 20. So let's see if we get something there. I'm looking for a VWAP to hold up, or the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential and VWAP are the same right now on the 5-minute chart on AREB. So a bit of an overlap there. Now it did have some pause at the volume weighted average price initially, so hopefully it uses it as a nice area of support. So we get that fill now. Let's see if we can extract some profits on this one, possibly up to the upside. So I'll layer those orders there to see if we can get something on that one. Still waiting for a fill on Pony, nothing doing there. I'm still waiting at that 533. It's put in now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red candles in a row now on the 5. It's still above the volume weighted average price. So we're going to give this one the old college try to see what we can do on that. Still waiting for any fills here on AREB, excuse me. We're long 25s, showing me 26s, 28s now. There's the fill. There's the first fill. Can we get a bit more 29s? There's the fill there. This one wants to pop up or what? What's your situation here, ARB? We're looking for that fill at 31, but there's a seller of note at 28, keeping this one down. It's up 48%. It behooves me to tell you a little bit about the technicals on this one. So it is, according to Trade Ideas, that is 820,000 share float with about 13.25% borrowed for short. Okay, we're killing it on now. Ooh. Oh, baby, there we go. Let's go, ARB. Let's pop up a little bit higher here now, 35. So where we got? We got 23s now, multiple prints to the upside. Still didn't get that 15 print though, so that one goes unfilled. Still looking for a better price on this one. The idea here was to get something at VWAP. Looks like it's front running that side. So keeping my eye out on that. Also keeping my eye out on NVAX. Sorry, where's my NVAX screen? I don't have any orders yet on NVAX, but something into VWAP. I don't know, man. I don't know. NVAX seems like it's dead money over here. Like it's the notional is not that much. So VWAP's at 40. The high of the day is 81. I guess that's enough. We'll give that one a try, I guess. I'll set up an order there. So AREB, the one I'm focusing on right now with the most size. Seller, though, at 30. That's the second time we've held up at 30. There we go. 32s now getting taken out. Here comes possibly 33s. It's a hard trade here, man. Lots of overhead resistance right now on AREB, possibly due to that topping tail that manifested in the prior 5-minute candle. So packing my patience here, Joseph.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that, Bear Reverse Bulls. And Monty G, I see you. Okay, Palantir is looking really, really nice here. You can see, you guys, that we are... Whoa, that was insane. Okay, guys, this is the 4th volatility spike that we've seen here today. And look at that dump here in the market. Gorev, you just seen that gone. Now, below these levels, we want to see what's going on. This has happened 4 times in a day. I've never actually seen that this happen. This is insane. I'm getting ready to go to Adara. Let's see what she's got to say.
We have more comments on tariffs and China. Not super surprising here that this is what moves the market, but I guess, well, we had a story earlier from Wall Street Journal suggesting that there could be here, I guess, a de-escalation with regards to China and tariffs coming from the U.S. Then we had Scott Bessent saying there's going to be no unilateral offer from Donald Trump to cut China tariffs, and he basically declined to talk about the story in general, but he said he would not be surprised if the tariffs went down in a, quote, mutual way. So it sounds like Scott Bessent can see both countries lowering their tariffs against one another in tandem, but he declined to comment any further. He also said there is no unilateral offer from Donald Trump to cut China tariffs. This actually, though, echoes previous comments that we had coming from the White House made to CNBC saying that if there is any decrease here on China tariffs, it would not be unilateral. So again, just having Scott Bessent echo the idea that there is no unilateral tariffs on China, and Trump has not offered to do so. Scott Bessent also saying that apparently a full China trade deal could take 2 to 3 years. So it might be years before we get any hard resolution on the China tariff situation. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, guys, that was insane. This is another volatility spike. You can see that we were short Palantir right here, and then we took it all the way out down here, and then we eventually got stopped out break even, but we double topped, and then we got that move down in an additional volatility spike. And before I send it back to you, Neil, barbecue 365, my friend. It doesn't matter the weather whatsoever. We're cooking on the grill. That's what we do.
Coming for you,
Canada. Neil. Barbecue 365. Let's go.
I got nothing to do with this.
Hey,
Not
hey
involved.
man, that's all. It's all good. It's
Bro,
all
I
love.
would join your little barbecue party there,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the dinosaurs at my building prohibit
Oh, yeah, you're not
any
allowed that.
nat
Any
gas.
barbecue.
Despite the fact that Brendo's got nat gas
You
hooked
got
up
the,
in
you
his
got the
place.
nat gas. We'll bring up the old probe tank up there.
Oh, they don't care,
Yeah,
Joseph.
don't
They
care. They'll
want
rat
to
you
know
out, eh?
about the rules, and they want to enforce those rules 24/7. Adara, do we have more breaking news?
If we have more comments from Scott Bessent. Apparently, he's saying he does not have a time frame for the start of China talks, but he said it's also going to likely take place at lower governmental levels. So he's saying it's unlikely that it'll actually be President Donald Trump of the U.S. and Prime Minister Xi of China talking directly. He said it's likely going to be lower level officials from both countries. So just some more talks here from Scott Bessent on trade. But the main thing to emphasize from this soundbite is that he does not have a time frame as to when he expects the talks to begin. Back to you.
What's going on over there, Joe?
Yeah.
What happened?
It's like the Antarctica over here, buddy.
It's cold.
Amazing.
Well, Neil's echoing his sentiment. Yeah. I'm a human heat pump, bro. So it's like, you know, that it doesn't work like that on this side of this. No, to be fair to Joe, though, the fan is above his head, so you know he's likely to get a little more chilly.
Yeah. Oh, very much more chilly. That guy.
All right, Joseph.
Yes,
AREB, go you little. All right, let's go, baby. Now, where are we waiting here on ARB, guys? We're waiting at 36s. It's having a lot of trouble right now with 33s, specifically. Between 30 to 33s seems to be a bit of a trouble spot here for AREB. Most notably, though, it's continuing to hold up above the 10. It's holding above VWAP, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that. I did get stopped out, sadly, for the last remaining amount break even, though, on SCRV. I'm interested in SCRV, excuse me, at that $6 area. I may not have to wait long. There's obviously an area of support here at $6, so I'm likely going to punch long here when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the interruption, guys, because we have more news and more comments coming from Scott Bessent. This is, again, the U.S. Treasury Secretary who spoke earlier today, but now I guess he's being asked some more questions. He was asked, I guess, regarding if Trump can fire Powell. We heard yesterday that Donald Trump said he has no intentions, quote unquote, of firing Fed Chair Powell, but Scott Bessent said he doesn't have a stand as to whether or not Trump has the legal authority to do so. Furthermore, he also said here that apparently they're very close to a tariff deal with India. So we had some reports earlier suggesting that India and U.S. were progressing to some degree on trade talks. Scott Bessent now saying they're very close to a deal. So maybe we'll get some updates with regards to at least one country in these tariff talks, but that's all we have right now. He also said, Scott Bessent said, that the China situation needs to be de-escalated for trade discussions to proceed. The word de-escalation has been used very frequently within the last couple of days, specifically with regards to Scott Bessent. But regardless, he's talking here about these trade discussions cannot happen until we have a de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. And with that, I send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Boom.
Tell him what you told him, Shreve.
Bro, I told the guy who's shorting AREB at 33, you're going to get blown out, bro. It was a matter of time. You didn't listen. And now we're taking your money. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Shorter at 33. We're going to take more over here, bro. Joseph, look, I tried to guide him. I tried to tell him no shorting at 33.
Nope.
He didn't take the advice, Joseph.
You didn't take the advice.
Sorry, guys, I'm on one today. And I don't mean like I'm on a heater or anything like that. I'm just very tired. And so you get a little delusional.
Or any narcotics like that.
I'm not on narcotics. Give me a break. No, I'm a good boy, Joseph. So we're going to keep an eye here on AREB. Doing real well, baby. We got 17s. It's knocking on the door. 40s. Decent move here. A beautiful holdup of that freaking volume-weighted average price. And now it's showing me 40s. There's a seller of note at 40s. Bro, you're going to get blown out just like that guy at 33. Don't do this to yourself, bro.
Don't do it, man.
We're losing it today. At least I am. So AREB is what I'm focusing on right now. I'm also in Pony. We're taking Pony long.
Ooh.
All right, so we're at VWAP, so we're 0 for 1 on Pony, full disclosure. But this one is a volume-weighted average price trade, so that is the move right now, keeping my eye on Pony and AREB, Joseph.
Hey, nice look there, my guys. So you guys, you can see that I am long TSLS. So what does that mean? I am short Tesla right around this 256 level. I was talking about the chain, and I said, guys, I got to start implementing this more within the system. I'm just seeing it too many times. So you can see at 260, we we could barely tap into 259.62 was that high, and then now we rejected it. Following that chain, it's like a live book map, except you don't have to pay for, well, you got to pay a little bit, but nothing like a book map subscription. It's perfect. If your broker allows you to do so, look for those high levels of open interest on the chain and then use them as support and resistance zones, because time and time again, they keep coming into play. And there we go. We are long TSLS here. I'll just pull it up for you guys. But that is synthetically, I guess, short Tesla.
So there you
synthetically?
go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
There we go. Oh, okay.
You didn't know about that one, did you?
Bang! No, I didn't even know. Let's go, bang. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can get this continuation on the breakdown here, guys. We have a really tight stop now that we are. We have now taken some off, so we have to be patient and wait. If we get stopped out break even, then we'll wait for the retest, and then maybe we'll take another little stab at it back towards the volume weighted average price, because I believe that is going to be the target. So guys, make sure you're using the options chain as your support and resistance levels are coming into play. High levels of open interest. I'm going to talk about it every day, but Adair's got some hot news for us.
Scott Bessent still talking here. And again, I think it's worth noting, just as the market's dropping, that these comments are coming through. A lot of Scott Bessent's rhetoric on tariffs is pretty consistent. So there's nothing super new being said here. But as the market processes, I think it's worth noting, worth telling you guys, anyway, communicating what he's been saying here. So basically, Scott Bessent saying right now that both China and the U.S. are just waiting to speak to each other. So we're kind of in a situation at a standstill between the countries. Neither one seems to want to move first. And he said that, quote, both sides see the current tariff situation as unsustainable. So Scott Bessent recognizing that both the U.S. and China are not fans of the current tariff situation. They don't view it as unsustainable. But right now, they're both waiting for the other to make the first move, if you will. Back to you.
How thankful market participants are that Scott Bessent is in the administration. I think he's like that.
Why don't we ask the people?
Well, yeah, we could certainly ask the people. I do like the fact that this time around, he's got a lot of really well-founded Wall Street guys in the administration, bro. I mean,
that's good to hear.
Yeah. Especially if you're an investor, that's something I think that's important to you. Maybe if you're not, that's not that important. Joseph, we're doing it freaking live. AREB is the gift that just keeps on giving and giving, and it's like, no, you don't got to give me anything. I'm going to give it all to you. Boom on AREB. We take that one long again. We're long 15s, just took it through 53s. If you trade small cap gappers, you know that that's a large move. So now we're going to have trouble here likely with the $0.50. Let's see how much psychological resistance this is. I'm waiting at 58. It just flashed 56s for me. And I'm not talking about that kind of flash, you pervs. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And I'm going to wait at 65 over here for the next beak wetter above 58. AREB, anything. Literally anything below my entry at 315, it's all over. We're going to actually cancel the original stop on this one, and we're going to go ahead and put it right below that 315. In fact, I'm going to risk a little bit. Okay, I lied. 315 is my entry. I'm going to give it to 309s. That's my move right now for the last remaining amount. Keep an eye out on that. Let's have a look here at Pony. Pony's disappointing me. You're disappointing me, Pony. It's not holding up at VWAP. It's got a couple of more cents over here. We're long at 35s. I did wet the beak there at 40s, but now it's down into 30. So it's not a good look for me on Pony on that one. SERV's okay. It's not great. It's still holding up above the volume weighted average price, but not really finding that aggressive move up that I expected. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's an earnings winner. I did get the beak wet there at 06s. Now, next level, I'm waiting at 8s and then 9s and then 12s. So that's what I'm thinking right now. On SERV, it's passing 6s. Now it's flashing 7s here on the level 2. Let's see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid and maybe get, there we go. Now we got another little print there on SERV, so not a bad look. 8s coming into focus, now 9s. Let's see if it could cross 9 so we can get a nice print there. I am worried, though, full disclosure about Pony. So Pony not looking real good over here. I gave it a little bit of room below that volume weighted average price, but you bet your bottom dollar it's not going to be that much room. So that's my look right now on those two, Pony and Serve. Serve acting a little bit more appropriately than Pony, but it's really this one over here, AREB, that gave me the majority of the prints on the day. We've only got 2 more outs on this bad boy, and I'm not going to allow this to go against me by that much, so we're risking about 5 pennies, Joseph.
Yeah, Gorev, check out, there's a lot of underlyings that have on the 2-minute, and I don't use it quite often, but I just wanted to condense from the 1 minute, but there's a lot of hammer candles across the board at or below VWAP. So we have on the 2-minute, we have Tesla forming an indecision print. Then we have Apple with the likes of Apple, SPY, the Qs, and NVDA all printing hammer candles right now. So you might get a small bounce on some of these big names here, but Hal R has a fantastic question. Joseph, if you bought 1,000 shares and the stock was going wrong, do you wait to be stopped out of everything, or do you sell pieces? Now, that's a fantastic question. I was never one, personally. I know some people do. It's like, okay, you're in 1,000. It comes against you. They sell like 25% of it, whatever it may be. But also that just leads to the fact is if the trade starts working for you, you're like, oh, I wish I had what I started with. But then it also leads to another issue, is that the fact is like, now you're starting to micromanage your position a little bit too much. So it's easy. I think Sharif can agree with this, and a lot of traders can agree with this on that front. I'll pull out my trusty tool. So we got the stock trading at this price. It's honestly like whatever's happening. So you decide to enter right here. You set your stop loss right here, and then your profit target's all the way up here, right? It's just best. It's like, okay, there might be some noise in between here. The stock might trade in between this zone, come up a little bit, come back down. It doesn't stop you out. But if you're like, okay, let me get out prematurely, and then it decides to move in your favor, you're like, oh, okay, that's not good. It's just best to stick to the trade plan. It's either you get stopped out or you start piecing out when you're roughly getting towards your profit target, all right? So anything north of a 1-to-1 or anything along those lines, just stick to the stop out, and then that way it's like, okay, chances are if it comes to your stop price, it's gonna probably go a little bit lower, and then you might, what we were talking about earlier, Halar, have a better opportunity to get in at a lower price now, and then now that will increase your profit target here. That is an absolute mess on the screen, but you guys can see what I'm getting at on that front. Sometimes it's just best to wave out the noise, set your stop, set your profit target, and go by the term of set and forget. And I think that's what Obi is really good at, and a lot of traders here on the floor, is that Obi will just say, okay, I'm here, this is my stop, respect the stop, and this is my profit target, respect that. And then just sit in there, sit in that trade until either one of them is going to get triggered, and then refine that style of system. I think that will really help you out, and hopefully that helped answer your question there, Hal R, my good friend. But let's see what we got going on here with TSLS, still long this name. You can see that Tesla did almost get into the volume weighted average price, and now starting to get a little bit of a bounce here. Apple bouncing, NVDA, the Qs, and SPY as well, putting in potential bottoms. Gaurav, this is what I said we wanted to look for when we are looking for some of these bottoming signals, is that we want to see the break of that support level, some nice momentum to the downside, and then indecision prints after that momentum to the downside to look for that move to the top side back up there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Well said, Joseph. All right, guys. Pony, we're getting a couple of prints here. I am worried about Pony, though. So we've gotten some out, several prints so far. But the situation is we have 3 lower lows in a row. All the candles at VWAP that have touched VWAP, all, on the 5-minute chart that is, all have lower lows. This concerns me, okay? Because it means that, you know, the bears are a little bit more in control than the bulls are, or the buyers at the moment. So I am a little concerned. 40 showing me now on the level 2. It's a bit of a spready name at times. Right now it's decent. It's 1 penny, but it can be a little bit spready. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm just going to wet the beak there a little bit more to take some profits out. So decent. On Pony, we're making that L back that we had because we were 0 for 1 on it. Now we're 1 for 1, so to speak. Let's see how this trade goes. Maybe we shouldn't jinx it quite yet. All right, how's this one doing? AREB holding that 10 exponential like a dang glove. All right, it is less inclined to want to retrace into VWAP, at least from my observations. It looks as if the retracements are going into the 10 exponential. We're having a whole lot of trouble, though, on AREB, taking out that $0.50 on a closing basis. We had trouble with it over here, and we're having trouble with it over here. So somebody is shorting up a storm, an aggressive storm that is, at this $3.50 area. Just let the yawn out, baby.
Gotta let it out.
Yeah. So we'll keep keep an eye here on AREB. It's doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at that 40 penny area. I know, it's disgusting. Nobody taught it any manners, Joseph. Like, that's the thing about this one, you know, you got to just take them as they come. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Pony doing okay. So we're getting some more prints now. Show me 41s now on the level 2 on the ask side. I'm waiting at 42, so waiting for that print to come in. AREB doing bupkis. How's my other trade over here with Serve? Serve is a problem. Serve is a problem. It did find 3 candle on the 5-minute support at the volume weighted average price, but it's not making any higher highs. So that is kind of the issue right now that I'm having with SERV. It's not really crossing that 05s, and it's not making any higher highs. So I am kind of concerned about SERV. We'll have to wait to see how this one ends up doing. Back to Pony. Pony still no 41 prints. Boom! To the high side on AREB. Bro, are you kidding me? Look at this one, zig and frickin' zag. We've got 15s on right now. We just took out 60s. Now I'm waiting over here at 65s. It's showing me 63s.
Don't do it. Bam.
Boom.
Ooh.
Boom. All right, this was a good trade. I'm quite proud of myself with this one. I'll tell you why, Joseph, because I started 0 for 1 on it, so I had to fight back. So we started with this one over here. We topping tailed. We dropped off. I exacted the revenga on AREB. We'll look to do a little bit better, though. It's still having trouble maintaining its price level above the 50, so we'll keep an eye on that. AREB. I don't want to. Is it the #1 gapper? It is. It looks like it is right now. So up 61%. There is ENSC that's up higher. It's 82%, but it's given up the ghost in a hurry. So I say to you, in reality, it's AREB that's the #1 gapper right now. We'll have to wait and see whether that continues or what. Moving back to my other trades right now. What are we doing over here on Pony? Still no prints at 42, but we de-risk nicely. How's my friend SERV? I don't know if it's going to be my friend for long because it's not giving me that 5 print. I moved down my order from 6s into 5s. Now it's just putting in umpteen amount of lower lows. I'm concerned about SERV here, Joseph. Gonna have to keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that one for sure there, brother. Yeah, Gorev, nice way to snatch that little pop right there, brother. We got another little indecision right here, so just be wary of that. I think it's not wary. There we go. So yeah, just watch out for that one there. But it could be if we break this top side here, Gorev, maybe we can get into the volume weighted average price. But it looks like you're doing pretty good so far. So nice grab there on that one, guys. Yeah, let's just go over some of our notes here this morning, see what we got going on. Again, we were looking for that continuation here in Bitcoin, and then Amazon was pretty strong this morning as well, but that didn't work out, and then looking to play the overall market, but it hasn't been trading very well, and you can see that I got into the likes of NVDA and PLTR, but again, just a good consistent game plan, and then you always want to see what you got going on from a market data standpoint. So yeah, that was the game plan this morning. I do believe that we can continue in this short. Yes, Danny, what's going on there, my friend? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got it right this time. Yeah, hey, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, maybe I was saying that wrong, but that's okay. We're over that. That was yesterday's news. Yeah, that was the game plan. I do believe that. I think that we're not. Again, I'm tripping on my words here. I don't think that we're going to crack 260 here on Tesla. So if we can get a test of anywhere around the highs, then maybe we can get back into this long on TSLS, and that's going to be the short here on Tesla, because there's just so much overhead resistance on some of these bigger names, and I'm not seeing that reflected to the put side, which can say, hey, there's a path of least resistance on that front. So again, just going to keep following what the chain's telling me and look for those trades up and around those levels, which I'm really like adapting this into a system. So starting to collect some nice amount of data on that. Did I get it in my ear to go to Adara? Okay, so yeah, we're going to send it over to Adara as well too, guys.
I have a very exciting announcement, but first, I do want to mention here, we have comments from the Swiss economy minister saying that they had a, quote, productive meeting with Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, to talk about bilateral trade relations, and apparently the Swiss economy minister is also looking forward to future exchanges and continued collaborations. But before I send you back to the guys, I'm very excited to debut our new series of infographics for TTV Research. These are really, I would say, the first of their kind that I've done anyway. I was very curious here about Trump's Truth Social post about the economy. And we know that he used a lot of these posts, especially as of late, to make some commentary about this individual to our left. That would be Fed Chair Jerome Powell. What I did was I did an extensive search of I went through every Truth Social post Donald Trump has made in the year 2025 so I could definitively make a timeline of all of his mentions of the Federal Reserve. So this was all just pure research, putting the research in TTV research, if you will. And with that in mind, here's our first post from this timeline. As you can see here, we have January 29th, 2025, pretty innocuous at first. He casually mentions Jerome Powell and the Fed as part of a much larger tweet about energy. But then as we get into March, things get a little bit more tense. He basically says that the Fed should have lowered rates ahead of Liberation Day because he wants to help with that tariff transition, as he put it. So yeah, interestingly enough here, that post came a couple hours after the FOMC decision in March where they did not change rates. Again, we're going to have more posts of this ilk on their way, but debuting this new research, I guess the harder research style segment and infographic series for TTV Research. Check us out on X. Let me know in the chat if you have any other ideas. Back to you.
Very much for that there. I've seen somebody saying it, I wanted to go over here in the chat, but I think I've lost it here now. So that's okay. We'll continue to, oh yeah, this is what I want to talk about was Google. Oh yeah, like damn Google. Damn, Daniel, what's going on here? You can see that we had a nice opening. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I wouldn't even call this nice. Like, look at these 5-minute prints and all this indecision within it. Even though it did grind higher, that's exactly what it was. It was a grind, and then you can see how much orderly the price action was to the downside there. So there you go. That is GOOGL. So this would not be fun to sit in if you're long. So it's like, okay, yeah, you get in at like slightly above the volume weighted average price. If you're lucky enough to catch the peak, but look at this, like, okay, up, oh, big engulfing down, volatility spike here, all the way back down, etc., and then eventually you break through and go to the downside, which is a lot more orderly than what we got going on to the top side. So a tough look there on GOOGL, but there we go. Tesla continuing to break down. Amazon's continuing to break down. These big names are breaking down, and guess what, Sharif? The market's following with it. So.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, it's just going to be more buying opportunities. All right, so what I'm keeping an eye on right now is Pony at that 530 area. Now we've got a 6-candle holdup at the volume-weighted average price. So I'm trying to be patient. I've extracted the majority of the position out in the high 30s, low 40s. Got multiple outs that still are going unfilled. I'm happy that I was able to de-risk because it looks like it is going to break down now. The spread is opening up. 31 on the ask, 23 now on the bid. That is not what you want to see. So this one giving me some trouble. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm quite happy with how I executed on AREB, but I'm even more happy with how I didn't execute on SERV. So we took multiple outs on this one, but this one did lose the volume weighted average price, and I was really happy that I stuck to my guns and got out and didn't DCA, because look at the blood. It's continuing to go down now. It's almost 13 pennies lower than where I got out. So it's continuing to bleed to the downside. I'm talking about SERV. This one is not holding the volume weighted average price. It's below that level. It's also below that $6 level. $6 here was obviously psychological resistance and then acted as support. In addition to that, it's a price action resistance. It's also psychological resistance and support, being the whole dollar level. So keep your eye out on that. I certainly am. Pony continuing to bleed to the downside right now, showing me 29s now on the ask. It's still not triggering my sell order, so I'll let this one trigger as it was intended. It looks like it's not far from that at the moment. About half the position out, so the half here will be a loss of around 10 pennies if I do get stopped out. So we'll keep an eye out on that. AREB is coming down in a hurry though, so no continuation. And as I mentioned, nary a closing print, excuse me, above that 3.5, and there's a reason for that. There's somebody with a large account or a big algo kind of system that's really trading this and shorting it aggressively into $3.5. It could not, for the life of it, stay above that $3.5 area, and now it's all the way down to $3.10. It's below the volume weighted average price for the first time since 1055. So almost an hour now of defending VWAP successfully, losing it in a hurry. It's almost right now at that whole dollar level at $3. So let's keep an eye on that. It's really losing the bid in a hurry, AREB. But you could have kind of gauged that. You could have foreshadowed this aggressive move to the downside just based on how it had traded, both to the long side and the downside. And here's what I mean. Look at the aggression with which this one caught the bid. In the same way, it caught the offer to the downside over here. Quite aggressive, 3.5 down to 270, quick as you like, and then right back up quick as you like as well. So it stands to reason that the retracement as well as the moves up would be aggressive in this fashion. So keep your eye on that. If you can't stomach that kind of price action, or you don't like these small cap gappers, just stay away from them. They're not for everybody. Pony, back to this one. It's the only trade I'm involved in right now. I'm still kind of unsure about how to execute here. We're not well enough below VWAP that I want to say trigger a flattening. I'd allow my stop loss to trigger, but we can't find a bid for the life of us right now. Look at the amount of candles with lower lows and lower highs ever since we made that 569 high. We cannot, for the exception of this candle right here at 1135, everything is red and everything has a lower low and lower high. So Pony, not doing well right now, not doing well at all. The only thing kind of keeping things afloat, so to speak, is this 520 closing price action support, previously resistance, right? So I don't know how I'm going to execute here on Pony, whether to flatten out. What I could do is kind of just put myself out of my misery and say, this candle over here at 1145 has a low of 522. I can move up my stop from 519 and put it to prior bar low. That way, if we make yet another lower low, lower high candle, I'll just put myself out of my misery there and then look to trade it again if and only if it gets above that volume weighted average price. So PONY trading at 5.25. We're 9 pennies out of the money on this one, looking for something a little bit better. Let me have a look at my scanner up top to see what's afoot. Anything here moving to the upside in small cap gapper world. Not a whole lot, sadly, to discuss with you guys. There were some really good ones in the morning, but they've all given up the ghost as of late. Even though the Russell, man, the Russell's up 2%. Let's go, Russ. I mean, the NQ is the only other major average that's above the Russ. You got the NQ up 2.4, the Russ is up 2. So I really wonder why these small cap gappers are not catching much of a bid, but the fact is they're not. So we'll have to be careful here, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that. Nakul, we're gonna. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, but Nakul, we're gonna get into what you were referring to earlier, because we were talking about that quite a bit this week. But let's talk about Bitcoin real quick first, guys. So this is my idea. I told you guys that I started buying some here. I bid right at the lows here, and then we get this move up. But you can see we went essentially like that's a nice pop up there, guys. We put in about an $8,000 session right there, or something a little bit under that. So I didn't think that we were going to continue that much today in strength. Like I didn't think we were going to put in another like $6,000-7,000 session because there is quite a bit of overhead resistance. But one thing to note that is positive, we have cracked this neckline right here and now going back into the middle of this range. But what I'm thinking may happen is that we get a breath of a day, right? Because we've had some two solid sessions, and then now we get another little breath right here, and then maybe we can get that ABCD, that 3-bar play to move to the top side. But I do believe that Bitcoin is going to continue to just move sideways for today, unless something like some positive catalyst comes out. But it's still holding up relatively well, so maybe we get an open up around the bottom of the range, and then that's when we can take it again to the long side, or maybe take a couple of more days. Now, let's get into what you're referring to on SPY here. Nakul. So let's see what we got going on. You say, Joseph, I sold some 530 puts. You got caught in some volatility onslaught. Scary stuff. I told you guys right now, from my experience, and I'm saying it's totally up to you if you have the risk tolerance for it. I am not writing right now. Look what has happened today. 4 volatility spikes on the session, and when you are writing, you feel it that much more. And when I mean by writing, I mean by selling options. So that's why I'm going to say no on this. But one thing that I will note is that, Nakul, if we do decide to fill this gap, that is going to put you south of 530, and therefore your contract's going to close out the money and you'll be able to collect all of the premium. But I think the best case scenario for that specific trade right now is if we do fill this gap to the downside. So, If we do, as soon as we come to this top wick or you slightly get out of the money, I would look to close that position 100% and just get totally out of these shorts, because you can see at any moment with a headline sensitive market, you can get these volatility spikes either to the top side or to the downside. And when you're writing, you're most definitely not going to be having a good time on that front. So make sure you just have that stop loss in place on those. And then if you get that gap filled, then congratulations. You know my SPY puts printed. Yeah, okay, so there you go, Robert Hernandez, SPY puts. But I mean, that's different than writing calls, right? Like if you have SPY puts, you officially have a fixed risk. You can't lose that much. But if the market decides that it wants to squeeze through key levels and you're short some calls, bad time, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Mean Gene says, fat pipe is moving again. Oh, baby. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, I wouldn't trade it. It's too late on volume. Let's have a look. So, guys, the chart. Interesting look here. We're at 11.5. 11.5 was yesterday's high. So shout out to Mean Gene. Okerlund. Yeah, I'm not going to go long on fat pipe right now because the volume is quite light, and I don't think it's at the most opportune area for a long. I think that this one definitely is at a resistance area, and I need to see a little bit more volume. I'm looking at CEP, and right now it's a 3-penny spread, which is acceptable, 2 pennies now, but that's the exception, not the rule. I've seen it as wide as 15. Moreover, it's at a key area of technical resistance. Now, I looked to see if this one was shortable for free under a system. It's not, so it's a pay for shorts type situation. The only reason I'm even looking short right now in CEP is once, twice, will be thrice. 1380 has been a very obvious level of technical resistance, just in the same way that 13 to 1280 has been an area of support. This does look like a double bottom with the neckline possibly at 1380, but you'd need a decisive break above that neckline on a closing basis for me to get involved. Alas, we have not gotten that right now. So 1380, a key area of technical resistance. Neil, are you in a trade? When you have a second, I don't know if you're busy, how much CEP on the NQ would cost me for shorts? I appreciate that. Yeah, so it's already rejecting 1380, a beautiful 20-penny drop right there. It's nice to have them, you know, if it's going to cost me $1, cost me $2, and it makes sense to have them. But this was, yeah. So as I suspected, 1380, obviously a level of resistance, whether or not continues to act that way intraday and for the rest of the day, an entirely different story. But there would have been a nice 30-penny winner off that level. CEP on the NQ up 28.25%, but certainly encountering selling at $13.80, a random area. I'm disappointed with how I executed on Pony. Quite disappointed, because this is not a good feeling when you get out bottom wick. I mean, you got to get out somewhere. And the thing is, I had my out at 19s and I flattened out on my own. So this is on me. This is on nobody else but me. Yeah, so PONY should have been doing well on this one. I moved up my stop. I didn't move it up. I flattened out. It was at 19s. I ended up flattening out at 22s, and now it's knocking the door of 50. So feel a little bit bad about this one, but you can never get them perfectly all the time. Now it's knocking the door of $5.50 with the high of the day, $5.69. So good technical support by PONY at that 520 level. Owing to these closing prints right here, should have stuck with the plan instead of improvising on the fly. This one looks awfully good right now. Let's see if we can take out the highs, because it's generally respecting these areas. So not a bad look there. What else we got on board here? SERV doing bupkis. What do we got? NVAX. Yes, NVAX is now trading below the volume weighted average price. It also had multiple holdups at $7.40. It's now trading in a range between $7.30 and $7.40. So I don't really want to take anything with NVAX long until it can get above the 7.5, maybe 7 2/3. You can start showing me some higher highs and higher lows. It hasn't been doing that yet. Not yet anyway. So packing my patience there. Bought Yacht Club. Pony got me twice as well. Yeah. Look, bro, I mean, this one's on me. We had the right plan, we had the right levels, and we didn't execute on the plan. So that one is on me, nobody else to blame. City Boy 305, AGM or AGMH, small cap gapper. Say less, my man. Let's load that up on the side chart. By the way, Fat Pipe just took out 11.5. Now it's up to 11.75. So shout out to my man Mean Gene Okerlund for yelling out fat pipe there. I was dismissing it for that 11.5 technical resistance. I was wrong. You were right. Good look on you, my man. Let's look at AGMH. Okay, so this is a good one. It's a good one, but it is kind of not tradable under my system, and I'll tell you why in a second. So this one's up big. It's up 130%. Small cap gapper started running yesterday in the aftermarket around 6 o'clock, give or take. Had a big move in the aftermarket, moving from around, is that 3 pennies? Yeah, 3 pennies, dude. Holy cow. To about 5. Now, this morning, it got up to 10 pennies. But look what it's doing, my man. Look at this. Every time it moves into that white line, that white line is the volume weighted average price, always on my charts. It finds aggressive selling every time it takes VWAP, and it doesn't have a closing print above VWAP. So I don't want to say this would be easy to trade, not saying that at all. What I would wait for, the telltale sign that I would wait for here on AGMH is a closing print, at least on the 5, above that volume weighted average price, because what you can see, what you can glean from just looking at the price action from basically 4 a.m. onwards is every time it gets into VWAP from the south to the north side, it rejects. So you can use that to your advantage. You can short it, right? So you don't have to take this long. If you can get your hands on shorts on AGMH, have at it, baby. I don't know if I've got them on my platform here, just to give you an idea. Obviously, we can get them here with day trade, with real trading, but I'm just looking at my platform to see how easy or not easy it is to get it, and I can't. So this one is not shortable on my platform. I'm talking about AGMH, guys. It's actually a penny stock, 6 pennies right now trading at that range. So interesting look here. Break VWAP for sure. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to City Boy 305. Looks like we're seeing the same thing here, Joseph.
City Boy. City Boy. Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking too, NYU. That's a pretty good question. So again, we just try to keep it as simple as possible. 104, 18,000 open contracts. This is the call side to be exact, guys. 105, 49,000. 106, 77,000. 107, 65,000. We go up to 110, 81,000 open contracts, all right? So let's go 7 points in the other direction as well too, all right? And the highest numbers, 10,000, 26,000, 13,000, and this is the put side. 14,000. What is this telling me? The path of the least resistance is to the short side, right? There's just so much overhead going on with NVDA, and I was saying this to Sharif, and I'm like, man, I just don't see it happening this week. Can it happen? Absolutely, but again, with all that overhead, there's quite a bit of open contracts there, especially right at 110, which would be max pain, it seems to be on the week. So I don't think we go that high. Could I be wrong? Hopefully I'm wrong. And I wish I'm wrong, but that's what it's looking like, and that's what the market is telling me. So we'll be patient on that front, and we're going to look for those shorts to continue here, guys. But we got a Dara with happening now in the Neil's lesson of the day.
Here's the market. This is the 15-minute chart here for the S&P 500, and we have made, it looks like, about 5 consecutive red 15-minute candles on that SPY. It's worth noting here on 10:17 a.m., we did have the White House responding to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Basically, what they did here was the Wall Street Journal reported China was looking to, or the U.S. was looking to de-escalate with China. They set the market to the upside right off the open. The White House responded that the White House is potentially looking here at lowering tariffs on Chinese imports pending talks with Beijing, but any talks they would not be unilateral. Well, then Scott Bessent basically says the same thing, that Trump hasn't made any unilateral offers with China with regards to tariffs. And then the market drops when Scott Bessent says it about an hour later. So interesting stuff there. Here's Tesla, earnings day one. This would initially had a really nice pop off the open. Elon Musk, CEO, basically saying that he's going to be spending, quote, significantly less time with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, and refocus his time on TSLA. Then we have Boeing, BA here, flying a little bit lower, though did have a nice pop at the open as well. CEO Kelly Ortberg saying during the company's conference call a couple hours ago that basically some Chinese airlines have called and they've said they're not going to be taking delivery, though they are looking for some to resell these vehicles. So BA on watch, TSLA on watch, PM, VRT, T, Enphase, tons of day one earnings plays. But before I send you back to the Bash Brothers for all of that trading action, we have to hear Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away. Real deal, Neil.
Thank you so much, Adara. Well, this lesson of the day is partially brought to you by someone you've never heard of. Mandelbrot, a mathematician famous for fractals. Nassim Taleb is all about fractals. You've heard some of our good guests on the show. With Michael Knotts, we'll talk about patterns and markets and trends and setups being fractal. What does that mean? Very simply, you can take ideas from one time frame, transport them to another. The other thing that it can mean, and I'm twisting this a little bit, is when you have an execution plan for setups and trade strategies, they can work on different types of stocks and different venues. And then the most important thing is that you have that execution plan based on a defined setup. I'm going to show you something you've seen a million times from me, and then show you how the same thing saved my day today somewhere else. So you've seen this a million times from me, Intel. There's your trend up. What am I trying to do? Yes, I know. We're trying to fade Intel off at 21. There is your clean trend to the upside. It gets to 21, topping tail, breaks the trend. I mean, it gets to VWAP after, yay, we're shooting a video. Whatever. It stops me out there and then gets to VWAP. But it was a VWAP trend trade. Now it goes under VWAP. We shorted under the volume weighted average price. Pretty standard stuff, right? Well, guess what you're able to do when you have an execution plan and a strategy? Now, something like this, and yes, every single execution on this chart is real for me starting in the pre-market. It's done 28 million shares, and I was trading it actively. Essentially, it's a buyout at 9.15. So what you're going to see is me getting a short. And look, I was a little bit tilted. I had a short in the pre-market that I did not hold on to, scalped it for small when it could have been big. Then the market opens up, and I'm literally just littering this thing market making and just taking advantage of all the crazy little tiny price action. It bounces VWAP, and I get lit from my orders that were there earlier. But notice something as it approaches the high. Now, at this point, like I'm stuck. If it breaks that high of the day, it could get nasty for me. But I know I'm not adding to this position. Why? Because it's going against me. I shouldn't have been averaging it in the first place. But I go back to first principles. What would I do if I was flat, and what is my execution strategy for this position? I have a high, I have a trend. So it's very simple. I've got the high, I've got a trend. It holds the high here, it breaks the trend there, I get in here. It's not a momentum stock, it's literally a leveraged buyout, but it still gives me an execution strategy that I've done a million times. I've done it, we know the entry point, I know where my stop goes, I know what it means to be wrong, I know where I want to hold it to, I let it travel halfway before I'm getting anything out, then I'm getting out in front of VWAP. Like all of these things that you've seen or that you're used to a million times, that's where you want to be able to execute. Because otherwise, I'm like hoping. Now, ultimately, I'd rather not have this and only have this execution. I was talking to Adair about this. Well, ideally, I wouldn't be in that spot where I've already averaged in. But I know, hey, I can't be all into this thing. I want to add. I'm going to be all in front of the top. But it can't be an add until it gives me that execution plan. So when you have a trading strategy or an execution strategy, it behooves you to not just follow it, but to have it help you engage in different styles of trade or different types of stocks. Maybe you take it over to the futures, whatever it might be, because it ultimately comes down to risk to reward. This only works if I can find a way to be in at the top with tight stop and hold the trade and know exactly where I'm getting all of it out in front of VWAP. So if you can define your trade in that way, then you can be absolutely fine. Or you can sort of play it by ear. And I did, and unfortunately, like I wish I could tell you that this was, much bigger of a trade than it was for me. It should have been more, but I was averaged into it. This is the break of the rule. This is me calming down and realizing the mistake. And that's me executing an actual trade-on plan. And the important part about it is you will always hear me talk in terms of this is what I'm looking for, this is where I want to get in, this is where my out is going to be, this is where my target. And I'll throw a trailing stop at break even. I said I do it on Intel for good, bad, or for worse, and that's the plan of action. It allows you to be in something without emotion, with just your plan and just your execution. And being a consistently profitable trader requires that, because you need your winning trades to be bigger than your losing trades. And without some kind of a quality execution plan, it is very difficult to make that happen. And what I love about a quality execution strategy is it is transferable oftentimes. Not all the time, but oftentimes it is transferable and it can absolutely save you, as it did for me today. And again, you've seen me do this a million times on a mean reversion. It does work in many places as long as you've got a trend to follow. So allow it to happen, be patient, and the trades will come. The market's always giving you an opportunities. You just got to be there and ready to execute. There's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that. Wise words from Neil every day around that noon hour. Neil's lesson of the day. Thank him again for that.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. I'm back in the pony over here as it's back above the volume weighted average price, but it is having issues with that technical area of resistance. That $0.50 that we were using as support initially now is coming to bite us in the rear end as resistance. So that $0.50 psychological and technical area holding up pony from continuing on its merry way to the upside. I'm looking for 55s before I wet the beak. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Shout out to my man Mean Gene Okerland, Joseph Sharif, hot HODL on the TSX, good small cap mover. Rarely trade the TSX, but who trades that? I'm kidding, of course. Toronto is our stock exchange. Let's look HODL. On the TSX, you said. So I have to look over here. Where's my TSX permissions? Van Eck Pure. It's a Bitcoin ETF, says Neil. I'm just looking for the... No, it's not, he says. That's on the NYMEX. Okay. No, I don't see it here, Mean Gene. I can try on our platform. Just one sec, Neil. Yeah, just got to make this one a little smaller. There we go. Okay, we're getting prints here on Pony, that piece of crap. All right, here, let's have a look at HODL on the TSX. What's the TSX thing again, T? I know, but what is the TSX code after, like NQ? Okay.
.to, I think.
.cn? Okay, here we go. Let's give that a try. HODL.cn. Did I type it in right? Yeah. Maybe let me just have a look at what he wrote there. HODL, yeah, I did type it. Maybe I don't have permissions for that, yeah. I don't know. CM. All right, Neil's got it up. We'll go to Neil's. All right, there it is. Oh, all right.
Yeah, so okay,
I probably don't have entitlement.
Just for a second here, because I believe this is like this is working right. It's a Solana trust.
I see.
This one. It's done 1.7 million in volume, but a lot of that happened right at the open, which is typical for anything that you'll see in Toronto. And good long trend to the upside. But my understanding, and when I looked it up, this is like a Solana trust, so it should track prices you see in Solana, which must be making a little bit of a bounce, contrary to the overall market. But the thing is, much like e-signal, but here at Real Trading, everything's entitlement based. So we have a million markets that we can trade, and you might not, there's like 3 or 4 of them in Toronto alone. So you have to make sure you're entitled to each one, and you pay separately for each, whether you look at it or not. I just happen to have all the Toronto entitlements from years ago. But yeah, Solana must be making a power move. HODL is a great name. You would think it would be Bitcoin, but HODL on the Amex, that's what tripped me up. If you go HODL on the NYSE market, that is a Bitcoin trust. So it's a bit different here. It's a Solana one in Canada. Just a bit weird.
I like it. Yeah, I see it here. I got it on my platform. So there it is. It's decent. I mean, it doesn't have the most amount of liquidity. But yeah, not a bad look here for Solana. I've always wanted to diversify the crypto game, get one of these lesser known coins, Joseph, and weasel into one of those. You know, it's not bad to diversify. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be the end all and be all, right? It can be Bitcoin as the number one, but you weasel into
I guess I can't say anything. I dabbled in a little XRP.
You did, eh?
And before I had Dogecoin and Ethereum as well too before. So
yeah, Doge, eh?
Dogecoin.
Did you buy any fart coin?
No.
Oh.
Dude. So I told you guys this story before, but I'll go back to it. So my friends and I, we all just pooled in a little bit of money and we bought Dogecoin at it was like 3 or 4 cents, and then we all 4 of us had this crazy ride all the way up to 81 cents.
Nice.
And it was chaotic. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but also everybody's hit panic mode. Look, take the money. I'm like, no, we want more money. But we did end up eventually splitting everything at a pretty big.
I dozed off after you said it wasn't fart coin.
All right.
Sorry, bro.
That's all right. That's all right. But Trump coin.
Hey,
Trump coin's moving up.
let's get started with
but
that.
Listen, Trump coin's moving up. A lot of people in the chat were we're talking about Trump coin here, so I wanted to see what it was going. So shout out to my boy who bought Trump coin up here at 44 and said that was the next big thing here, Sharif. So shout out to him. I'm not going to mention any names, but it is what it is. Yeah, obviously. Like, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, do you truly believe in something you know absolutely nothing about? He's like, yeah, it's the next big thing. And I'm like, all right, don't talk to me anymore, please. They just no, obviously he's like one of my best friends. Yeah, but
no, but like, come on, man.
Come on.
You know, look, I'm
just trying to get a quick block.
I don't have a problem with Donald Trump. I have a problem with this.
I
don't like this.
Absolutely.
Like, this is not a good look for me. It hurts him. It hurts the industry.
It's a horrible look,
right?
Like,
it's like, what are you doing,
do
bro?
that,
the day before inauguration, and the Melania coin too.
This is the exact same thing as buying a Huck to a coin. You know what I mean? Like, if you truly thought that it's the same thing, Sharif. There's no significant meaning to it.
Hold on.
And then look what happened.
Weapon to your head. You're buying Huck Tua or you're buying Trump? You're buying Trump.
I'm going Huck Tua, man.
You're going Huck Tua?
No,
yes.
I'm probably
way to live dangerously, Joseph.
Exactly, because you never know what can happen with that one. I'm joking. I'm buying neither. You got to pull the trigger. At the end of the day, I'm not buying either. Pull the trigger. I would rather have none of them, to be honest with you. So, but I mean, if you're buying it at the bottoms, that's not too bad. But if you got in all this exuberant buying right here, then unfortunately for you, that is not a good look. So he got in at I think it wasn't even 44s. It was like 50-something he got it in, and then he didn't take it out or anything along those lines. It might have been 60s he even bought it at, to pour more salt into his wounds. But not a good look. And I'm pretty sure he's bag holding because he knows nothing about stop losses or anything along those lines. So there it goes. Don't do what he's doing.
My cousin. I'll never forget my cousin. Do you remember when Forex got popular, like 2017, 2018, 2019?
A couple of my buddies started.
And then he got one of those alerts, right? Where like you get an alert on your phone, buy, and then like the. So anyway, he followed this guy for a long time, and this is why you shouldn't do this. He followed the guy for a long time. The guy made a lot of money. The alerts were good. The first day he decided to actually put money in, put $2,000 without a stop loss. That's what made me laugh.
See you later.
Is that you said he doesn't know how to use stop loss. Neither did my cousin. All right, and then he broke all sorts of electronic equipment in his room.
Sharif.
Yeah, he did. He got rinsed.
Rinsed.
He got absolutely rinsed.
Yeah.
So shout out to Yusuf. Absolutely amazing trader.
I didn't know about stop losses for the longest time either, and I obviously look how that worked out. So
yeah, well, 2018, Mike DeRider. Yeah, I feel like that's when everybody was talking about Forex. You had a lot of people saying, I used to see a lot of YouTube advertisements come about Forex during that time. Then all of a sudden it died out. I wonder why? Because the equity markets have been going haywire since that time. In a good way, of course. All right, guys, we're back into Pony. Sorry, you want to cover something?
No, I was just going to ask, guys, in the chat, do you guys trade Forex? Just put yes or no if you trade Forex or not.
I'd love to hear
I'd love to see kind of what it is. Is it or just straight equities? It's either Forex or equities. Just put it in the chat. Let's see what you guys are up to and what you guys are
Yeah,
actually
I'd love to
trading
hear about this. Shout out to my man Bovin. My man Bovin's back in the chat. He's letting me know about UPXI. Upexi Incorporated, an entire $16 million market cap. I'm being sarcastic. Let's look at UPXI. How are we doing here, Bovin, on this name? So this is the 4 hour, obviously not what I'm looking for there. So everyone's saying no. No, a lot of people no.
A whole lot of no with the Forex.
Bill R.
Tony, of course you're trading Forex.
Okay, I feel like they're. Oh, that Tony. Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Tony. No, seriously though, the only time literally the only time I bought Forex, and I told you this, was when IB made me actually buy US dollars with my Canadian to trade these equities. Otherwise, I've never really done it. And that doesn't mean there isn't opportunities. I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of opportunities. Now, Donald Trump has made it very obvious. His stated goal is to lower the US dollar so they can increase exports. And so if his intention is to do that and the market ends up, going with what his intention is, I think we definitely get volatility in the Forex market. How you take advantage of that, it's going to be up to you. Let's have a look at UPXI. UPXI, shout out to my man Bovin. Let's throw in the ticker there and do some TA. So an obvious upward channel here for me, Bovin. I don't know how you see this. For whatever reason, this UPXI is respecting the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. Not really sure why. and I'm also usually hesitant to want to base anything on the 50, on the 5 at least. That's the red line, guys, on my chart there. In addition to that, Bovin, I don't know how you feel, but this looks like it could be a flat top break. An ascending wedge is what I see here. There's obvious resistance in between 12 to 12 and a quarter. Let me make my case. All the closing prints, for the exception of maybe one, below $12. You're getting multiple wicks between 12 and 12 and a quarter. All the while, you're putting in higher lows. So you have that higher low, higher low with that flat top. That's what we call an ascending wedge. This could get parabolic if it breaks 12 on a decisive basis. Look for that closing print on the 5 as your gauge to whether this is kind of ready to go above that 12. So I like it. Thank you, Bovin, for pointing that out. This one has earned its way onto the side chart. And who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off NVAX, that piece of crap. UPXI, we're going to throw that bad boy on there, and now it's got a permanent place here on the side chart so we can monitor it, and if we need to execute on it, we shall. So thanks, Bovin, for that one as well. As I always joke and say, he is my second pair of eyes. Can't always be looking at those scanners, baby, especially when you're doing the show and punching into positions, but you got Bovin there in the chat. So if you're into small cap gappers, keep your eye out on his messages. I'm in Pony. I wet the beak there up to 60, but it's right back into my entry position at that 50 penny level. This feels to me like a lower high here on PONY. It worked its way into 60. Prior to that, it had been at 70, technically 69s. So what I've done is I'm basing my out on 45s. It loses 545, I'm out. I'm not going to do the dance with Pony. It's already given me grief before. CEP, I want to mention this one, okay? We can't trade this one for whatever reason, but this one went berserk. Okay, I was watching this one that we talked about this, that 1380 flat top break. It came in spades, bro. Spades. Look at that move above 1380. It moved up to 1540 and then dropping back down now into 14 and a half, 1440. I got to tell you, it's very spready and it's kind of illiquid. I know, Adara, but they're hard to trade when they're spready, but I get your affinity for them. Yeah, it's a small capper-esque, you know, Adara, not fully small capper, but it's a medium capper. Fair. Let's find out exactly what this thing is here. I appreciate you, Adara. $185 million market cap, so, you know, a little out of small cap gapper world. In any event, it's had trouble with 15, both initially and on this move over here, so $15, a definite area of resistance here for CEP. Trade this one carefully. It is spready and it goes wild, as you can see. Okay, topping tail candle into 1544. That's the look right now. Let's take off this one and put SMMT. Yeah, so that's all I've got right now, Joseph. PONY. It's been a light day for these small cap gappers. I'm going to load up UPXI over here. We'll take off SMMT and we'll see if we can execute something here on UPXI, which is, I believe, on the NQ. It is. Oh, Bovin, this is awfully spready. You think I was mad about that other one? CEP, UPXI even worse. This one was 30 pennies, quick as I looked at that. However, Bovin, I will be buying this in and around 11 to 1080. If it does reject 12 again and comes back down, I want to take advantage of that higher low. We've already got 2 higher lows on UPXI. Case in point number 1, case in point number 2. If it comes back into 11, Bovin, I'm a buyer. I'm picking it up there in front. In fact, I'll front run 11. I'll put it at 11.10, whatever. I want that flat top break, love, baby. So let's go ahead and throw in that order right now. We're going to go 11.11. We're going to do 11.11, Joseph. So that's the number there. Not 7-11, Adara. Not just 11.11. 11 is her lucky number. Yes. Yeah, I can get behind that. I think that makes sense because your birthday's on the 1st. So obviously the for 1 there, 1-1. So get it, Adara. All right, what do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, guys, so let's just go over what we're doing. You can see that we're starting to cook up here a little bit in TSLA as well. Someone in the chat, Kurt asked me in the chat, he's like, Joe, where do you see some supply? And I said, that's all the way up there at 260. We'll go over the chain again, but guys, we've been through it time and time and throughout these sessions is that look at the high, look at the highest levels of open interest, and then look at that intraday high here. So once again, coming heavily into play, we took that short on the TSLS, and that or the long on TSLS, so synthetically short Tesla on that front. But let's go over what we were trading here today. Nice topping signal here on PLTR, still up 7% on the day. So that's still fantastic for PLTR there, Sharif. That's bigly, as you would like to say. It wasn't Clayton Big design, but okay, yeah. So what else did we trade here? Clayton Bigley. It is
Clayton Bigsby.
Yeah, it's Bigsby, but that's what it reminds me of saying, right? But
Neil's chuckling too, bro. He knows what's up, man. Everybody who watched Chappelle's show knows what's up.
Yeah, Clayton. It got wild. But anyways, guys, so you can see we started really small here, and gave it a bit of a wider stop, and then we started to add to the position, add. So dual add right there, and then we take up 50% all the way up here. We got a dollar move on that one. Really nice move. And then I'm like, why are we stuffing right there? And then eventually I just got out. Again, open interest, Sharif, telling us the market, telling us where we're going to go and where we're going to stop. So there we go, all the way up at 104.70.
Out. Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, right at the top there, man. I took half it off it. Yeah, I took a half of it off right there, just following the chain. And then I had the hopium start to kick in, and then eventually we just got that breakout stop, And then IBIT, sorry, we're going to go to Adara here. And then there we go. We tried again on IBIT, and this is where I was long. I heard Neil was trying to go long as well too. So what did I do? I pulled up the chain. Where's the highest level of open interest?
Where?
53.50s. We couldn't get past that. We break down Adara.
Hey.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan, though, is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. But whatever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. Join tradethepool.com, scan the QR code, and get 10% off. Back to you.
All right, guys, so everybody's like, why is the market tanking? Great question. None of us, again, you got some headline. We had some positive headlines as well, too. But let's zoom out and kind of go to a higher time frame here. And you can see in the post-market yesterday, we got that really nice bump up there on some positive news that the talks are going relatively well. But then here we go. We're just pulling back some of this move. Again, it's not going to be a full V reversal in the market. I think it's going to be more of a slow grind. You're going to get some positive headlines. You inch higher, then something else comes out. You go back a little bit, you retrace about 20, 30%, whatever it may be, another positive headline, and then you can continue to move to the top side. But this is what I'm seeing it as, right? It's just somewhat of a pullback here. You can see we'll put our trend line up. And we have now snapped, well, we haven't quite snapped it yet, to be honest with you. So we have touch 1, touch 2, touch 3, 4. And so let's see if we can hold around that 453.62 level. Again, so until that trend line snaps, this is all I'm looking at as the market is pulling back from some of the moves that we put in last night and this morning. But we're going back to it there, guys.
Here's Nike. Nike is in watch right now because Adidas just reported its earnings over in Europe. So I'm not seeing how any of this compares to estimates, but I'll give you the numbers anyway. Adidas Q1 sales, 6.15 billion euros, operating profit, 610 million euros, operating margin 9.9%, gross margin 52.1%. Nike dropping a little bit here. NKE does tend to move in sympathy with Adidas. We've seen this on earnings before, so just something to be aware of if you are involved in NKE. Adidas just reported earnings over in Europe. Back to you.
Fair enough there, Reigns. I agree with you on that front. We were talking about the gap earlier as well, too. And then a lot of individuals say, Joe, take a look at the call wall on the SPY at 545. I love that you're looking at that as well, too. What was our high of the day? Just slightly above that level. And then you can see that there's high levels of open interest. But we're starting to cook it up here again on TSLS as Tesla is continuing to break down here, guys. We took that long on TSLS north of the volume weighted average price. That would be south on Tesla itself. But I want to see what my friend was saying on SPY about that call wall there, because that's exactly what we were looking at, and we talk about it countless times throughout the day, and I want to see if I can confirm what you are seeing. And I mean, yeah, 8,000 contracts on today's expiration cycle. Let's zoom out and go to this week. 7,000. It is the highest, but at 540, there is a high level of open interest as well, too. So, again, nothing crazy, but I guess for the SPY, 7,000, 9,000 relatively to what else is being printed on there, fair enough. I totally agree with you on that one. Good call out. Let's see if we can continue to climb here in TSLS, guys.
Get up, fat pipe.
Ooh.
Let's go, baby. 1280 is what I'm waiting for. We've got multiple prints. Currently got bottom wick on this, you know what, but we're still dancing around that 80 penny level. For whatever reason, there's a seller at 80. And I'm waiting at 82s. I've gotten 3 beak wetters on this. I've got 3 more. Let's see if Fat Pipe wants to continue going up to the upside. Currently, it has a $12.99 high day, so essentially a $13 HOD. I'm still waiting for that print at 80s. It's eluding me at the moment. We're going to have to cross a little bit more, and we already did cross, but the spread is prohibitive. Again, 19 pennies, 20 pennies at times, so it's a bit of a tougher look. I'm trying to pack my patience on this one, but I know it can drop in a hurry. Because look at the spread, it's crazy, and it's got no volume at this level. So this one does concern me. Yeah, I know that. I get it. I'm obviously doing it on purpose, all right? But that's neither here nor there. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. It's continuing to show 79s. I'm waiting at 82s. I don't want to move down my orders. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. But we'll see exactly what we get there. This one is respecting, at least for the moment, that is, the 10 exponential moving average on the 1. Now it's tightening up. Now we've got 79s on the ask, 70s on the bid, whereas it was well wider before that. So the spread tightening up, still no prints, eluding me at the moment, still showing me 79s on the ask. Nothing printing quite yet, so trying to pack my patience. I did get stopped out for the umpteenth time over here on your friend Pony, but I'm looking at getting back here into AREB. This one is going to be a flat top break. It's just about me packing my patience. With this one, it's putting in umpteen amount of higher lows with that flat top at around 350, and I just won't be convinced differently. Okay, I've seen way too many of these to be convinced different. It's about getting in at the right time. I'll submit to you the entry that I have right now, not the best because it's near 350, but I don't mind dollar cost averaging into this, especially since I have conviction now behind the trade. I'm talking about AREB. It's been putting in umpteen amount of higher lows, all the while that $3.50 area has been eluding us as a level of support or resistance. There we go. We got the print at 50s, but that's not really what I want to do. I want to pick up more because I've got baby shares right now, full disclosure. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait down at 33s, okay? So I'm waiting there to add more, and then I'm going to wait for even that lower. I'm going to wait down at 22s as well. I ride on 22s and I'm going to take 22s long. So that's exactly what we're going to do there. Looking at de-risk a little bit if it does catch a bit. So that's my look right now on that. Let's go back to Fat Pipe. Still showing me 79s. Bro, wake up. You're napping midday. Doesn't work like that. You got to wake up, Fat Pipe. Let's go. FATN is a ticker I'm talking about. It's up 25 1/3%, very close to the high day to 12.99 HOD. We're currently, showing 12.79 on the ask, so quite close. Now it's dropping in the 70s, so I got to be careful with that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're involved in AREB and FATN, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. So yeah, John F, we'll definitely get into that. Let's go, Pizza Rat. Dude, you're absolutely smashing it. Pizza Rat. Absolutely killing it. So you're going to get the sirens and a bang because you asked very nicely. For those ones, John F in the chat asking a good question as well too. This is the likes of NVIDIA. Okay, so what we want to focus on is the open interest, guys. You can see this here. Look at it on the call side. Look how stacked it is, right? 81,000 at 110, 65,000 at 107, 49 at 105, 77 at 106, etc. Right? You see how large that is? We need absorbed. That's a lot of supply. We need someone to grab all this liquidity. But look at it on the put side, right? It's not even relatively the same. Right? It's not even close. So that's just what I mean by open interest and how it can come in as support and resistance zones. And you can see with that specific underlying asset, we haven't broke through those key levels. And if we did, we've had the inability to hold them. So that's just what I refer to, John F, as like open interest and what I'm looking for. Again, we've seen it with the likes of Tesla as well too at 260, and I can go on and on and on about what we're looking for on the open interest and these call and put walls and how they come in as support and resistance zones here in the market, and you just got to abide by those rules. We were talking about IBIT as well too here today. But Pizza Rat, almost in the money today. I'm gonna go touch grass and do stuff while my play cooks. I'll be watching, brother. All right, Pizza Rat, let's go.
What does that mean? He's gonna cut his grass?
I
he's
think
gonna do
so.
something else with grass?
Oh, maybe. He means that. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said there, Ramin. We're going to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at Boil, B-O-I-L, because that one is bubbling higher. Basically, we have Kazakhstan announcing here that they're committed to constructive work with OPEC Plus in a statement. So some oil-related news here, B-O-I-L, or any oil-related product that you would like to trade. They're all pushing to the upside here. Nice sustained uptrend for these all day as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I just need to cover this.
Touch grass means leave the house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, because you're stepping outside?
Outside. Yeah, there you go.
Nice. All right, guys, we're doing it live here on AREB. We just took 59s, Now I'm waiting at 69s, but this is small size. As I mentioned, I'm very interested in picking up more. I'm currently long 44s. I did get out 59s. I want more at 33s and 22s. I perceive this to be an ascending wedge, okay? And these are highly reliable patterns. At least that's been my observation with them in the past, especially with small cap gappers. When you put in those higher lows incrementally and over a wider period of time, I'll submit to you this is as wide as it's going to get, because this breakout here was at 955. This is a good pattern. We'll have to wait and see if it manifests that way, but I'm taking it. I'm looking at adding into the position. I'm talking about AREB. I'm waiting at 33s and then 22s. That's what I'm looking at right now on AREB. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Simultaneously, I'm still in FATN. We're doing well on this one. Oh, UPXI is losing it over here. I got long UPXI. Okay, so this is the level that I wanted on UPXI. So I've got 1111s. It's showing me 11. So anything below 1080, and I'm gone on that one. So let's throw in that order there. Okay, let's see exactly what we can get there. We'll go 69. There we go. And then we're going to have to put beak wetters above our entry. So we'll layer the beak wetters there. And then we'll go 1122s as well. So let's see exactly what situation is on that one. Whoa, baby.
Whoa.
Whoa, Nelly. Let's go, AREB. I'm waiting at 69s. 65s coming in here, Joseph. I think this, if we close here, if we close this will be the first time we close above the $0.50. I don't know if we're going to close. We have 5 more minutes on this candle. Seller at 65 of note. 66 is now. Can we continue up? I'm waiting at 69s. I'm talking about AREB. There's someone shorting or selling up a storm at the 2/3 of a dollar. I won't be convinced otherwise. You can see it. 67 is now. Let's go, bro. 68. Where that 69 at? 69 is always an elusive target. Why is that? Am I the only person that says that 69? Let's go 69. Boom! To the high side. We'll take 69s, baby. All right, now we're going to go higher, Joseph. So we still got more outs. Now we're going to go to 82s. I'm born in 82, and I happen to like the number.
Dang.
All right, hey, my guy. All right, so we're going to set up there on your friend Arb. All right, guys, I'm having a good time. Can you tell?
We're back.
We're back.
He's back. He's back.
All right,
Let's
guys.
go.
We're doing it live.
He's back.
FATN, I had to wet the beak there in the mid-60s, guys, because it's just awfully spready, and I'm unable to get the print at 80s. I'm talking about fat pipe. I've been waiting at 82s for a hot minute. It's not giving me the print, so I'm going to have to continue to wait. I'm sorry, guys. You know, look, I've got some peculiarities, Joseph,
I'm
right?
listening.
Like you can kind of tell about that, and you know, I just go with it. You just, as you get older, you're less self-conscious about your peculiarities, and you just kind of just go with it. Like,
You just go with the flow
You know
there?
what? If you don't like me, like,
Yeah.
all right, I don't care. That's the thing, right? You become shameless in a way, in a good way, right? So we'll go with that. Let's just go with that. All right, guys. No, we're having a good time on the show. Still waiting for something above that $0.75 on AREB. That is currently the high of the day. It's 374. I'm waiting at 82s and the 95. So by definition, I'm waiting for that high at day break. However, fat pipe is continuing to lose the bid. Now we've got 69s on the asks and 40 asks on the ask and 40 on the bid. That's already 5 pennies below my my entry. I'm long 45s here on fat pipe. It's continuing to kind of hold a little bit above that $0.50, at least on the ask side of things, so we'll pack our patience. Oh, baby, AREB keeps going. Now, it is an 80 high a day. I'm waiting at 82s. Silly me. Should have been waiting at 79s. Let's see if this one wants to keep going. AREB is on one. I think we're going to see $4 on this one maybe soon. We'll have to pack our patience. Again, those orders on the bottom there did not fill, so I'm still with my original order at 40. 34s. I didn't get anything, sadly, at 33s. I didn't get anything, sadly, at 22s, as it did not make its way down there. 80, high a day, looking for that 80 break, and then possibly 82s.
Nice look there. Yeah, Gorev, nice work as well, too, there on those trades, brother. So way to grab that low on AAPL. City Boy 305, do I trade other BTC vehicles like MSCR FBTC? It seemed to be way better. No, I do not. IBIT is, if I'm going to trade anything, it's IBIT, especially from an intraday standpoint. So that is it. Is that a damn at the money printer? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's looking good. If Bitcoin's climbing higher, then expect it to move in tandem with that front. But Hood. Who's just talking about Hood there? Pardon me?
Up to no good.
Yeah, up to Hood, up to no good. 2NY. Let's go on Hood. Who said that they were grabbing this thing? I did, Sharif. And I grabbed some in the long term. Grabbed a little bit more down here as well, too. But there we go. Yeah, in the long term. So I like Hood just because, I mean, look at this high up to 67. And we're still down about 32% from those all-time highs. I like Robinhood. I think the numbers are absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to their Q1 results as well, too, if we add into that position or not. But yeah, I really, really like this name. And there's a good pattern here that I like. You can see that we have this liquidity grab, and then we decide to head higher and higher here in this name. So really liking Robinhood. I think it's going to continue to trade higher and higher because I think just what they got in the pipeline is fantastic. Sharif and I were talking about it. Those AI agent bots and everything. The crypto transactions are just going through the roof. The increase in activity on the platform is just continuously growing year after year, and you can see that reflected in a lot of their earnings reports. So this is a name that I most definitely want to be involved with because I think more of the younger generation, Sharif, as you mentioned before, is really starting to adapt to Robinhood, regardless with what happened with GME or anything along those lines. I think it's just a popular name like Coinbase, etc., and a lot of traders are funneling to it, and I want to take part in that. So
yeah, I think you know, most of the younger traders anyway that experienced that whole thing in 2021, 2022, they know what happened.
They know what's going on.
They know that the margin. So what's it called? Robinhood doesn't just use, they don't only market make themselves. They use a market maker. And so apparently the market maker shut the door on them. So they had to shut the door on the retail traders as well. So
GME, which was not a good time.
Right. Yes. And I really like what they're doing, dude. I really do like what they're doing. To get a meeting, just to get in the door with Morgan, with JP, with some of the Truist, you know, all the major banks that you and I know, that we cover every day. You gotta have big boy money, man. You can't show up there with less than $500,000. If even if you get a meeting with
and I like what you're getting at here, exactly. Well, what Sharif was getting at there is like, okay, with these big names, you need to have some money to get into the door. But at Robinhood, they're like, we don't care if you have $1,000 or $100 million. We're gonna treat you the exact same way. Obviously, if you got $100 million, you might get a little bit of special treatment. But essentially, what he's saying is just that it doesn't matter. We're gonna treat everybody, all our customers, the same, and that's why I think the platform is going to continuously grow at the rate. 89% year-over-year increase in options activity, Sharif. 700% increase year-over-year in crypto activity. Those types of numbers, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm personally buying that stock, and that's exactly what I did. So,
I happen to love the trade. Yeah. We talk about it a lot. Robinhood, good look, and I think you like the CEO as well. I think you made that point very clear.
Oh, Vladdy, my guy, Vladdy. What's up?
You're Vlad Tenev, man. You're your boy Vladdy. Who's that other Tenev guy on the Leafs?
Oh,
I was like, who's that Vlad Tenev fake, bro?
Vlad, it's his cousin.
It's this guy. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
We're having time. We're having a good time on the show, guys. There's a monster seller at 80s. He's gone boom. AREB's flying, Joseph. Here we go. We're coming in on $4, baby. We did it live. We took out 82s. Now I'm waiting at 95s. I'm talking about AREB. We're awfully close to triple-digit territory. We're up 75%. Here comes that $4 area. I'm happy with this trade. I'm disappointed that I didn't add more at the third and the quarter of a dollar. You never have enough. You never have the bottom. You never have the top. Or you don't have enough shares. You're always complaining as a trader. Get used to it, baby. AREB, decent look here. What's the other one doing? Oh, for goodness sake, fat. And I dropped my order down. Fill it. It's so spready. So I'm going to have to move up my stop now from 12.20 to 12 1/3. And that's exactly what we're going to do there. So we're going to move up the stop into that. And we shall go like that and then cancel the previous area stop. If you allow me a moment on this one. Where's my old fat end stop? There it is. We'll cancel that one. And now we'll lock in some more profits if we can. Still keeping an eye here on AREB as this one is zigging. It's zagging with that level. By the way, guys, I wanted to mention. So I mentioned my winners. I also want to mention my losers. UPXI, I tried to get this one off the 50 exponential on a dip trade. I did it twice. I'm 0 for 2 on it. Every time I seem to get cut up because every time I get in, it seems to pop back up, gets me in, and then it stops me out again. That I'm 0 for 2 on it, not touching it again. Just going to do what actually works. Back to AREB, another high a day. Now it's double eights, $3.88 high day now on AREB. Still unable to breach that 4, and that's what I'm trying to front run right now. I'm waiting at that $4 area. Again, the only reason I'm involved in this and that I kept waxing poetic about it, I've seen this story before. These ascending wedges with the higher lows and the flat top are high probability trades. At least that's been my observation. And here's what I'm saying by that. Like, look at this. Area low, another area low, another area low. Each successive area low higher than its predecessor. All the while, you have that 3.5 blocking you. It's bound to give way, or at least that's been my observation in the past. So we'll pack it. Wow, fat end. Get it, fat pipe.
Bam.
Boom to the high side. Fat pipe.
My guy, Katina man. Yo, oh here, I had a proposition for you. I'll trade you my my beef strogie for your chicken.
All right, hold on. Let's talk about this. I don't know what it tastes like, so I gotta get a taste.
Yeah.
If I happen to like it, you can have my chicken.
You're not. Yeah.
If I don't like it,
there's no way.
you're out of luck. Buddy.
Yeah, you gotta eat noodles and stuff with it too.
I don't mind noodles. You gotta throw in a little carbs here and there.
All right.
This guy's running 10K every day. I'm telling him, that's next level stuff, bro.
Let's pull it up.
I
here,
believe
Sharif.
you. I believe
Let's pull it
you.
up here, Sharif, on the old fitness
But I think
app
that
here.
those 100 push-ups are not going to get you anywhere, bro. You're going to have to step up your game big. Maybe you shouldn't be running 10K. You should be doing 200 push-ups.
Who's running 10K?
Joseph, every day.
That's cap.
It's not
Whoa,
cap.
bro,
He's
whoa,
got it
whoa,
locked in the
whoa,
phone.
whoa, my
Joseph
guy.
got offended.
Whoa,
He's like,
cap.
that's not cap.
Where's my health app here?
Get it on, baby.
but I'm listening to what you have to say about.
I think it's just excessive. It's obviously really good, but it's.
We're already tapped in here. We're already tapped in. This is north. That's 11K to be exact,
That's
brother.
5.61K.
The average this week. Don't forget, you're right. So we got this today. Watch me do it today as well, tomorrow and Friday, and then I'm gonna bring it in on Monday so you can see this 11 one. But why are you hating on the 100 push-ups, 100
That's
dips?
not enough, bro.
100 push-ups, 100 dips, 100 leg
dips
raises.
is good. 100 dips is really good. Leg raises.
Let me get a piece of that chicken.
I'm just trying to show because we talked about we have the segment What's for Lunch.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I didn't know about that one.
I gotta do my taxes.
This guy's
I don't know if you guys got to see Joseph's face there when he took a gander of the chicken, bro. Oh my God, we're having a lot of fun here, man. Good.
But
day
why don't
today.
you think? But I'm doing them like in a consistent cycle. So 100, 10, so 20 push-ups, 20 dips, 20 leg raises times by 5. But that's also after I just ran 5K, hit the outdoor gym, do the 100, and then run back.
I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna ever complain about that.
Yeah.
But if you want to win the push-up challenge,
How
right?
many do you think I need?
You need to be smashing like 300, bro. Like I'm smashing 200 minimum.
In the mornings.
No,
eh?
no. Distribute them
Throughout
throughout the day. Yeah.
Okay,
I can hit 200. I've hit 300 in the morning.
Yeah.
Now I do them in 35s. I told you
You
that.
do them
Like
in
I break them in
35s?
35s.
Yeah, that's fair,
and I'm
that's
moving
fair.
up. So hopefully the next level 40s.
40s?
Yeah.
All right, bang.
Started 25s, moved to
Okay.
30,
All right.
35s.
All right.
Now, well, we'll see. If I can get to 40, be fantastic.
So
right?
catch your boy on Lakeshore Monday to Friday on the path. Sharif, and more motivation because my condo gym is under renovation until May 31st.
Beauty.
So I'm going to be going back into my old running days. Going
Love it,
on
man.
the knee replacement surgery. Hey, dude, I've already had that, so we're just gonna run it to the ground until we can't do it anymore. Because that's what we're doing. So we do it, man. But you gotta understand, I was always like a runner, just from a boxing standpoint. Jogging was my muse, and I still continue to like doing that. I just feel at peace, and I love the runner's high as well too. It's just like I have fight scenarios in my head when I'm getting really tired, and then I just end up picking it up, and it's like, yeah, I don't know.
That's good, bro. Whatever motivates you and gets the engine going. You know what I mean? Like that's a good look there. All right, guys, we're still holding a piece here on ARB. It went up into 90, but it couldn't cross that 90 area. I'm waiting at 95s. I'm trying to front run 4. Let me tell you something, though. We're going to go to Adair in a second. If AREB takes out 4, I'm punching back in. I'm going to add more shares there. Adair, what's up?
Just want to let you guys know we do have a bond auction here coming through. Sorry, I guess it's a note auction in about 10 minutes. That would be the 5-year note. NASDAQ here making a bit of a double top around this 450-650 area ahead of this 5-year note auction. In terms of other economic data today, there's not a ton. We do have Fed's beige book being released at 2 p.m., not something that is usually market moving. But then we have Fed's Musalam coming through at 2:45. Again, not a Fed that we hear talk a lot. Then at 5 p.m. after the market close, we will get Trump signing some more executive orders. So a couple things to be aware of as we head into the rest of what has been a very, very eventful trading day. Back to you.
Oh, man, Donald. Volodymyr.
Yeah, I hear some people. I see somebody in the chat.
What do you use for your fitness app?
Just the
regular fitness app?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna do a little comp here, Joseph.
All right.
So pull it up when you get a second.
Hold on.
Because I had a record month last month. March was my best month in the history of months.
March was?
Yeah. I broke a record. Well, my record.
On what though?
Calories burned and exercise minutes.
Exercise minutes.
Yeah, so let's pull that bad boy up there.
But again, this is a new phone.
It's a new phone. This guy's making excuses doing it live.
I'm not.
I almost printed 28,000 calories, 27
in the month of
March 2025.
Okay, how do I pull that up there? How do I pull that up there?
Go into the fitness app and then move down into your sessions. Where is that at? No, why don't you have it there, bro? You got to set it up, my boy. All right, so we need to set this bad boy up. Edit summary. There we go. Add. And we're doing it live here on the show, baby. Where is it at, Joseph? Trends. Bro, what is all this? Okay, we'll do it after.
We'll do it after. We'll do it live after.
We'll do it live after.
Okay, so to the individual in the chat who said, what is 10 kilometers, about 3 miles? No, my friend, to be exact, it is 6.2 miles. So,
Bro, I told you. The metric system is just too advanced for Americans. They can't handle it, bro.
They can't handle it, man.
I mean, you just gotta let that go.
Yeah, I'm getting that weighted vest, Sam. I'm 1,000 getting the plate carrier. I've always wanted one. I'm getting the plate carrier. I'm gonna look so sick on the path in the summer with the tan plate carrier too. Oh man.
Plate carrier. You just need to get that weighted vest. That weighted vest will get you.
But it looks like the plate carrier looks way cooler. Yeah, the ones that they use, the Rogue one that they use on the CrossFit games there. It looks,
You notice that High Rock's completely eating CrossFit's lunch lately?
High Rock?
Everything is High Rocks.
I've never heard of High Rock.
Brendo's gym got a High Rocks. It's like very similar, high intensity kind of training.
Oh, yeah?
Just completely usurping all of CrossFit's like kind of, hit.
I wish Netflix dropped some more of those some more of those CrossFit games that documentaries.
They're on Netflix?
Yeah, they're there. I don't know if they're on them anymore.
I didn't know that.
But
you didn't do the
Denali,
Open, did you?
Brian Denali, see you later.
High Rocks, Neil.
No, I don't do any High Rocks. See you later there, Brian Denali.
What happened?
We don't got to talk.
What's wrong with Brian? Let's have a little fun with Brian.
No, that's it. We're not going to give any attention to that stuff. See you later.
Have fun with these guys.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Brian. What's going on there? Why is he so upset? Oh, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
That's not. You don't want to say that kind of stuff, Brian.
Yeah, later.
You're better than that, Brian. Come on now.
Deuces.
You know what we're doing here?
Live.
We're doing it live, Joseph, and this upsets me.
Oh, man.
This upsets me because of the spread. So the high of the day is 97 pennies on AREB. It crossed but it didn't cross enough. And now there's a monster seller at 90. Can we shake them? We're eating up the size there, but it drops true to form. So 90, an elusive target right now on AREB. I'm waiting at 95s, despite the fact that the high of the day is 97. Again, that owes to the spread, guys. It's got a cross on both the ask and the bid. And if you're wondering what that is, if you're a newer trader, fine. On this side of the equation, you'll see it says 382 over here, and then a different number over here. It keeps changing, right? So this is the bid side. This is the most amount that anyone is willing to pay that's posted for that particular name, and this is the cheapest anyone is willing to sell it that's posted, obviously, over here. And so the difference between the cheapest price that someone's willing to sell at and the most expensive price someone's willing to buy at, that's what we call the spread. And it has to cross from the buy side for me to get printed for a long, or it has to cross from the sell side for me to get printed as a short. So that's exactly what I'm talking about there. So spread will get you in trouble sometimes, even though it may look like superficially it crossed your order. It didn't actually IRL. So just want to mention that. So we'll continue to wait on this one. Fat Pipe continues to defend $13 right now. So we're all done our trade here on Fat N. FATN is the one I'm talking about. I don't mind picking this up off 80s though, Joseph. And the reason is there seems to be $13 support between 1280 and 13. And it's holding up there. So maybe getting into Fat Pipe over here. However, let me tell you the truth. 99 times out of 100, I don't punch long into Fat Pipe over here because the volume was just not sufficient. It doesn't even have 1 million shares traded on the day, and we're almost 1 o'clock. It's 520,000 shares. So this one was a riskier trade, full disclosure, okay? And that's the situation. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. And yeah, that's the only thing that I was going to mention. I want to show High Rocks over here because Neil was asking about it, so I want to kind of pull it up if I can. High Rocks. There it is. It's HY, my bad.
Oh, okay.
High Rocks, yeah. So let me
I
show
might
you. We
have
can
seen
see
this,
some
yeah.
images of this, Joseph. So it's kind of like exactly like CrossFit. Look at that. They're doing the same type of stuff, same hit. Wall balls, ropes. What's this thing called again?
Oh, the ski.
You know what I'm talking about? The ski one. They're rowing up a storm. It's very similar to CrossFit, but I don't think they have the same kind of cult mentality where like they do the open, then there's the CrossFit games and stuff. But I'm all about this life, bro. This you get crazy runner's high from doing this stuff.
Mad,
You know what I mean?
Mad.
So I'm all about that life, and this increases your longevity, big boy time. So that's what High Rocks is. Anyway, so Brendo's gym, they got like an entire High Rocks area.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
and that's what I was telling you about. Yeah.
Where's Brendo? Okay, so I think they're doing that at Altea. So
that's where Brendo goes.
Oh, Brendo! Watch out, Brendo! I'm gonna come.
That's funny. Fat Profit says Mean Gene Okerlund, my man.
Wow, Tesla.
Hey, yeah, Tesla's going, eh?
Wow,
What's going on? The market's recovering a little bit here, eh? Yeah, here we go. Flat top break possibly on Apple at 204.50. Let's load up the dead one Apple and have a look over here. There's been a lot of selling on AAPL at 204.50. That's once, twice, OB thrice, and here we go again. So 204.50. Looks like it could be an ascending wedge here on the dead one Apple. And you can see it a little bit clearer if you look at the one. Look at how many rejections at that 204.50, all the while you're putting in those higher lows. So let's see if it can work its way back possibly into the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about AAPL, but you're getting a good market move on not just on Apple, on many other Mag 7 names. So let's go ahead and look at the Mag 7. We haven't said a word about them today. Let's do that right now. So what's the situation here? Let's zoom out. Tesla's recovering bigly over here. Beautiful recovery here for Tesla. Tesla's like $4 off the high. Right now, it defended VWAP quite well. So TSLA in focus right now. You're getting a bid right now, guys, on Tesla. It's about $5 off that bottom. Could be more by the time I'm done talking. So good recovery there. NVIDIA as well recovering. The future. Look, we're still about, where are we? How many points below here? About 200 points lower than the high of the day on the future, but you have Softy recovering. They're all kind of curling here, but I would say that Tesla looks like the best of the bunch. Are we going
wow,
there?
DJT is absolutely breaking out.
Okay, so let's have a look at DJT. We're just going to look at DJT first. DJT, what's happening here with Donald? Big boy break, 11.5%. We just took out $26, guys. Keep your eye out for DJT. It's doing volume, 9 million shares, Joseph. Good call on that. Adara, what's going on up there?
What's going on here is, we do have that 5-year note auction that's going to be coming through here in about 2 minutes. Apparently, the Fed has bid for 5-year notes totaling $4.8 billion from what I'm seeing here. So that is the value from what I'm seeing of the auction. Previous high yield print, 4.1%. Just 2 minutes till that comes out. But usually it actually takes a while for these numbers to populate for the 5-year note auction. I'll let you know when I see them. But it is usually about a couple minutes after the auction is slated to take place that we actually see the numbers populate. Furthermore, Tesla really strong here. So about, looks like 30 minutes ago on X, we did have the official Tesla X account, or their Tesla AI X account, posting that their full self-drive supervised ride-hailing services is now available live for an early set of employees in Austin and San Francisco. They've apparently already completed over 1,500 trips with 15,000 miles of driving. So this post, again, from Tesla touting their FSD work for a couple of different cities. That was 30 minutes ago, but this post was just circulated around X again right now. So again, repost of this post initially by Tesla AI talking about their FSD supervised, getting a little bit of a test run here. Back to you.
You have a lot of prints there on your screen, Adara. I didn't notice you had so many executions on your screen there. Yeah, I know it's not you. All right, good look there. DJT continuing to go, baby. 11 1/3, still strong on the day. It's printing 26 1/3 right now. 11.5% on Donald John Trump. Keep your eye on this one. I don't have anything on my blotter to account for this, but as the Katina man and the Neil were just telling me right now, it likely is, him just posting on social media that's moving this. I see that he's posting some stuff about the Ukraine war and Zelensky. He's calling out Zelensky again. He's displeased with Zelensky. So we're going to have to see what effect that has on the market at all. I don't know if that has much of an effect these days, but we'll keep an eye on that. I think China probably a bit more of a market mover than the Ukraine war. This thing is continuing to go. I'm going long. All right, here we go. So we're long 41s. Let's go ahead and see if we can continue up here.
Screen, not mine.
Yeah. We'll continue to.
Whoa, another dump here, Sharif.
Go.
Oh my God.
What happened?
Look what just happened here in Tesla.
Yeah, I'm out of the money.
This is TSLA. No, I'm out of the money, he said. Damn. I mean, guys, this is the 5th volatility spike that I've seen on the day. This is absolutely insane. I can't believe it. It's almost like, what is going on? This is insane. Guys, we had multiple earlier in the morning, and then we just get another volatility spike right now. Tesla was ripping, and then now decides that it wants to just absolutely tank. What is he going to say? We're waiting for Adara if anything new is coming out. But what is holding up relatively strong here, guys? It is DJT, and let's see what that's going up. It's still breaking up 14.5%, or sorry, 11%. DJT still moving to the north side. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Okay, we have some news here coming through. I'm seeing a couple different headlines, but what seems to be maybe the biggest one here is Reeves of the UK, who's one of their finance ministers, basically saying that the UK is not going to be relaxing its food standards to secure a U.S. trade deal, and that they're not rushing trade talks with the U.S. So UK not looking to rush trade deals here with the U.S. Also, we had some comments here coming as well with regards to the Ukraine and Russia tensions. Apparently, Ukraine's defense minister saying that Kiev's delegation discussed a ceasefire and security guarantees with the U.S. But really what seems like it's moving this market here was the fact that the UK said they are not rushing into talks here with the U.S. on trade. I'm going to check again here to see if we have these 5-year note auction results yet. I'm not seeing anything yet. But when I see these numbers, I will let you guys know. Sometimes it does take a little while to populate. Back to you.
Shout out to the Katina man. I don't know, bro.
Still doing his taxes.
He's still doing his taxes. Those papers are still there.
That's crazy.
Katina man, we're not going to show the information, obviously, but these are the papers right here.
They didn't see it. They didn't see it.
No, we're good. We're good.
They
We're
didn't
good.
see it.
We're good.
I'm like, man, how
All right,
much
I'm adding here.
information can be on those two pieces of paper? He's been looking at them for a month now. So he just suddenly grabs them from behind his desk, looks at them, and then puts them back. I'm like, dude, you may as well just pay H&R Block at this point and just get them done. Pay the $150 to get them done. That's
Good
crazy.
time, bro.
Yeah,
Having a good time today.
Yeah,
Definitely
well.
having a good time. All right, guys, here we're doing it live, baby. We took a beak wetter there at the $0.50 on your friend Donald, but we're break even on the rest. And now I added here into AREB. Let me explain why I added. How many times did I say to you guys this, I feel, was a flat top breakthrough 3.5, right? We had that ascending wedge with that flat top. So look, this one cleared it. It went all the way to 4. So it came back down into 3.5, and I'm looking at adding into 3.5. So I added at 3, low 60s. I'm definitely interested in adding in the low 50s, but that's as good as it's going to get for this one. If it drops below 50, we're out of this trade. So I'm looking at adding here to defend that $0.50, but if it loses that $0.50 area, gonzino. Keeping an eye on Donald. Donald's unable to take out 26.5 right now. So anything below 20s, I'm out of Donald. DJT is what I'm talking about. We already took a bit of a beak wetter. I've got 2 more outs on this left, and we'll see if this one wants to print me to the high side or stop me out. Back to AREB over here. Looking for this one to defend $3.50. Added at 60s, looking at adding in the low 50s, but looking at wetting the beak here in the high 60s. Go ARB. Can you cross, please? Let's go. Let's go. 67 showing up. Unable to cross. Boom to the high side. Let's take out more up here into 73s if we can. And when we get back from Madeira, hopefully we'll have a print.
What I have here right now is this 5-year note auction. So the high yield actually came in here at 3.995%. versus the previous print of 4.1%. Again, we got the note auction. At the same time the auction happened, we did get this talk here coming from the UK. Just to recap, UK's Chancellor Reeves saying the UK will not be relaxing its food standards to secure a US trade deal, and that they have no interest in rushing into trade talks with the US. Back to you.
It's really interesting there.
Very.
Well, I mean, like, they're not going to say, oh, we can't wait. Please accept a deal with us. I mean, like, what kind of negotiating hand would they have? They have to say, oh, they act detached and disinterested, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Strengthen the negotiating hand a little bit there, Joseph.
Exactly, because I don't know if Donald's hit panic mode, but he's probably definitely like, ooh, okay, this maybe hasn't gone 100% to plan, considering what we've seen reflected in the market. But yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Number 84, my friend. Number
that's
80.
Bigley.
It's Clayton Bigley for sure, brother.
84.
I
love it. Ready to go?
Yeah, we're going short, by the way.
We're going short?
Yeah.
Oh, then I can't tell you the number then, bro. I'm just showing 538.39.
538?
39.
39. We like
And then we're taking profits, Joseph, at 536.39. 36.
536.
39. And then we'll get stopped out 539.39.
539. 39. There we go. Number 84
like it.
there, guys. I think that was my guy, Alexander McGillney. Shout out to
Alex McGillney. I have his jersey.
Mr. Alex. 84? He was 89, right? Yeah.
Oh,
there we
the
go. So
Katina
we're not
man
quite
knows
there.
what's
Yeah,
good,
we
bro.
weren't. This is 89. I was wrong on that one.
Come on, Joseph.
But there we go. I was just trying to hype it up. You know what I mean? 81. It was Lindros, no? No,
Wasn't he
Lindros was
88?
88. Yeah, he was 88.
81.
Oh,
Hold
who
on,
was
hold
81?
on.
Come on. Nick Antropov.
Antropov, right?
Ponikarovsky. No. Phil Kessel. Wow.
Oh, that was
Phil
closer.
The Thrill.
You're right.
Wow,
You're
I
right.
totally forgot. I went too far ahead. Was he 94? There we go. I forgot about Phil. Hot Dog Phil.
Antropov was huge, bro.
Yeah,
I remember that guy lumbering down the ice.
Wow.
All right, Adara, you got some love here in the chat. JCB Sports, $25, Adara. Adara, another win thanks to you calling out AREB this morning. Beers on me.
Whoa.
Fun watching it with ya, Sharif. You get the credit, Adara. So we're going to give a round of applause there. Shout out to my man, JCB Sports, printing up a storm of prints. Yeah, storm of prints, sorry. I didn't mean to ruin that excitement there for you. So shout out to JCB Sports, dropping the cash, thanking Adara. We're going to thank you right back at you. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for that kind statement. And thanks for the super chat. All right, guys, let's have a look at the screen. AREB continuing to kind of hold up above there. I've got multiple out so far in the low 70s. Anything, as I mentioned, below 50s. And I'm Gonzino on this one. Let's go ahead and put our money where the mouth is right there. So yes, I did give it to below 50. So that's fine there. Now we're getting yet another print here on DJT as it's continuing to hang out at highs. So I did add a little bit on that micro pullback with the beak at 40s. We've got 35s on. I'm still waiting at 50s, but this one looks like it might not have that aggressive move that we've seen DJT have in the past. So if that's the case, anything, as I mentioned, below 20s, and that gets me out of the trade, but looking to extract some profits here, Joseph.
Yeah, there we go. Pizza Rat, nice work there, my friend. I got one for you, Katina, man. 43. Who was 43? Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, on the Leafs. 43. No? 43. Nazem Kadri, my boy. As soon as he left, bang, wins the cup in Colorado there. So there we go. A Toronto native, too. Come on. Come on. Katina Man, 43. Everybody loved Naz. But yeah.
Katina Man doesn't believe. He's a trust but verify kind of guy.
Yeah,
right?
verify that. We're going to verify that for sure. But what is absolutely verified is my guy Pizza Rat. Absolutely smashing this this Bitcoin trade here. We're back towards the opening price here, guys. That's going to be putting us right around that 53.45, and we're tapping right into those key levels right now. So there we go. Nice look there. Nice V-shaped recovery. What a bottoming signal when I pulled this up on the 5-minute. Wow, Mean Gene, that is crazy. Kadri was trash is absolutely insane. I can't believe you said that. You're lucky I like you. Otherwise, I might have to put you on type. I'm only playing. But here we go, guys. Nice look here on IBIT. Right back to that opening price, and then NVDA now starting to climb back towards our north of the volume weighted average price. Are we going to break out here and run through some of these key resistance zones here? So bang, let's see if we can get this ball rolling here on NVDA and IBIT. I don't need them. I would love if these guys continued to move higher and we crack into 105 here in NVDA. It's looking like we might, but that volume is awfully low, guys, so keep that in mind. We always need to monitor the volume by time profile, and if we're going to continue to rise higher, we're going to need to punch through it because we know that we have a lot of overhead resistance here in NVDA, so keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if we can break out.
All right, guys, there's a new small cap gapper that's going buck wild over here. It's been doing it for a minute. I seen you guys yell at me in the chat, but I had to manage the other ones. EPWK. It's up 57%. It's a trade de novo, which is Latin for a new trade. This one started moving around 12:30, so the better part of half an hour now. And I like these ones because they didn't have their best part, the best trade, I should say, in the pre-market. They're like fresh meat, so to speak, okay? Now it's coming back down into that $8 area, and I'm going to pick it up at around $8. So let's go ahead and wait at 8.11s, so to speak, in and around there. The reason I'm putting it at 8.11, I'm looking, number one, to pick it up in front of the whole dollar, looking for the whole dollar to be psychological support. Number two, that is a little bit above the prior bar low. So if I'm going to get this one in a pullback, I'd like to pick it up in and around there. Now, mind you, the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart on EPWK is around 760 or high 750s. So this is risky over here. So if it loses 8, if I get filled at 8.11 and it loses 8 by like 10 pennies, I'll give it to maybe 780s. I'm out. I'll be looking to get back in at the 10 exponential at around, as I mentioned, 760, 758, something like that. So EPWK doing its thing, 25 over here. Let's see if it continues to go. And if it makes another candle, here we go. It looks like it's going to go. All right, so let's see if we can weasel in a little bit over here. Now, what do we get? We got 73, so let's go ahead and wait at 82s up here. See if we can get the print in and around there, and then I'm going to wait a little bit higher as well in the 90s. Here now it's showing me 80s. A lot of volatility in this name. Be careful with this name, guys. This one could absolutely drop off, showing a lot of size here at 77s. There's a hidden seller. Boom! We take out all the levels.
Wow.
Now we're going to
Just like
set up
that.
a little bit more. Now we're going to sit at 925. Let's see if we can get that 925 print. So lots of zig and zag right now on EPWK. Waiting for it. Here comes 9. All right. Boom! Oh no, Joseph.
Oh, no.
I ran out of shares.
Oh, no.
Adara, what's going on?
I just want to share this. We have basically, I'm seeing this recirculate on X right now, but about 55 minutes ago, it is worth noting we had the Chinese embassy in the U.S. posting a statement from an official in China. And I think basically what happened here is this statement, again, from 55 minutes ago, but I think it's worth noting regardless, these Chinese official basically saying, quote, our doors are open if the U.S. wants to talk. If a negotiated situation is truly what the U.S. wants, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China and seek dialogue based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit. To keep asking for a deal while exerting extreme pressure is not the right way to deal with China and simply will not work. So China laying the groundwork here, I guess, for their terms with regards to a negotiation. Again, this is not a new post, but it's being circulated now, and I do think it is worth talking about given the focus on China and tariffs recently, and especially this session. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, I was just reading a headline there on one of the news networks. It's like the top retail CEOs are warning that Trump's tariffs could lead to empty shelves. I don't know about that one, but we'll have to wait and see what the situation is. Obviously, Donald had the CEOs of Walmart, Target, who else? Somebody else was there. I'm just forgetting Walmart, Target, somebody else. Okay, and I don't think it was Costco, Katina, man, but he did have somebody else there. And the point was to speak to them about the possible headwinds caused by tariffs. Obviously, these guys are retail. A lot of products we have to assume come from China. What really caught my attention yesterday, though, was the exposure, or lack thereof, I should say, of Walmart to China. What? 60 some odd % of their products, Katina, man, and Joe, like are not made in China? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
I would have definitely guessed that they come from China, but I was wrong. So looks like Walmart knows what they're doing there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Obviously, Walmart had a fantastic 2024. In case you didn't know, they split. They almost tripled in value. I think from the area where I picked them up at. So good luck there for Walmart.
Oh, you grabbed some Walmart?
I grabbed it in 21 and I broke even on it. So the stock father, one of the guests that used to come on here back when I first started watching, his name was Mark Roberts. You know, we lovingly called him the stock father. He advised 3 different trades when the inflation started going up in 21, early 22. Walmart, Albertsons, and Costco. I bought all 3. I made a lot of money on Albertsons and Walmart. On Costco, I made no money on Walmart. It was literally sideways, bro.
Oh, really?
And I was out of the money the majority of the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I bought it at $146 back when it was before pre-split. And I broke even on it. And I had to wait, bro, for it to come back.
Oh,
like,
really?
I mean, yeah, it was one of those ones where I had to nurse. Costco killed it on. Albertsons killed it on. And those were his inflation plays. So, yeah, I always
Good plays.
remember that with a good sense of, yeah, I'm happy, obviously. I made money on it. Jam Locky, Home Depot and Lowe's. Thank you, Jam Locky. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, that was slipping my mind there. Certainly Home Depot. And the Lowe's guy apparently was not as receptive to what Donald has to say as the other 3, if you believe those reports. So, interesting look. Oh, here we go again with EPWK. Let's see if it gets a micro pullback over here. Into town, I'm going to punch in. All right, Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just looking around here, guys, to see what's going on. I was long, so you guys can see that I was just messing around with the kind of these ETFs on Tesla, and then I took a long on it here as well when we broke up and had printed a hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. You can see it here right on the 5-minute time frame, but I just didn't hold on to it long enough. So that is my bad, and my apologies to you guys, because this was a really nice move and this would have been an absolutely monster of a trade. But I honestly can't complain because we've had some good stuff going on throughout the day. You can see that we were long TSLS, which is again, so I'm like playing short and longs here on Tesla. And then we had some good stuff on NVDA earlier in the session here today, guys. It's just the aggressive ads, right? It's just like I was down here on IBIT. Let's go over the losers, and I was prepared to be really, really aggressive here on this trade. Like these guys are. These guys are, I was saying, these guys, this is what I was looking at. And like when I meant I was like willing to risk everything here, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So, but it didn't work out and we got stopped out. But again, we just punched heavier and then eventually turned the day around after this IBIT trade because I was looking for that break of the high. But then look at this consolidation phase right here, guys. You can see it right at 53.45. And I'm like, what is going on here? What is up? And then sure enough, Sharif, you know where I'm leading with this one. We pull up the options chain and see what's going on. And the answer lied right there. So again, I'm absolutely loving this tool, and I'm loving sharing it up with you guys as well. I started to notice people in the chat are using it, so continue to do so because these levels are coming really, really well into play. And I think it might come in into effect again here on NVDA because we just have too much overhead resistance, and the orders are just absolutely stacked all the way through like 104 to 110. So it's just hard to get that. Exactly, Pizza Rat. Just hit harder, right? So when it get hit harder, and that's exactly what we did right here on NVDA, and that's what my boy Wayner and all of them in the back like to say. So there you go. We got hit hard, and then bang, we send out the knockout blow here on NVDA, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said, my guy. Just looking for my Donald trade over here. We're still doing it here on Donald, man. Donald's still continuing to go here.
Go.
Yeah, happy about this, but I'm even more happy with this EPWK trade. Initially entered 70s, scalped up to 9, and we got long again once it cleared 9 aggressively at 15, scalped up to 40s. We're doing it live here on the show, baby. EPW dang K. It's up 69%. Looking to clear that, obviously. I'd like to see it above the $0.50. I'm talking about that $9.50 here. It's been having a lot of trouble clearing 9.5. You initially had that rejection over here on the 105 candle on the 5-minute chart, and again over here at 115, again on the 5-minute chart. So what I'm going to do is I don't have it on the side screen over here, so EPWK, we're going to have to put it on the side screen, and we're going to take off AMGH, EPWK. This one's going again, Joseph.
Wow.
It's really defending 9 here quite well. That's what it feels like. It feels like 9 is acting as a level of support. However, that 9.5, an elusive target. Let's try to get long a little bit over here, and I'm going to give it, basically going to give it to 9. All right, so we'll go like this. Oh, wow. All right, let's do it live over here, baby. All right, so we just took out some more there on EPWK. Let's get back in. So we'll keep scalping. We'll keep entering, keep scalping on this one. It's defending 9. It's putting in higher lows, 70% now. And every time I look, Adara calls this the bid creep or the ask creep. Every time you look at the bid, it's a skosh higher than what it was before. So keep your eye out on that one. I like that $9 level. If it can hold, that will be awfully bullish at this level over here. So let's go long again. Let's give this one the old college try. We're long. There we go. And we'll put 32s. Bang. Already taking out levels, bro. Already. Here we go. 40s again. We'll take that one out there. We're long 23s. We're doing it live. Anything below 20, I'm gone. It's going to have to continue. Now I'm going to front run that $0.50. I'm going to wait at 47. We'll flatten out there for a little bit of a loser on the last little amount. Where do we get out? We got out 10s. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Not bad loss there. I don't mind adding into this one, though. It's defending 9 again, so maybe we can get back in. We still have a higher low on this candle. It's exactly what I'm going to do. I didn't get in. So that's the kind of speed that you have to work at, guys. Like, look at that. I mean, I didn't even get in on that. So canceling the order, no longer valid. Keeping my eye here on EPWK, defending 9 awfully well, but not really sure how.
I can't hear you.
How to continue with this. Keeping an eye simultaneously on DJT. It's been hanging out at the $0.50. We're 25 pennies in the money almost. A little bit less.
Are you talking to me?
A little bit less. Are you, everything good, Fabian? Yeah, okay, cool. All right. What's that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so EPWK continuing to defend 9, guys. Still keeping my eye on this. Sorry, just had some technical difficulties. I do apologize about that. All right, guys, here now it's losing 9. Now it's losing 9, so let's keep an eye out on this one. Does it hold 9 here? It still has a higher low. That's the thing. It still has the prior bar low is not 877. So unless we drop below 877, I think this trade is valid. It's still zigging and zagging with 9 right now, but not really clearing it with any gusto. So let's see if we can weasel into this one. Are we back in? No, we're not back in, Joseph. The spread is opening up now. So that's no good. That's not no good. Let's keep an eye out on this one. What do you got?
All right, Sharif, I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
check this out here,
What do
my
you got,
friend.
bro? Oh.
In sports playing, flexibility is everything, right? At Profit X, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. Profit X, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back of up to 300 big ones there, guys. So there you go. Go check out Profit X, put those lines in. And I think, see, the thing is here, guys, if the Leafs take one game in Ottawa, then it's a absolute wrap. I don't know why the 7-minute timer is up there, but that's okay. So there, go check out Profit X, guys. Okay, so Natalie in the chat was asking a question. I want to bring up this prime example. We're going to zoom in on the time frames as well, too, just to do it exactly for you, all right? So this is what I was looking at here earlier in the morning. You can see that we have this definitive resistance zone. Why are we not cracking through 53.44, Natalie? Natalia, sorry. I hope that you're paying attention right now. Why are we not cracking through 53.44? Why, you may ask? Look, relative to all the other open interests, you see the open interest column, look how significant it is to the call side. So what is that telling us? Okay, so if there is individuals or traders that are long these calls, there's going to be an opposite party that's short. The chances are it's the market maker. The market maker doesn't want its short calls to close in the money. So what does it do? It starts rejecting and hedging against this position, adding more downside pressure. 20 right here at 53, 20,000 open contracts at 53, and 23,000 at 53.50. And then here you see that displayed that we could not crack 53.50. So what essentially the system is look for high levels of open interest and use them as support levels. Now let's fast forward 2.5 hours later or 4 hours later here, guys. And you can see we still cannot crack 53.46 is the high here. Bitcoin can't go that high. Too much supply on these levels. We couldn't grab enough demand through here to break through this 53.40, and that's exactly why we refer to the open interest on some of these underlying assets and high levels of support and resistance zones there. Sharif, tell them what you got going on.
Oh, bro, this is a banger, bro. It's a banger. We got the dip. I literally got bottom wick right now on EPWK, and we took it all the way up to 9.5s, man. I'm really happy with this trade. I didn't let this one off the hook. I kept trading it aggressively on the dips. It's continuing to go, guys. It's a $9.99 high a day right now. It's essentially a $10 HOD. This one is on when the volume is continuing to increase. Have a look at that volume bar on the bottom of your charts, guys. It's going up and to the right, not down and to the right. And most of those volume bars are greenery, baby. Ooh. So E, P, W, dang K is the gift that keeps on giving. It's going to give you another high a day here soon if it can. $9.99 HOD. It just wicked into $9.99 again. It's up 82%. We were yelling about this one in the 40s or whatever. So it's already doubled what we already saw it at initially. So beautiful look. Shout out to the chat. You guys brought this one to my attention. It's really hard to keep my eye up on the scanner, the side charts, the chat, the execution, the level 2, the time of sales. You get it. It's a difficult job. So when you guys help out, I really do appreciate it. And bring these to my attention. EPWK on one right now. Very aggressive, very up and to the right, very respectful of the micro pullback sort of technique we've been waxing poetic about for a long time. Again, if you haven't been here for a while and watch me trade these small cap gappers, what I mean by that is when you get aggressive moves like this, okay, look, let's just take this volume bar, or sorry, this price bar over here from 750 all the way up into 840. It didn't open up at 750 and then closed at 740 and then just hung out for 5 minutes. No, it was like up and down, up and down. So the point is to wait for it until it comes down to the lower and punch in because it's already breaking out. It's showing you its propensity to break out. And you can also see it through the tape teleportation on the time and sales. When things start moving super fast like this, you know there's a lot of participation. So take the shot, take advantage of that liquidity and punch in on the micro pullbacks, and that's what we did here. So good luck, EPWK, 80%. We're still holding a piece here of Donald John Trump, but it does not want to clear that 50 penny area, Joseph, and now it is on the way down. So keeping an eye on that. Guys, we're still holding a piece here on EP Dang WK. We got 894s. This thing is at almost $10. We didn't even do this, bro.
Oh, no way you didn't hit. You hit that?
I did, bro.
I can't come this time, brother. I gotta chill out. I told you I'm not indulging in any of that activity.
Well,
anymore,
you can stop running 10K a day. Maybe you can come into the club a little bit over here. Get it, Adara.
I know.
Keep an eye on MSFT. We do have OpenAI reportedly projecting $174 billion in revenue in 2030, according to the information. So again, the information reporting that OpenAI, which Microsoft is heavily invested in, is projecting $174 billion in revenue for 2030. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I appreciate that, Adara. Shout out to the, yep. Joseph, I think we're going to, should we take it out here? I think this would be a paper-handed trade. Don't you think so?
Pull it up here. Pull it up on the big screen here, guys.
All right, so we're long 94s, Joseph.
Long 94s?
Right now, we got a $9.99 high a day.
Yeah.
Should we wait for that $10 break?
Be that guy.
Or stop out?
No, be that guy.
Yeah. So either a 10 break or I stop out.
10 break, that's it, baby.
Well, theoretically, you can stop me out because it can drop into my guy. I can't let this one go to
Either or. Right? Either just let it stop you out at your break eve.
So here's the deal.
Okay, what is
We're going to go at 10.25.
Bang.
10.25, that's the profit taker, and we're going to go 8.88 stop loss, all right? 8.88 stop loss. We'll give it down to 75 in case it wants to get crazy, and what we'll do is we'll cancel the old one.
All right.
So we got one there. It's no longer valid. We'll take that off.
Slater.
And here's the deal. It's still zigging and zagging, still current candle, high or low. But here's the deal, guys. This current 5-minute candle now has a lower high. So the concern may start for me here. I'm talking about this current candle in the 5 that we got. This candle at 120 made that $9.99 high a day. This current candle at 125 is kind of an engulfed candle, meaning that it's the previous candles both above it and below it in terms of high and low price action. So we'll see if this one wants to take out 1025, but that's where my order is, and I won't be moving it down. So either I get printed to the high side or I get stopped out. Donald Trump is now back into my entry, bro. We were 25 pennies in the money on this, and quick as you like, we're now break even on it. So the deal is we're flattening out here on the Donald. I'm sorry, Donald, but we're gonna have to let you go, brother. So yeah, only EPWK right now, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, good luck there, guys, and just everything coming back into the examples here. So this is no coincidence at all. Again, we're just going to continue to talk about it day after day. You can see this after multiple hours of trading, we go right back into the exact same supply zone, and then you can see that we don't have enough demand to go north of that there, and you can see the likes of NVDA with that trading around 104. Too much supply up there, not enough demand here, guys. So there you go. IBIT coming into play once again, but I know my guy Pizza Rat was in down here. I think they're in some calls, so let's go Pizza Rat. I know you were absolutely smashing that one, so good luck. Let's see if we can crack through this 53.50 here on IBIT. Maybe we can get some interest on there if we're going to start to squeeze. But if there's like any form of positive news headline that comes out, I think it's just going to send this through the roof, and the overall market as well too. But a little bit of a choppy session here. Well, I mean, not too choppy. We got some orderliness. We'll pull up the cues to see what we got cooking on. So this is this, right? Like this was a hot mess. You wouldn't want to be. For me, like old me would just be getting absolutely chopped up, like some onions in here. And then you can see that once we break the support, we continue to move to the downside. I'm a big fresh onion guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, like a big. I love onions on absolutely everything. You don't like. I love fried onions too, though. And I don't think they have that. If they did, maybe I would try that because it's probably my favorite vegetable. Onions. Yeah. I absolutely love them. And I'm really starting to lead toward leeks too. I like leeks these days as well. Because they kind of got that crunch to them, like the onion. You know what I mean? But hear me out. On the weekends, this is my bacon or my turkey bacon and tomato sandwich. We got fried onions, tomatoes, lettuce, a fried egg, and some cheese on there, and that's what we rock Saturday and Sunday. And it is fire. But that turkey bacon really coming into play. I prefer it over pork bacon. Hot take, but it is what it is. Fail. There we go. It's a lot less cleaner. But hey, listen to this, Katina, man. Yeah. Wait, significantly, right? But hear this. Pork bacon on the barbecue, fire. That's how I've been cooking it these days. If I do eat it, we're gonna throw it on the barbecue, cooks nice and quick, and you get that nice crisp. And one thing is because all the grease leaks down into the fire, and then it's like you get all the flames and everything along those lines and get it nice and crispy. So there we go. But we're from a day-to-day basis, we're cooking that turkey bacon, Selena and I. That is our go-to. I actually had 2 turkey bacon sandwiches last night, one on sourdough bread and then the other one on a regular pita. So there we go. We'll fire a bang up for that one. But back into these markets, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, yeah, double bang. Let's go. We love all that stuff. No, but that's the thing, Bob S. I don't like mushrooms. I'm not a mushroom guy. Selena's a mushroom girl. But I catch the fail. There we go. Don't love the mushrooms. Yeah, I'm not a fun guy. Yeah, there we go. I was just doing myself. I'm a boringest guy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Making me crazy. Sharif got stopped out.
No.
Oh yeah, Sharif got stopped out. Yeah, but you went for the move. That's right. You took. It's either home run or nothing at all. But yeah,
Big Spile wants to tell you something.
What's he want to tell me?
He said, here it is. For Joe.
Yeah.
Try making dill pickled red onions to have for on salads, meats, etc.
Ooh, I love pickled onions too. So Quesada, a burrito place around here. I love going to Quesada because they have a big bleep burrito is actually the name of it, and they are one of the only Mexican places that have pickled onions.
Ooh.
Right? But I mean, for all my authentic taco eaters out there, you know that you only need a little cilantro and raw onion on that, and that's it. That's all you need on a real taco. Trust me, because I love Mexico. So.
Well, I love that.
Right.
And you're smashing the Duo these days, huh?
Duolingo, yeah.
Joseph's learning.
I've been for a long time, since last September I started.
Yeah. He's on that Duo.
Yeah.
This guy. I love it. Those are the go-to words when you're on vacation, Katima. Neil, what is Aaron learning on Duo? Is it French? French. Oh, so Neil's daughter is actually learning French on Duolingo as well. So yeah, shout out to her.
Are you okay? So here we go. We're talking a lot about onions here for some reason.
Oh boy.
Are you a red onion guy or a white Spanish onion guy?
I don't really care. I like onions in general. I like green onions as well. Like
green onions are good too.
Yeah.
So, but if you're at the Sharif, we're at the grocery store right now.
I get white. The answer is white.
Bang.
Yeah, that's what I get.
All right.
The ones that I get are white, but I don't have a problem with red onions. I have no issues with them.
But I just don't know why. I was just giving you the example. You see the red and the white right in front of you, and you went with the right ones.
Well, the red ones are brown on the outside, are they not? And then they're white on the inside.
The red ones?
No, the white ones they have brown like.
That's a Spanish onion.
Those are Spanish, or those are the ones I get.
You like the Spanish?
Sorry,
okay, so yeah, Spanish and the white onions are
I see
white all
what you're
around.
saying. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the inside of it.
Yeah.
No, those are the onions that I get. I always get those. I do like 99% of my shopping at No Frills.
No Frills.
No Frills, baby. That's the way it is, baby.
I do 100% of my shopping at Farm Boy.
Farm Boy, yeah. Farm Boy is kind of expensive.
It's good.
So I went to check it out. There's a new one that opened up at Young and Egg. And bro, it's kind of pricey.
You think so?
It's not.
Well, it's not No Frills.
Exactly. Well, it's certainly not No Frills, but it's like Whole Foods level kind of pricing.
No. That's Loblaws, dude. No way. Farm Boy's good, man.
Is it? Actually?
Yeah. Farm Boy's good for pricing. I don't like Loblaws whatsoever.
Well, Loblaws and No Frills are the same company, but
but Loblaws, exactly. So
the Americans are like, yo, we don't want to hear about your shopping.
Yeah.
What are you punching into at the moment? And here's what we're going to punch into. We're going to look for the VWAP retracement on EPWK, and it just came in at 7 3/4. And now it's being met with a hammer candle here, Joseph. But I got to set up for something, so I got to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Katina Man, you got that one right there. It's more like a Trader Joe's. It's fire. We like that spot. It's my go-to. Been going there, and that's all I got. If I need cheese, actually, I'll get cheese from Metro because it's closer, and you can get the two for $8 right
See,
there.
Paul agrees with me. Farm Boy is very expensive here in Ottawa. Get it, Paul.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's not the same here. All right, get it, Paul. But yeah, let's see what we got going on here. My guy Robinhood's starting to break down and head towards the lows here. So that's not too good of a look on this name. But I mean, we're now north of 45, which is slightly anyways, but running into these key support levels. What is this telling us? I'm curious to see what this is on the options chain. Do we have a put wall there maybe at 45? No, nothing crazy on this week's expiration cycle. Yeah, so I don't know. That's a good level of support here that we can see. But it's good that we didn't break through some of these key levels. We went on a nice run here in the post market yesterday, and then we're holding them relatively well. So that can be a positive sign. Maybe we can continue into some of the strength in the overall market tomorrow. And I think that's going to be the case. I told you guys that we might be in total pullback territory, and we're going to pull up the cues to see what we got going on. And we still have what we gained yesterday. Nice pullback here. We can confirm this with our trusty trend line. And there we go. From that point here, we'll even bring it down to this peak so you can see we have multiple touches. We bounced right off it, guys. We drew this out earlier for the day, so you can see we got that bounce off of this trend line. That can tell me until we sit on the backside of this, there might be some more continued strength in the market, Sharif.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience. You'll be able to analyze, you'll be able to strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with the great backtesting tool that they've got. They've got also reliable real-time data and global markets literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or check the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Joseph,
yes, sir.
EPWK literally wicked off to the T on that 777s, 777. I ain't talking about the airplanes that seem to fall out of the sky. I'm talking about the level here on EPWK. And it comes into that volume weighted average price, and now it's a candle of indecision with literally almost no body, with huge upper and lower wicks. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle currently manifesting here on EPWK. I am not going to pick it up here. It's a candle of indecision, so I don't know whether this gives up VWAP or moves along its merry way back above 8.5. What I want to see here is a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. That gets me back into the trade. We already have a $10 high a day, technically $9.99, but for all intents and purposes, it is a $10 high a day that we couldn't shake. So anything above 8.5, which is the current high of this candle, gets me back in the trade. I also would consider another attempt, or retracement, I should say, into the volume weighted average price at 777s or 7 low 80s, depending on where VWAP is now. So EPWK, it's on one right now. It is a newer trade, meaning it was not running in the pre-market, was not running at the bell. It started running at around noon, a little bit after noon, and the volume has shown you that. Just look where the volume bars start aggressively. Here we go. It's moving back down into that 777 area. I'm going long here. Let's give this one a try. I'll give it to 769. If it ends up stopping out, that's fine. Let's set up a beak wetter though in the mid 90s over here, and then in the low 80s as well. Boom! Right back up into the high side. Go, you little punk. All right, and then we're gonna wait up here as well, but I'm gonna still put in 769 for my outs over here in case we do get stopped out on this one, so we'll throw that out there. Got a couple of beak wetters on this one, still waiting for the third. We got double eights, excuse me. The next area I'm waiting for there will be 25s. I think that's wrong. I'm taking that off. So I'd rather get stopped out here, okay? The reason is I want this one to run into 9. If I take it at 8.25, I'm gonna be angry at myself from 8.25 till 10. So I'd rather this one come back into my area, stop me out, than take it out early and lament it. So I've already taken 2 beak wetters here. This is gonna have to run for me to get another one. I will give this one to, excuse me, 769, as I mentioned. Here we go. It just printed the $0.25 there, rejects off that $0.25, back down into 15s. Let's see if this one can continue to run. What I'm specifically looking for here to kind of feel whether or not the trend is back, in my sales, so to speak, is if it can print above that 8.5. That candle at 135 has a high of 8.5. So I need to see a 5-minute candle with a newer high here to keep me motivated about this one. We'll see what we get here on EPWK, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, my friend. Some people in the chat there are asking me, so poor Robinhood, any idea on an NVDA options trading for the week? Put our call while I was winning. Yeah, we've been talking about this a lot, my friend. I think that it's going to be tough for NVDA to close above 110 on the week, and even anywhere above 104 through to that level, just because of the high levels of open interest. But again, let's wait. One thing I was just thinking in my head here, I'm like, okay, let's see what happens when this week's contracts expire. Can we relieve some of that overhead tension, and there might be some more room for us to climb higher and higher? But then we just have to wait for next week's cycle to come out, or it's already out, sorry, to see what the open interest is, because it does fluctuate on a day-to-day basis. All right, guys, it's not like volume. It always resets at the end of the day. So, no, sorry, the other way around. The open interest stays the same. The volume resets every day. So, yeah, there we go, guys. Let's see what we got going on. I would like to see, there's a short possibly here coming in. You can see that we rejected that 104 level once again. So that is what it is. The market heading back towards the top end of this trend line. So there you go. There might be some more shorts. And you can see that Tesla was also not able to break through that 260. We almost got there, 259.51, and then you can see that high level. Too much supply up in those areas, and then not enough demand to continue us to move to the top side. So going to be a little bit patient here. We're still positive 5% on the day here in NVDA Street, which is a really, really good look. And I'm hoping that the continuation into strength bleeds into tomorrow, because I believe that will be a good setup for some good names. And I referred to IBIT as well, just being a potential breath in Bitcoin on the day, because we had a $7,000 session, and then previously we had about a $4,000 or $5,000 session. So we did break out of some key zones, and we ran through some key resistance levels. So looking for that continuation, a breath in between, and then maybe we can head up to 95, 96s, and then we're going to be knocking on the door of 100. But some individuals were asking in the chat about Meta. Let's talk about Meta. I think I still personally love this name, and I wish I could, I don't want to spend so much capital on it. I mean, I think it's going to be a fantastic name, and it's still the absolute future. There's no questioning that, because Mark wants to make Meta kind of like the WeChat, right? He wants to kind of, make WeChat out of Meta and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So like a one-time payment. Yeah, right? So everybody kind of has these ideas where you can just do this all in one platform. But they also just get so much else going on, like from ad revenue, etc. But we're still down 30% here in Meta from that all-time high here. So if you can have the ability to start grabbing some of this name, I think that's going to be a great idea. Don't go all in at once, like I usually say. If you're looking to break it up into fifths or something along those lines, 20%, 20%, 20%, and then just continue to grab it along the ways, because I think at some point this thing is going to start skyrocketing once again. There's no questioning about that.
Fair to say that you don't think that the government's actually going to force them to divest? Like, is that your thesis?
Yeah. I just maybe they're forced to divest, but they're saying a monopoly in the social media aspect, right? In the social media world. But think about it. You have True Social, you have Snapchat, you have X. What else do we got? YouTube Shorts, right? It's just like, okay, the competition is significantly more vast. And I don't know if it's the exact same scenario as the Google situation, but it's like, okay, what people usually only use Safari, Google, and Microsoft Edge. If anything, that's more of a monopoly, because there's less competition compared to what we have from a social media standpoint, right? Just because more people are using your one platform doesn't mean, in my opinion, that you're holding monopoly. It's just better than everybody else's, and it's proven that who's making another platform that's coming out soon?
Who?
I think like Newsmax or something was going to come out with like another social media platform, and we were talking about it the other day. Okay, that just adds more to Meta's case, is that there's more platforms that you can use than there are search engines that people necessarily
And to be fair, I think what you're trying to say is you don't want to punish them for being successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Funny thing, that's always been the argument by the companies who have been accused of being anti-competitive and who have been charged with antitrust lawsuits. They're like, why are you punishing our success? Do you think it was easy getting how many billion active users do they have daily, Joseph? Is it 3 or something like that? Stupid like that, right?
And like think about how long that took them, right? Over a span of how many years?
Yeah, and that's the ugly part of the system. But on the other side of the equation, you want to say, well, look, yeah, maybe we are punishing them in a technical sense for being successful, but there's a noble end to our madness, which is to protect the consumer. If there's too much power in the hands of one distributor, in this case, obviously Meta, then the consumer suffers because, well, they have less choice, things stagnate, there's less innovation. I don't know how true that is. It's all textbook theory, so to speak. But that's the other side of the argument is, sure, they are successful, and we're gonna want to tone it back, but we're doing it so that the consumer can benefit. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah.
That's what the textbooks say, so to speak, and that has always been the beef that I've had, and that many people have had with these antitrust lawsuits.
There's multiple things that the consumer can use, right? Like we just went through all these other social media platforms. What do you mean? People go to that platform because it's better. That's it. It's that simple. It's more popular.
Yeah.
Right?
Nobody's forcing them to go every day.
MySpace came out before Facebook
and it died.
And it died.
It died.
So there you go.
A better competitor came along the way and took it over. But to be fair, that was a really nascent technology back in the day. Right now it's like very established and
but
kind of hard to break,
wasn't good enough to survive.
No, it was not.
It wasn't good enough to survive. But you know what's surviving right now, my friend, and that is DJT. Oh, you're not in it anymore.
No, I had to take it out, man. People have been smack talking me in the chat, like, yo, you took it out too early. Well, yeah.
There we go.
Focus on this.
There we go. DJT cracking through some of these highs there, Shreve. Now trading around 26.79.
Get it, Donald.
There you go, Donald. Donald pump today for sure.
Hey.
There's no questioning that one there. But if you want to talk about a stock that I would not want to own, it's going to start with D and end with T, and with the middle letter being J. This is something I would definitely not want to own for the long term. That's for sure.
You're not punching in like a few thousand shares, DJT?
No.
Come on now. All right, let's see what people are up to there. DJT climbing past highs. I see it. City Boy 305 Fat Pipe making a tender.
Whoa. What do you say? Where do you see this one? Who said it?
Andrew Bakes Cakes. That's a good point, Sharif. I could use other searches, but I choose to use Google.
There you go.
You do. I don't use Google anymore, and that's a funny thing. I don't think a lot of people use Google. Your friend Joseph loves Copilot.
Yeah.
Brendo, he's on that Perplexity Claude tip. Adara, are you still using Google? What's your situation?
Google, but I'm still using iTunes for downloading my music.
Okay, so Adara is a bit of an exception. She's still using Google, but she also wants you guys to know she's using iTunes to download single songs.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, she's got a reason for that, though. She's not here to defend herself. I got to defend her.
Defender.
And she would run wild,
Wow.
she said, if she had access to unlimited amounts of music. So in order to not run wild, Joseph, she restrains herself by not having that unlimited subscription.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, and she said she doesn't because she doesn't have to download them. But I'm not paying 90
She
cents.
downloads them, but she doesn't want too much access. That's
No,
the
time
thing.
out. How many songs do you have on your phone
I have
right
a
now?
lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adara.
Absolutely.
Are you mic'd up?
Yes, I am.
Where can I see how many total songs I have on my
Talk
iTunes?
about it. You can look
So the
here.
reason I do this is because I really love music, and if I have too much access, as Sharif just alluded to, I will go nuts. I already spend hours making playlists, and that's out of the music I download. So imagine if I had unfettered access. It's a really bad
believe
idea,
that.
and that is why I download my songs.
More playlists for the people, Adara. You have unlimited access. That's going to give us more tracks and more Adara type playlists.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I still listen to other stuff on YouTube. I'm not going to lie. I just listen to like the mixes or whatever.
So did you? Hold on. This is a question. All right. Did you pay for music? The album music by Playboy
yes,
Carti?
I did. I paid for 3 songs off of that album.
Which 3 songs?
One of them I cannot say the name of here. The other one is We All Need the Vibes.
Okay.
And the last one was Back No.
Hey.
charge them A fee.
Oh no, it's not that one.
Oh,
It's the
okay,
other one
okay,
that's
all right.
Canadian
That's
that you
my
can't
fa-
say.
that's my favorite
Anyways,
track,
Yeah, my
yeah.
other thing too is like I like it because it forces me, if I want to download a song, I have to really, really like it to justify me paying the money.
I like that.
And I'm out.
How much is it? 99 cents a song?
$129, and yeah, I know it's a lot, but honestly, I stand by
Are
it.
they all the same price?
Some of them are cheaper. There's some 69 or 99-cent songs.
Oh, they're 69 songs. That's good. I buy those. I have 10.62 gigabytes in
Doesn't tell you
for
how
my
many actual
Spotify. It
songs?
doesn't tell me though. No, it just tells me the so the app size
Yeah.
is 181 megabytes.
Yeah.
But the total used
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
app is 10.44. So that's the amount of gigabytes.
I
But I have the good quality.
You got the good quality songs.
Yeah, so I don't cheap out on the quality, Joseph.
Okay, all right then.
Yeah, so it takes more room there.
I see.
Eddie R. Adara, I think you might want to block Eddie R. He says that you're paying for Taylor Swift songs.
Ooh.
Yeah, Adara's not going to
Eddie.
like that, Eddie. Eduardo, don't upset Adara, bro. She doesn't like Taylor Swift. All right, so shout out to Eduardo, man. He's making me chuckle. I'm kidding, Eddie. We're not going to block you. We love you around here.
We're not going to block you.
All right. Adara likes Melissa Etheridge 100%, says Epic Strategy. I don't know who that is, and I don't know if Adara likes her. But I'm sure she'll chime in the chat. What else we got? YouTube Premium is nice, says Dallas. Yeah, it's not too
Yeah,
bad.
YouTube Premium is good. Yeah, yeah.
So my friend put me on his YouTube Premium thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't know that I actually got music with this bad boy, Joseph.
You didn't
but
know you could download the music?
Brendo
on-
told me after that you
can cache it or whatever it's called?
I didn't know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then I don't want any of my playlists to go away, right? So unless there's a way to
fair.
import them over.
Do you remember iTube?
iTube.
Yeah. There was like, this is, I'm talking like 2000 and...
No, I don't remember that
like
one.
14 or 15,
What do we got there?
16. iTube was like, so you could download any song for free, and you would get the music video with it, and you can cache everything, so you just get like all the best. Because iTunes, honestly, the best tracks are on YouTube, and you can find some of them on iTunes. So yeah, that's what I used way back a decade ago.
I've never encountered a situation on Spotify where I couldn't find a song. I
Find a
wanted.
song? Yeah.
That happened early on. Like there would be exclusive for Apple Music, and,
and
that doesn't
exclusive,
happen
yeah,
anymore though.
that's
Like
fair,
that's
that's fair.
kind of done with now. SPF, never let a 69 go to waste.
Ooh.
Shout out to my man SPF. I like it. I like it. And how many Eddie R's there in the chat, bro? There's one Eddie R. Oh, that's the same one. Okay, my bad. All right. Shout out to you guys there. Yeah, everybody's saying YouTube Premium is actually good. Yeah. Yes, everybody's talking about YouTube Premium here. I do get that.
LimeWire family just destroying the family computer.
Absolutely. Just destroy that computer for free music, baby.
Yeah, LimeWire.
I do remember LimeWire. I
Yeah,
never downloaded anything off LimeWire.
Yeah, never, no.
Of course not, Joseph. I wouldn't do that. Nobody does that. No, of course. Guys, let's have a look at the overall market. It looks like we weaseled up here on the NQ June contract, and we got right into 18,950, that 50-point area, which just also happened to be the volume-weighted average price, and that is as good as we could do on the recovery. So down we go, below 19,000, below 18,900. We're at 18,900 as we speak. We are putting in higher lows, but we're still being kept down below the volume-weighted average price, and you're seeing that on a lot of these Mag 7 names. And in my humble submission, one way to gauge strength on the Mag 7 names is to always compare them to the chart on the Mag 7. Let me make my point. So we got this big down move here on the future, right? We recovered and we got to VWAP. Let's look at the charts of some other Mag 7 names. Same look on Meta. We had that big high, we dropped down. However, we couldn't even come close to VWAP. Not the case with Softy. It was able to come into VWAP. So I would say to you, on the day, Softy, Google look a little bit stronger than Meta, even though Meta is higher percentage-wise on the day. You're seeing that same look with Amazon. It popped up, dropped all the way down, doesn't even come close to VWAP. Same look with Apple. It got a lot closer than Microsoft did, certainly, Amazon, but definitely was not able to. And I'll submit to you that it was the big movers on the day, the ones that were up percentage-wise more than others, that are having trouble recovering. Case in point, Meta was up, I think, 7% at the highs there, up 4 1/3 now, can't recover to VWAP. Likewise with Amazon. Amazon was up big, I think it was like 8 some odd percent. Now it's up 5 1/4, can't recover to VWAP. So I feel it was the ones that started off the day a little bit stronger that are having trouble recovering into the volume-weighted average price, and therefore not really shadowing all that much the futures. Back to guys, EPWK. Still keeping an eye on this one because it's having trouble with the $0.50. So I'm trying to keep an eye out on this one. I could pick it up again at the volume weighted average price, but how many times are we going to rinse and repeat that same level into 8 or a little bit below 8 before it gives up the ghost at the level? So that's one side of the equation. Now, as I look at it a little bit more, I'm looking at the side chart here on EPWK, and every successive 5-minute candle has a little bit of a higher low. Not by much, but it is a higher low nonetheless. So this one could be destined to take out 8.5. Your job here, if you're going to trade this, and your thesis is like mine, that it does take 8.5, is to get the best price possible. And the best price, I would say, would be near that 8 high 7s. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I think with 5 minutes left on the show, I don't mind giving this the old community college try. We're going to wait in the low 8s. I'm going to wait at 8.05, something like that. See if we can get a money fill on this one. I'm talking about EPWK, guys. It's a big boy mover on the day, and here it comes. So we may not have to wait long on this. 8.13 now showing up on the bid. So I'm waiting at 5s. Let's see if we can get printed at 5s. I don't mind giving this one a try. There is a buyer here, though. You can see it in the mid-teens, 15s, 13s, somewhere like that. That's picking this up at the moment. And the spread is opening up just a skosh, up to 6 pennies at times. I've seen it as wide as 15 the last few minutes. So EPWK will continue to be in focus for me until it gives up that volume weighted average price, guys, which is currently at $7.80, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck here, guys. You can see I'm posted up on the TQs. We're holding this trend line really well, but it's looking like this is going to head out with sale without me there. So I don't want to chase it all the way up here, guys, because some of the big names are really starting to get moving, with the likes of Meta starting to climb higher. Tesla heading towards the high day as well, too. Now trading at 257.76 with the Qs there, and NVDA heading towards that level as well, which our high day is around 104.50, we'll call it. And we're trading around 104.26, so not too far away on that front. 49 is just where I posted at to see if we can get a continuation, because you can see that I was just holding that higher low relatively well. So I'm like, okay, let's see if I can get in. I should have been in here at 48.80s, but I wasn't, so shoulda, coulda, woulda. But yeah, we'll post up here at 49s to see if we can get that. And if it cracks it to the downside, then we'll just hop out of that trade here. But again, had some good stuff here earlier in the day on NVDA and Palantir. Palantir was a nice short to the downside as well. So we'll go over some of our trades here. PLTR.
You know what I started doing, Joseph?
What's that, brother?
Remember I told you, do you sell anything on Marketplace? And you shocked the world by saying you never did?
I've never sold anything.
So so I'll have to apprise you of something about Marketplace. Okay. There's this automatic button that people can hit, and it says, is this high? Is this still available?
Yeah.
Needless to say, it infuriates me.
It does.
Okay? I got a short fuse, Joseph.
Yeah.
Right? So what I've done now is I've done a little social experiment. So anybody who messages me, I'm selling these Vapor Maxes, by the way. So this is what they're buying. They're buying these blue Vapor Maxes, which is pretty sick.
Okay.
Right? $50, not bad for Vapor Maxes.
I'm not in that realm of the sneakers, but yeah.
No, you don't like Vapor Maxes, huh?
Well, no, but dude, if you were to be like, hey, these are the blah, blah, blahs, I'd be like, cool, man.
Yeah, well, I'm selling these for $50.
All right.
So anybody who messages me, hello, is it still available? I'm doing a little social experiment.
All right, let's see.
Everybody will get the same message.
Same message.
No, I decided to leave it posted after selling it because I so much enjoy getting messages about them, right? And the different ways people are responding to it is actually funny, right? Some people will just like go on, be like, okay, can I come later? Can I come? And other people will be like, yo, bro, this is the automatic message that Facebook sends. Some other people will get mad about it. They'll be like, well, I'll just read you the message that this guy sent, right? It's like, what's your problem, bro? I'm just asking you if they're available. It's like, why couldn't you just write me a straight message to begin with?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm doing.
They don't understand the sarcasm.
Of course not, right? But that's kind of hard to send the sarcasm vis-a-vis
Well,
the screen.
I don't know, man. There's sometimes when I can read the sarcasm through the screen, right? I think it's all about the context.
Some people are sarcastically blind. Yeah. Eric, Bosch, Sharif, people leave their post up after they sell. Happens all the time. They don't close it, which is also annoying. Bang. Look, man, I'm not one of those people, so I'm just going to pretend like everybody else would say post it. I'm going to continue on with my social experiment. I'm a petty person, and I hope that comes off through the screen. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. It is now 2 o'clock, so we will send you over to the Big Kahunas. And Joseph and I will be back, same bat time, same bat channel. I'll see everybody at the green screen in a second.
We're doing it live?
Well, we were just talking about
quick.
sarcasm.
That's so quick.
What the difference between that being sarcastic or potentially passive aggressive.
Sharif, social experiment.
No, and so what I was basically saying, Sean, was the issue with trying to be sarcastic on the screen or typing is it's one thing for me to say, yo, man, yeah, I put it up, I leave it up there after I sold it because I just want to see how people react. I could say it that way, or I could say it like, yeah, man, I leave it up there just to see how people are going to react when I've already sold it. One of those is passive aggressive, and the other one is clearly sarcastic. But you can't tell when you're typing it. That's all.
I mean, I just want to ask Sharif one question. I mean, are they still available?
True. I don't even know.
I'm just wondering if they're still available. So.
What was he selling? Though? I don't even know.
Some shoes, I think. Yeah.
Shoes.
I think that's what he said.
New shoes. Have you seen the new shoes episode of Boondocks?
No, I haven't seen any episodes of that show really.
All right.
I need to get on that, man.
So anybody who is,
get into the chat here.
First of all, welcome everybody back. But if you've never seen the Boondocks,
Here we go.
There's an episode, and I will chuckle even thinking about it. There's an episode of the Boondocks which is a cartoon, and it's essentially about the granddad getting new shoes and what happens if you step on new shoes.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to get them all
And
creased.
the episode is titled something that I can't say on YouTube, and it's an adult cartoon.
I think you can say anything on YouTube. I think.
No, but I wouldn't say. I wouldn't even say that.
Right.
The title of this.
Oh.
Right, like
I got it. It's like derogatory.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say it, but it's it's an adult cartoon.
Right.
The market is strong, like bull.
Like DJT strong, like.
Okay, so we got sidetracked. I was gonna say something about DJT when we let up. Maybe I had a pun going. It doesn't really matter. Look, everything's looking pretty good, but I want to point out a few things. One, DJT is out of nowhere just doing its thing. Tesla's super strong, up 8%. I'm back into IBIT after that was a disaster this morning. But if you look at the NQ, and I heard the boys talking about the Bag 7.
The boys, huh?
Yeah, like it's breakout mode, reversal, and now we're holding under the volume weighted average price. So we're still in this moment where, yeah, a lot of things are strong, but not everything is, and you're still having a little bit of weakness, so you got to separate the wheat from the chaff. I haven't used that one in a while.
Yeah,
so
I've never even heard you say that one.
Oh, it's 100% brand new. But like for me,
Okay.
Oh,
Same.
it's a figure of speech.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a farmer.
I mean, it seems like
obviously
you're too smart for all of us around here.
Hell no. I'll be the first to admit I'm not a farmer, man. I'm not separating any wheat from chaffs.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'm thinking short, actually, right now. And I put that in the chat a while ago. I wish I was here instead of getting my flat white. But
Phrasing.
I should have just shorted that right there, 205.50 in for Apple. I mean, this is downside. So I'm now sitting here on Apple, 205.50. I mean, I still have these. Look, I have chicken scratch right now. Yeah, okay. Let's dance with the devil, man. I mean, what's the pale moonlight outside or whatever? Because I'm going to go short right now at, I just tried to punch 97s on Apple. So if it comes back up, we'll get those. What was that? Some dead cat bounce there or something. That was a good one. But anyways, I'm going to short Apple here at 205 if we can grab that. It's now breaking down below. I would have, oh man. Why not? We say it sometimes, get the position, then worry about talking about it. But you know what? I mean, it was just I was only trying to get like half a unit there. I'm still going to try to do that. If we can get it at 205, let it just rip up into me, fill me up there right there. We do offer that out. So what that means is I'm sitting here like on ARCA at 204.97, and when it comes up to me, it'll fill me. And then when we get that fill, I'll actually get paid. It's $1. Well, it depends on what gateway it is, but then it goes from like $1.50 to $2 per 1,000 shares or so. There you go, that we get that. So when it comes up, now I'm filled, now I'm short. So that's a free. We actually get paid to add that liquidity. So now I'm going to wait for 205.50, and I'll punch out if it breaks VWAP. This is not something too special. I'm going to try to make $1 on this. 206.01. Let's give it a little bit more than that. 206.11s. We'll stop. I just punched out. What did I do? I thought okay, well, when we punch out, we just try to get right back in. All right, well, what did I do there? 206.11. Okay. All right. So my bad. We punched out there by accident, I guess. I don't know, I must have put 205.11, but we punch out. Now we're short again, so that's fine. Whenever you make a keystroke error, we say this all the time, just get back in. So that's a little in and out right there. Same shares right back in. We lost on that trade, so there we go. We have that loser now. But that was a quick one. Here's 205. Now that it's canceled my other order, I'm going to put an order at 205.50. We'll take another fill there. We'll take double the position and get us to about 1 unit only right now. And then, we'll see what happens at VWAP. And remember where Apple was. I just zoomed in a little bit. That's the VWAP we're looking at right now, 205.70. And look, this is looking down to me where I'm not just trading this just because. I do think, and we talked about being underneath VWAP as Neil sort of was mentioning there about some of the Mag 7s. The NASDAQ is still underneath. We could short the NASDAQ. That might be the play. But I just noticed that Apple, Apple has its things about it, right? I mean, we talked about China. We've talked about that Huawei stepping in there and eating some of their market share as far as the phones are concerned. I don't know if Warren Buffett's been buying this dip or not, but there isn't this ultimate call now underneath Apple, and we've seen it fall back through. I've said I like to go long above 200, but for right now, let's just play this short. We're basically flat on this trade. Remember, our real position would be 204.97. It's 205.11 now because we did that little punch out, but for now, it's just a small little trade. We'll wait for that. We're probably going to have Tesla on the rundown, so I'm not going to talk about that, but we're still in it. So yeah, that's it for me. Apple right now. Are those new positions or?
Well, when I mentioned VWAP, I neglected to mention AMD's at VWAP. We're going to short AMD. I put that in the chat. I was like, yeah, I didn't really finish the thought there. It happens when we're talking about other stuff. One point, you said Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Next 13Fs, that guy's going to have bought a bunch of stuff. He's sitting on so much cash.
I mean, have you seen Berkshire's stock? That was one of the best things I've ever bought.
Yeah, it's a great, it's good.
Yeah, it was about $10
nice.
from all-time highs.
But he's no way he didn't deploy a bunch of that cash. I will be surprised.
Me
if in the
too,
next
but
round,
I mean, at what levels, right? I mean, you've had to, right, when you're buying that much. So here's Berkshire right here. We're going to go to Sharif in a second as he's ready and waiting in the wings there. But this 530, this is the all-time high for Berkshire Hathaway. And when you're sitting on a shoot ton of cash and you've sold, and he had gotten out of Apple in and around these prices. I think it was actually below 200 was his average price. So it's not great, but at the end of the day, sitting on this cash means, yeah, you got to deploy it somewhere. And as Neil mentioned, maybe he had already, and that's why this is starting to go to the upside. We'll find out. We know he got rid of Ulta Beauty and a few of those other positions that he was trying to get into. So we'll wait to see. I think he was still buying. We actually had Brian Shannon yesterday on, and Sharif and I, and he was talking about Oxy. So I wasn't sure if he was
still. He liked Oxy?
No, he was saying that he thought Warren was still buying Oxy, but I wasn't sure about that. I'm not 100% sure. I wish there probably is a website like Kathy's Arc where we could find out.
There should be. It's the best thing.
Okay.
It's the best thing about Kathy Wood. Is the fact that it's so easy to know what it is. You don't have to wait. Yeah, you don't have to wait for the filings. It's all right there. Like it's every single day.
We're taking a little bit out of Apple here for 25 cents. Just it is what it is.
And Oxy's uglier than I thought.
Actually, Apple's now 40 cents in the money.
That's not.
So sometimes you get that Midas touch. All right, Sharif, let's go. And Sharif, by the way, are those shoes still available or?
Killing me, Sean. They're not available, Sean. They're never going to be available on playing. All right, guys, the triple Q is a good look on the market right now. A little bit below 2%, 2.85 here on the triple Qs. Well off the highs that we were at this morning, but certainly a lot better than it was on Monday. A good day yesterday, a good day today. We'll see if can keep going. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, PLTR. Yet another big day for Palantir, 8 3/4. My goodness, it's back above $100. News today that it was collaborating with Northrop Grumman as they teased on X. So it looks like they teased the partnership in a trailer-style video on X, hinting at work on its tactical intelligence targeting access node, guys. It's a mouthful. Program alongside Northrop Grumman and other major project contractors. So a good look and a good look here on the chart.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I knew anything about any of that news.
Tactical.
Deployed. We had Palantir as the #1 stock today on the sticky note. And I mean, I didn't write anything down about anything like that, just the fact that it's great to have that story. I thought there could be possible profit taking. We did like it long. I mean, it's just we were wondering about 96 long right there. And the thing about it is we had 91.50 long yesterday. And when those kind of trades are available to you and they ripped the way they did, we knew that Palantir, oops, wrong stock, that Palantir did have that chance again to make something happen today. So there's the dip down. We didn't get it early enough. It went to only 98. But the thing is, then all of a sudden we got that news about some more tariff and talk and whatever. And I was like, you know what? We bounced right there in the first 3 minutes, and we went to 99.85. So I was like, okay, we're either going to get that 96, or I should probably play a break of that 100 mark. So when it did happen, it did go against me a little bit, but not much there, down to 99.75, and then it just popped and it just kept on going. So, you know, this was a really, really strong name. We took the 100 long with the stop at 99.89. So this was about a 30-cent worth of risk there for this trade. Palantir now up 9%, well above $100. If you missed it, you missed it. I don't think it's too late. I don't know if the market reacts this way tomorrow. Depends where we close today. If we close under VWAP, then I think we're going to have a different story tomorrow. But for right now, Palantir still looks like it wants to work. We have breadcrumbs left. I have 2 more outs left. And I'm sitting right here right now at 103. So that's probably a little too high. Maybe we should get something out right now, especially if we're going to try to ride some shorts here this afternoon. But 102.50 for Palantir. It's been a little bit of a wall in this afternoon. So, you know, maybe there's something there. We talked about, Joe, with that put wall. You showed IBIT earlier today. That didn't matter too much as it ripped through 53. But at the end of the day, Palantir.
Almost 53.5.
53.50, yeah, whatever it was there. I think 53.5 is, Lamb Research tonight.
You know what? There's actually a few more names in earnings.
There are a few more names than I thought. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. But anyways, I like Palantir. I think it's going to be on the sticky note and on the watch for all of us for a very long time. I mean, it's up 30% or something year to date. One of the only big tech names that can say that.
And does huge volume.
Now it's $100, so it's not the same as when it was 20, but.
Well, also breaking out on the daily double top, so it was actually like 98. I was looking to see if Northrop was doing anything on that because they got rinsed a little bit on their earnings. They were down 10%. There's Palantir. There's your breakout. Technically, there's actually nothing till 110 for what it's worth, just in terms of real significance. It was a huge gap fill from like 80. What is this? Like 87, 88 for that top. And you really don't have anything till like a prior support level here at 110. So I think that's what you watch out for. Northrop didn't do much, but it's recovering. It's just after earnings. All of these defense names, most of them it was a split. Like a couple were good, a couple were bad. But day 2, Northrop seems to be holding a little bit after a massive dump. It's just distinctly different. Like the legacy names are not doing as well, right? Because if there's cost cutting in defense, or I don't really think they cost cut. I think they might shift where they spend. I don't think they actually spend less. That benefits Palantir, and in the short term could hurt people like Northrop, although they're up like 1%. Not bad. Tesla.
No. Earnings were definitely not good yesterday, missing on the top and bottom line. Deliveries came in below expectations. Free cash flow was also a bit of a tougher look there. But what really kept this one afloat was Elon Musk saying that he's cutting down his time in Washington to 1 or 2 days max a week, if that. Also, he did reiterate that the robotaxi slated to to launch in June, as well as reiterating the Optimus for second half of next year for production, guys.
Well, that's what we want to see. Yeah. You know, like everyone wants the reassurance that the focus is in the right spot. We said all this morning that was going to matter a little bit more on the call and all that good stuff. I broke a couple of rules on Tesla today. 2, very specifically. I liked 250 if we went dip by hunting. Because to me, like when you're up that far, it's dipping, it's going to fall pretty quickly. Either it bounces at your level or you look for a different entry strategy. And I was thinking $250, you go back into blue ocean and you'll be able to see some levels there as well. I'm talking about the overnight market, but it had some significance earlier. And then I said, if that doesn't work, then I wait for it to fill the gap or something else. Well, the something else never happened, yet I longed it twice, which was silly down there for loss. And then, something else did happen, which was later on, it bounced off VWAP. That's another way to get into the trend. It came into VWAP. Now, I maybe foolishly took it out, all of it, because I was determined to not hold anything through the bond auction today. I was like, if it's sitting at a resistance spot when we get to the auction, I'm just going to cover. That's what happened. It tried to shake out. So I probably would have been trailed out regardless on that auction because it came all the way down like $2. But we got half of it back, just patiently waiting for one entry. I think Tesla's looking pretty good here. It's constructive. All it needs to do is break 260. You can get a bit of a squeeze trend, and if it gets above 280, all the death cross people are in trouble. Because I think there's going to be a bunch of stops in the 280 range, certainly above 300 as well on Tesla. Because that death cross entry, you're short effectively at 55 in that range if you took the death cross short.
I just wanted to nine more followers right now to 8,000. We also do have the sticky note up here as well as some BTS pictures on Instagram. Go follow it if in case you don't have Twitter. It's like a rule. You know, you can just sort of things like that. But okay, anyways, that's Instagram. See if we can get to 8K there. Look, Tesla was an absolute beast, but like Neil, made mistakes early for sure. I think both of us were pretty much in the same trades, these first ones, where we were going long, this 248, 249. And look, man, we say this all the time. Patience is very, very key, but it seems like it's something that we say when we don't have any patience. And so it's like, it's just about following the plan and making sure that, you're on the right names at the right time. And I don't have a problem losing here whatsoever. We did stick with it. We're able to catch that bottom and then just rip it right now where we have a little piece left and looking to get out. I mean, we should have stayed there. I mean, when we were here, the show was happening. We had gotten some out here at 256, 257, and then we were up here at 260, and we never got filled at 260 because it went to 259.50, and I was literally waiting at 260 even to get out. So, you could get a little bit of, and then we got stopped out there. We left, we did our thing, went to the gym and during lunchtime, and then it breaks the 200 period, and so we get out of half of what we have left. So we still have that little small piece. So that's pretty thankful that we have that. Unthankful that we weren't here for this reload at 250. So it only got to 251. But just like I'm kind of doing on Apple right now, I think you always want to buy a little ahead of key levels. So Apple's not on there, but I'll just talk quickly about what I'm trying to do. And that is that if in this situation, I'm going short. Oh, okay, we got that fill. All right. No, I was just trying to say, like, if you're looking at 250, then 251 is probably fine. And I just think that in the middle of the day, and this is what I battle with, is how many shares to take ahead of a key level. Because if you've made $100 or something on Tesla today, or I saw someone, Martinez was like, he's up $2,000 or whatever it was, you don't really want to risk it until it comes into the perfect trade. But I don't think you're going to find the perfect trade all the time, especially on an earnings day. So I feel like, I don't know what you were going to say, but I feel like I would have bought that 251. So if it does come back, I will try that again.
Yeah, well, I do still like VWAP in the afternoon. I might be thinking short right now, but Tesla is strong. What I was going to say is there was a weird volume spike down and then right back up.
That's happened to me on Apple.
So I had just gotten filled. We're short NVIDIA. NVIDIA's next on the list. AMD at 92. It pops down to 91.5. I get filled, and the next thing I know, it just ran the stops to the upside. But it's right back underneath VWAP. So I think I'll nibble back in. It was just a weird volume thing. And then I wanted to address a question in the chat because someone was asking why is Oklo going up when Sam Altman left. So the explanation that the company was giving was that he steps away and it opens their opportunities up for other clients and not just OpenAI, right? So that's what they said. Now, I'm not going to, then someone asked whether that's good news or bad news, him going. That's what they said, which I have no reason, I don't look at like Sam Altman's obviously a pretty influential person. It definitely gives them tie-in. They're probably always going to get business with OpenAI while he's there, but that's just the reason they gave. Whether that's good or bad, that's for other people to determine. I think the market was telling you on Oklo today that they seem to like it after the explanation was given.
Yeah.
Let's go and talk a little bit about chips and NVDA. Oddly enough, not as strong as you'd think.
No, Neil, definitely not the strongest of the Mag 7 names, and no real catalyst today on NVIDIA, but moving up nonetheless with the overall market. 5%, not a bad look here, certainly for NVIDIA after the destruction it went through this past week. Again, no specific catalyst, but Donald Trump saying basically he's not looking at firing Jerome Powell, which had sent the markets lower on Monday. In addition to that, he indicated that the deal with China, closer than we think, and the tariffs will not be 145%, guys, but they also won't be zero.
Interesting. Well, what
Somewhere-
will it be? Let's play
So-
tariff roulette. We need one of those boards.
It won't be a number that nobody thinks is reasonable or realistic, but it also won't be 0. Oh man, we should just have like it'd be a fun poll.
Yeah.
Pool. You could do like a little bit of a pool action, like you pick a number and then we pick a date, and it's like by this time, what will the tariff?
Well, you can do all that stuff on that poly market.
Yeah, it would just be, it'd be fun to do. I don't even know where I'd guess because I have no idea. Look, NVIDIA wasn't even the chip name that I ended up trading as much. I mean, I have like a flat VWAP trade, and then I had this kind of a trend break, and it tried to go 103.5, and then we stopped out just under break even. Kind of a nothing burger. When I look back though, anytime, and this does happen from time to time, like I'll pull up a chart, I'll have a line in a chart, and then I'll see that it ends up holding, and then I'll want to kick myself. So I must have just had this from back on the 17th. Every now and then, if it meant enough for you to draw a support or resistance line in a chart and save it, the stock gets to that price, maybe set an alert. That's all I'll say. I didn't really trade NVIDIA off this 102.5, but it seems that's the place you should have. I must have just drawn this last week, and that's all. I didn't use it. Doesn't really matter. We're short AMD right now. It is stronger, but it's right at VWAP, so we just jump right back in underneath the volume-weighted average price. None of these guys are off the hook, especially AMD, especially the chip names in a general sense, because you need to actually see a deal get done, I think. And they still have, almost all of them have overhead resistance to break out. Whether you're talking 100 on AMD, or whether we're talking about, not split adjusted, or whether we're talking about way up there at 115 on NVIDIA. Like, it is 10% away, despite 5% today, from the level that I think really turns things around and gets you thinking much better about the space.
One stock in the space that had a really fun day today was SMCI.
Yeah,
that name just went berserk off the open. That went from $33 like straight to 35, and then finally came right back in, right back to that level of $33, and then straight up from there again. So this to me is the opportunity that I missed, would be today with AMD or with SMCI, because when you come back, and I don't know, I don't know if that's Freudian slip there about AMD, but this is what I think you have to look at. And that is when a name comes right back into that open price and holds, like these are buys right there. So SMCI, let's see if 32.50 or actually it's 30, pretty much 33 exactly. If that can come into play again, then I think that that's something that we should definitely look at and not forget about it. So right into there, 33 bucks, held once, held twice, and blast off up to 34. It's only $1, but at least it's hanging underneath VWAP right now. So yeah, this is something definitely to look at, SMCI in this space. So we like that. We like that one a lot. And for those of you that are interested in crypto, let's go grab the story from Sharif about BTC.
Good look yesterday, Sean. Record ETF inflows, $936 million. Net inflows also. ETH adds about 38.74 million. That's not a record for ETH, but a record for Bitcoin. So good look here for IBIT, guys, as we get into that $53 1/3 area, almost at highs.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say something about Apple, because there's
90,000.
I don't know if it's happening to you in AMD or not, but like Apple right now is just like, look at this chart.
It's
like, I actually think this is perfect trading. I pat myself on the back, other than not going short there. Like, look at all of these outs right here. So okay, here we go. Now we're starting to dip down. I just want to say, like, I'm getting some out. I still have 70% of this trade, but it's just doing this dance, and we're lucky enough to get that little slip up there. I'm not hearing anything in my ear, but
nothing.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that to people's attention, that like Apple's like 20 cents out of the money, then 20 cents in the money, and so on and so forth. So a little back and forth action here, as maybe there's something coming out about China.
What I'm saying
there goes Apple. There it goes Apple.
It's the futures bouncing off. The Nasdaq's bouncing exactly off of the volume-weighted average price time and time again. So like you're getting that top, and then it's coming right back in. We'll get to Bitcoin in a quick second. Just want to show you in the Nasdaq what I think might be causing this whipsaw action that you're scalping. It's like 18.96, and then we're coming down in about 100 points there on the Nasdaq, and then bouncing back and forth. We've been doing it for a little bit here, so I think that's the story. So that says breaks 90,000, and we broke 94,000. No, look, obviously the 90,000 has been a big wall. We broke through that. It dipped to 92. That held really well. But there was this morning on IBIT like a massive failed breakout right at 94,000. So that was the one. It was weird because I'll tell you, I was on the bid at the pre-market low, kind of ready to get filled, and I did have a breakout through the high of the day set, right? So, but I was in mode of, hey, we're about to get long, and then all of a sudden it went from about to get hit on the bid to I just got punched in long the top of the move. And it came right back, failed it. I threw my stop right underneath the prior bar, which is the wide one, and got out, took another trade, waited for it to regain VWAP, and we're back into Bitcoin. But I love the reaction that it had. Complete V-shape when the market hasn't done one. That's what I want to see out of Bitcoin when it's a bullish day. I want to see it relatively strong, and the fact that it's at the highs above VWAP while the market's turning back, I think is a good thing ultimately. I'll probably buy VWAP again if we can get it. But I don't want this to lose the same top, and I don't cover. So if we get underneath 53.5, I'm going to jump out. Well, it's not exactly the even, but a couple shekels underneath, and then we'll wait for the volume-weighted average price on Bitcoin.
I have some beef with Sharif.
That rhymes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, this guy's whistling Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper over there, and now I can't get it out of my head.
It's one of those songs, dude.
It's like Time After Time.
It is one of those.
And it's just like, come on, Sharif, my guy. But no, only good feels on that one. So if you do hear me do some of that stuff, it's like an earworm now. Yeah, no, it's good, man. I like it. All right, so we just got out some more Palantir right there. As I'm a little bit nervous because I'm seeing Apple give it up. We talked about the NASDAQ being underneath VWAP, and I said that it could be a sad story tomorrow if we stay underneath here. It looks like we're starting to go back down. I don't think we're going to get red today or anything like that, but wouldn't be surprised if we see a 1 handle instead of a 2 on the NASDAQ, and we're starting to get a little bit lower. Look, Bitcoin and IBIT was on my radar today, and as you guys know, I'm not here. It doesn't really matter. It's all excuses. But we had written down IBIT right there at 52.50 long. It did come into that level, and we just would have taken it, but I'm not going to sit here with orders pending when I'm not here. It gets as low as 52.30s. So basically, I don't know why that's fruit salad time, but it was another one. It was a good slapper right there for IBIT. So downside, boom to the upside right there. If you took that, congratulations. But it was just, I wasn't here, and I'm not sure standing in front of this would have made any sense anyways. Like, we got to read the room, to be honest with you. And like right now, IBIT, although it's nicely cooking, and so is Bitcoin at 93 and change. I like the stock. I'm not going to make sure you stand over there for too much longer because I still want to look at Ripple and Cardano, but we'll do that after we talk about the Boeing bangs today. Good earning report.
It's a really good one, Sean, and the market's rewarding them. They're up 6 1/3 right now. Fantastic look. So Q1 EPS easily beat, revenue easily beat as well. And if you were worried about tariffs and Boeing's response to tariffs, it looks like new CEO Kelly Ortberg will not be bullied by China. He says that he will halt Boeing deliveries over tariffs, says he won't let it derail the recovery. Good look for Boeing.
Oh, it was a great one for Boeing. Well, I did have I had a level for Boeing. There was just 0% chance we were going to get it on a day like today. Didn't get down anywhere near to 165 unless, oh no, that's the overnight market. So that's not even real at 8 o'clock. So the overnight market bottom was 165. It was a prior high. What I like about this is, hey, they're still losing money, but you've got to remember this is kind of a rebound story for Boeing. So by the time they're profitable again, you're going to be it's going to be well priced in, and you'll be in the 200s. That's if and when that does happen. I don't want to say it's a certainty, although it seems like they're on the path for sure. It's not a strict monopoly, but there's only 2 names out there that are big, that even matter in this market. So they were always going to have a little bit of support underneath them. I like the 50 and 200 period. Let it calm down for a couple of days. If the market gives back too much of this day, that would be pretty bearish after the way we started. So a name like Boeing that reports, or anybody that reported this week, if you're up and you can hold first support, I think that's great if you can do that this week. So Boeing needs to hold both the 50 and the 200. Then I like it, again, as a stock worth owning. I've been out of it for a while. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like I got out of it, and at the time, I was like ho-humming because I had an opportunity to cover it all on the way back in through 250, and I hung on to a bunch. and then was just really upset with myself. So when it bounced and got back to 180, I was like, you know what, I've been in Boeing a very long time. And my question I was asking myself was why? And they're starting to give you an answer. If it can hold this VWAP, or not VWAP, 50 period, 200 period, I think the answer is going to be yes.
Yeah, I think the same thing as well. I like Boeing there, and I think that the next shoe to drop with Boeing is China as well. Like when they start to come in and make some sort of deals with the United States, I could see it definitely be like, hey, let's do, what is it when you reach out? There's a word I'm looking for is not a green shoot, but like reach out to a friend. Anyways, I just think that they could. What was that?
Huh?
A truce? No, not a truce. Darn it. Someone will have it there. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is like a show of good faith. I think China will start to buy some Boeing planes, and I think that there's a lot that could happen there. Olive Branch.
There you
Olive
go.
Branch, I believe. I don't know if anybody said that in the chat. Oh, there it is. What's up, Fiddleback? Oh, I got it before everybody.
The Piper got
that's a
it.
good thing about being delayed a little bit on the chat. But yeah, Olive Branch. So I just think that Boeing and China, it would make sense. I mean, China, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, came out and said that they're not going to be buying any more Boeing planes or whatever it was, or they canceled some of the orders that they had. And obviously Boeing, we saw the numbers today. So I always think that when it's after stock reports, I mean, it's very similar to a JP Morgan and things like that. Once the banks are done, then we can sort of see what's going on with them, and gives you a little bit more confidence, in investing, period, into the space. And we've seen since bank earnings sort of calmed some of the waves there. I could see with Boeing, it's nice to be through that earnings stage, and now with more positive talk as far as China and, extending said olive branches, then maybe there is something there with Boeing. So I like it. The other one is Embraer in Brazil.
Yeah,
if you wanted to look at something. I'm pretty sure they're traded on the New York Stock Exchange as well, but Embraer, big one there in Brazil. All right.
It is, but it's like anything else. Like its primary is going to be in Brazil. So
yeah.
But it's on the New York.
240. Yeah, it is right. Okay, yeah.
EBJ. I had to look up what the ticker was, but it's 100% on the New York Stock.
Okay, well, what is it? EBJ.
It's EBJ. There's a question in the chat.
No, it's not.
Okay, maybe I have that wrong. I swear I just pulled it up in my drop down. Try it again.
Embraer.
Is it EMB?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Embraer. Okay, well, this is what it looks like in Brazil here. EMBR3. You see, look, I used to trade this. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. I used to you could mark down axes. So this is what Embraer looks like in Brazil. So you can see Boeing kind of going, Embraer kind of doing the other way. And again, I bet you this is the day right here. Like, what day is this? Feb 27th? There's probably some sort of a Boeing negative story there, which created it up. Oh, ERJ.
What did I say?
Wasn't ERJ.
Okay, it's
EMJ, I think you said.
That makes sense.
ERJ.
No, it's ERJ.
Yeah, there it is. Embraer, yeah, the first.
We have a question we'll get to in a second, but
Sure.
let's go over to Adara first.
I just want to let you guys know here, we did miss a couple headlines while we were doing the rundown and the transition between the rundown. We have some comments coming in from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She said that basically what happened here is she was asked about China, I guess, and she said, have some patience, you'll see. So again, more wait and see when it comes to China negotiations. But here's the big thing. She also said, you will hear from President Trump at 5 p.m. So we know President Trump was set to be signing executive orders at 5 p.m. Maybe there'll be an announcement or something to watch there. But just be aware, Caroline Leavitt letting us all know that we will hear from President Trump at 5. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Join Neil and myself on the Market Recap Show. We have some earnings tonight, including Chipotle and ServiceNow. Back to you.
It's going to be a tasty afternoon and a tasty aftermarket show for sure with Chipotle. Look, a couple of questions in the chat. Hey, by the way, when you hit the subscribe, it gives you the ability to be in the chat and ask us questions. And what Oleg did here, like if you tag us, see how it shows up when my name is tagged? I'm not gonna lie, it just makes it easier to spot them. But NT5, I did see your question. So it's not, you didn't tag us, but it's absolutely fine. First, Tesla dropped a terrible Q and still popped 8% at this rate. If they actually beat expectation, the stock might teleport to Mars. I agree. That's simple, easy. I agree with that. You and others often say a certain stock is strong, so I would not short it. My question, how do you determine that even though the stock is down? So the reason why I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that question. because I think it's sort of obvious. You need a really, if the stock is trending to the upside, it doesn't mean you don't short it, but you better have a really good plan of action. I want to see usually a trend break or ridiculously key level. But how do you determine that even if the stock is down? Like, how do you determine what you wouldn't short if the stock is trend down? That's how I'm interpreting that question. And if I'm wrong, then you let me know. A lot of times, if a stock is maybe, this isn't down, this is actually under VWAP. Let's use end phase. That's a better example. End phase is a stock that's down 15%. It's just a lot easier. So how do you determine when not to short a stock if it's down? I would think at the open, when this is what the opening candle looks like, where it breaks the bottom and is screaming into the opening range. And there's just, all it is like relief rally. It's not giving you any signs of weakness. Oddly enough, I get to slap the fail on myself because I said short end phase at 50 today and I didn't do it because I was trading Tesla and losing. And that's opportunity cost, right? I was trading Tesla and losing, and end phase came right to that 50 level and turned. However, it's much different once it makes a high, then lower high, then lower high, then under VWAP, then short VWAP. Then it's trending back down. So this was a stock that was down, but the opening trapped people short and then screaming. That would be a reason not to short it until it shows you something. It's the same thing as trying to buy the dip in a strong stock. You want to see it give you a turn or give you a reason to get in, whether it's the level you're waiting for. If it's trending down, let it get to your level, or just some kind of a trend hold bottom, bottoming tail candle, whatever your fancy is, a reclaim of VWAP. There's a million things out there, but you're looking for something that's showing it's a little bit different for sure. So I hope NT5, you said that is what you mean? Okay, great. Perfect. You should always have a reason for doing something, and sometimes a reason not to do something is just as important. Case in point, a reason not to be long in Tesla. I showed you in the lesson of the day how I saved my butt on even an unrelated trade using mean reversion. Well, look at what happened when Tesla finally, there's VWAP, there's the trend. All of my longs are on the other side of that, and there's the normal entry. It would be about the same entry and about the same stop, but the difference is one of them is a break of the trend and the hold, and then you're long right in here, 246.75-ish on Tesla. So you just have to have a reason to get in, reason to get out. That's all it's going to be. I did get a VIBIT. I wanted to mention that. My trailing stop was not at 49, it was at 48. Haha, no even dollar trails. But if it gets to VWAP, we'll look to go long again. It failed right at 94,000. You got to go to a 15-minute. Or even that's not going to show. Yeah, you know what? You need the overnight market to see some of these levels. Doesn't really matter. 94,000 and the same place where it failed to break out high on IBIT. We've just turned around. So I want to see if we can buy it back at 53 change in front of the volume weighted average price. Market seems a bit range bound, so why not?
Yeah, the market seems a bit range bound. I mean, I was just going to tell you the exact same thing about Apple, and I was just going to be like, look at the range that Apple has right here again, falling back in. Good fill down there at 50. It looks like it wants to get a little bit lower, so we'll try to hold out hope that that is exactly what winds up happening, and we'll take a look at that stock. We take a look at this. What about Intel? Another one here. Just having a quick look. I don't know if anything's moving. You guys tell us in the chat if it's okay. Yeah, Intel actually looking pretty good to me down here for Intel, so we can maybe see if there is anything going on here now. For INTC, nice high there at 21 bucks or so today. Faded out. I mean, Intel up 6%. You gotta like what's going on there at VWAP here again, but I'm looking short today. Well, not today, but just right now. So Intel, if anything, is bouncing off. If you're gonna short it, I think you gotta look at some past highs because we need reasons to do something. All right, so yes, I do. So love to trade if you're talking about Apple right now. I have another short waiting, but it was at it's actually at VWAP 205.75. I was going to try to get 50s. We were there when this happened, and then I thought to myself, if I'm going to stop out at 206, I don't want to have an average price of 50. Really, that's too much. Like 50 cents right here. We're struggling to get 50 cents, and I feel like I've been right on this. So right now we're 50 cents in the money. So to someone's point, and Neil already answered it wicked, it was the fact of like, how do you know, or you actually didn't understand the question, but I think it was about relative strength in the stock versus the market. We say it's short, but we don't want to trade it short. Things like that. It's the kind of same thing here with Apple. If it's going to range like this, although I'm thinking short, it's going to have to get to a decent price before I just punch in, because it's still aggressive with the market. I mean, it's in line, 276 versus 247. So those are some of the things that I think about. I like the short in this name. And if there's any other trades, we're going to go to Adair, I believe, in a minute. But if there's anything else that you want Neil or I to look at, I mean, put it in the chat. I mean, people, DJT will talk about. Intel, right. Earnings tomorrow on Intel. So we're well aware of that. Earnings on Alphabet tomorrow.
Just one thing I thought of, because you know if we do that every other day, all the biggest earnings are on Tuesdays and Thursdays, are they not?
No, I don't.
Right?
Why, you want to switch?
No, I'm not saying that. Thursday's my physio day. So that's,
What's up, Andre?
it just happened to occur to me that like most of the time, I think with the exception except for Nvidia. Nvidia's Wednesday, but I think most of the big ones are Tuesday and Thursday. I could be wrong about that. It just kind of feels that way. Although I think Nvidia is always a watch party for
It might be. I wonder if we could ask
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Just remember not to thank ChatGPT after you after it answers your
I told
question.
Neil that story. I read something on Twitter where Sam Altman from OpenAI said that the responses alone to the thank yous has cost them millions and millions of dollars because it uses more computing power. When you say thank you to ChatGPT for something, it then has to reread it and then respond to it again. So it's like he was saying that although it's very nice that people say that, he would rather people really not say thank you so they can save a little bit of money there with the ChatGPT. So I thought that was pretty interesting because we do it all. I do it all the time.
Well, I realized I don't.
I don't do it all the time, but I used to do it. I was like,
why.
oh, great, great response, thanks. And then it's like, you're welcome. And it's like, so it has to use computing power again. So anyway, I thought that was a pretty unique story there for sure. All right, it's Adair time.
Look at this name here, CEP, Cantor Equity Partners. This is a massive push to the upside for this name. No signs of stopping. We are at and trying to make new day's highs. One piece of news I'm seeing for this one from today is apparently Tether, SoftBank, and Jack Mallers have launched this Bitcoin native company called 21 through a business combination with Cantor Equity Partners. CEP has about a 10 million share float, $175 million market cap. Also here, keep an eye on TSM. I'm just seeing a headline pop through right now. Apparently TSM's cutting edge A14 chip tech is start to begin production in 2028. So keep an eye here on TSM. I'm seeing that come through, but it's not actually moving much. Yeah, some commentary as well here about Elon Musk and U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, but nothing super significant. The other stock I wanted to mention, though, before we send you back to the guys, is Microsoft, MSFT, announcing that GPT Image 1 is now available on Microsoft Azure's through the OpenAI service. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. That was I just asked you in the chat, but I asked you, that was a SPAC, that CEP. You can let me know. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. I also have a beef with ChatGPT images when I'm trying to make a fantasy football logo, but it does a really good job. It just doesn't take direction the way that I want it to when I want it to do something sports related. Look, the market. Well, that's the thing. I don't pay for it. That's the other thing. I use the free one, which I don't think is as good. There was a question about DJT. Oh, it's just DJT question mark. Look, I don't know. I don't think we ever got anything specific for DJT. We do know DJT getting into the crypto game. So now, well, I mean, fintech and crypto. So now when we get a moving market to the upside, the Qs go and Bitcoin goes, frankly, when the entire crypto space goes, DJT can catch a bid, and we know it can squeeze as well. As to what's going on right here at 26.25, I can't tell you. I just pulled it up. If I'm guessing without looking at the level 2, there's a seller here at the quarter to 30 mark, whether that's, I don't see any size on the bid, so it could be a refresher. Somebody's holding it up at this price and kind of selling into 26.25. If they don't break, VWAP. If they do break, I think this thing could, it looks like it could fly and squeeze this afternoon. But yeah, somebody's holding it up there. You guys can see it on DJT. If you're trading it and you were long off VWAP, I certainly would be taking a piece out because I think you could always get back in on some kind of a break. Natalia says, try Grok. You can edit images in Grok. Thank you very much for that.
Yep.
I will try that. I have a really good baseball team name this year. It's like, I love Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, what happens to James Cook, by the way? The guy's not showing up anymore, eh?
Why you gotta make me in a bad mood, man? James Cook is the running.
Why is this guy holding out for that much money?
James Cook is a running back for the Buffalo Bills. I'm a huge Buffalo Bills fan. I love James Cook. He did a great job for the Bills. I have him in fantasy. I love everything about the guy, but he's not Saquon Barkley. He's not Bijan Robinson. he's a very, very good player, but the thing is, if you try to hold out to be paid as if you're the best, I get it, you're competitive. All guys should want to be the best. That's why you want them on a football field, but come on, man. Let's try to win a championship. Josh Allen's taking less money or changing his deal, and he doesn't care if he's the highest paid quarterback in the league, which he should be, but he's not. He doesn't care. Dak is. So yeah, sometimes you just gotta be a little more realistic.
Yeah, agreed on.
I don't know what he's trying to get at. That's I don't know.
We just real quick, guys.
Get down.
Props it up. Obviously, Neil and I both short right now, so we're happy with what's going on right now. I'll hit those sirens. I just put this trade on for you guys right when we came in. We talked about why we sort of like the short in Apple, and there it goes, bleeding to the downside right now. I only have 40% left of this trade, but happy with it as it does start to look lower right now. Apple coming back in pretty nicely into 204.25 right now. So here, down goes Apple right now. This is 203.60. Or I'm going to put a bid at, look, I just sit here with NASDAQ or ARCA, and I put another bid there at 204.10. I like to sort of scalp these things out. We talked about the market being very, very range bound right now, and it's kind of starting to break out of that range a little bit. Like we're down to the bottom now of the range. So we were just, this is a 1 minute chart. So we were just at the top, which was 18,960. Now we're at 18,850. So we just took down 100 handles, and that's pretty much been the range since, I mean, if we just talk about that right here, 18,850. That time is 12, basically 1 o'clock. So about in 2 hours here, we've had this 100 handle range, top to bottom. So pretty happy cashing out. Now that I look at that, I'm actually just going to, without prejudice, take out some Apple right there at 204.47 again for, I mean, Sharif, it's 60 cents. I mean, we'll take it right now, and we'll hopefully be able to get a little bit more later. So that's the play right there for me on Apple. We'll see if that can come in. Again, like I just mentioned, we'll take some more trades if they're available, but right now Apple's coming to the downside. I do also have a bid at 204.10 for that. Thank you so much. Love to trade, man. I appreciate you. Palantir, Tesla, Apple, the only 3 names we've traded today, and they're bangers. The other thing was that CEP, you had mentioned that. There's some talk about this in the chat. Again, a very low float name there. Adair had mentioned this, up 60%. Sharif, everybody looking at this name today, was a former SPAC down there, I assume, at $10. And then now it has its name, and it's Cantor Equity Partners. So I don't know if that's the SPAC and it just has, or they got a deal. Because what used to happen was, remember DWAC was Digital World Acquisition Corp, and it turned into Donald J. So, it was trading for DWAC for probably 6 months or something like that. And then it finally flipped over, right? So you got to be careful with some of the naming on all of this, but CEP starting to go. DJT also coming right back into another great level. It's just when a lot of these big runners start to lose steam, they all kind of do. The big one that I think is of legitimate take is CoreWeave. I mean, CoreWeave is an actual company that has come to market with sales and earnings and all of that stuff. And we talked about the murderer's row you talked about yesterday. I still think we could do that with all of our faces. Rushmore of trading could be Joe, you, me, and Sharif right on there. Or Brendan, get out of me. But right there, $41. The idea here was the Mount Rushmore of investment bankers were covering CoreWeave. So we'll have to find out if they continue to support that price at its IPO level of $39. It did dip down there into $34 the other day, and we were like, this is probably a good buy if you know anything about the company. But for me, they're just leasing out H100s, and I don't know.
That's literally all they do.
Right, and so to me.
You know what my other beef was? I was reading a little bit more about them. And on top of that, their cycle, so like they're behind in terms of, like by the time they even get to the next iteration of the more advanced models, they'll have to sell their inventory of the H100, so they'll always be behind the latest technology, which I guess is fine depending on their
companies
clientele.
Don't need the best.
Yeah, so they got to be dealing with the smaller companies because that's how it works. But I can't wrap my head enough around it to like it more. Very quickly, the NASDAQ bounced off the range bottom, so I trailed out of AMD thinking we're going to do the same thing. It bounced off the same support level at 91.25, so I just covered here, and we'll get back in at VWAP. Let's go to Adara.
So here's the details with regards to CEP. This is Cantor Equity Partners. I looked more into this. They're not a new IPO and they're not a special acquisition company. They went public via an IPO in August of 2014. The story today is apparently they have launched this 21 through a business combination with Cantor Equity Partners, but seems like the ticker is going to be the same here for CEP. And again, this is a company that IPO'd as of August 14th. Previously, the ticker CEP was used for another company called Constellation Energy Partners. So the ticker is not new. And this stock specifically has been trading here since since I guess August 14th there. So that's what's happening here. I guess they're trying to combine businesses, but as of right now, it's not like this is a thing that's just had the de-SPAC or the business combination, if you will. This has just been announced. Back to you.
So I think it has like SPAC-like tendencies there because now they're finally with a little bit of a Bitcoin movement there. So, and what a SPAC would be is, again, you're looking, they have certain values to them. So someone will put out a stock at $10 billion or whatever, then they have to find a company to fill that, and then they can go public that way. CEP, obviously, thanks Adara for that clarification on that stock. Yeah, coming up, I do want to, we did talk about earnings, and you know how I search for earnings? I just go right into here and I type in Trader TV Research. Oops, I'm not even showing the screen. I go into Twitter, type in Trader TV Research, and then I just go down here and I see all these infographics. Okay, I did miss that. If you could repeat that, Ramin, I'll get that in. Perfect. Me? Okay, thank you. Adara has also, this is from yesterday, but she does have a daily earnings watch. So I can find that for you. But if you do scroll all the way down, we had some great graphics yesterday on our recap show about Elon's side hustles. I like that. I didn't even notice that was the title. And then yesterday, a bunch of different notifications about when these reports and whatnot are coming out. So definitely head over to Trader TV Live Research right now. I have to prepare for something, so...
Yeah, no worries. No worries whatsoever. Let's see if we can. I saw a couple people in the chat saying, yeah, Neil, IBM, that they report tonight. It's actually it's a heavy list of names that are reporting in terms of number. We've got TXN, LVS, LAM, LCRX, Newmont, ServiceNow, Chipotle. Like, there's just a bunch that we're getting in the next couple of days. All I was saying was, hey, man, you got your Tesla yesterday and you got Google tomorrow and Alphabet tomorrow. Like, those are obviously a little bit bigger. And it just feels like a lot of times you get the big mega cap tech names that lead a big earnings day tend to be on Tuesdays and Thursdays. At least that's anecdotally what I believe. Looks like that one little bounce here in AMD is not following through. If we break down from here, I have to consider an entry lower instead of the bounce play because that's a hefty gap in a 90. 90 is a big support level. Or at least it was a support level to me because it was prior resistance. So there's a lot of room for it to still go. And I don't mind getting back into it. Rob's Weather Channel, you're not the first person to ask about Tempest. First things first, I have not looked at Tempest AI today. This is my first gander, 15%. I'd be impressed, but then everything is really strong today. Look at that, right back to the 200 period. I wonder if Nancy's bought anymore. That's a really interesting question at some of those bottom. Anytime you see a nice little consolidation, you do wonder what's been going on in a downward trend, but it is breaking the downtrend on the daily and trying to hold the 200. That's all well and good. Don't know when they report, so I can't tell you. I'd have to look up when they report.
That's a Kathy Wood name, is that what you said?
No, it's a Pelosi name, isn't it? Tempest AI? Isn't it Nancy Pelosi?
Could be. Yeah, I think
it's Pelosi.
I think it could be both, but yeah, definitely.
I believe both. You know what? I can believe both too. It's holding,
Nancy Pelosi name.
I mean, holding VWAP, that looks pretty good. The volume's really tapered off. I don't know about day trading it. See what I mean by that? And it's not usually the kind of name that you would day trade. So unless it catches volume off VWAP, it needs to hold that 200 on the daily. I'd be more interested in it. We just want to stick to what I think will traditionally move the way that we like. So yeah, I'm going to short pops in AMD, but I'll have to find some kind of an entry strategy if we break this 91.25. And I don't want to take a break down. Don't like breaks when the market is range bound. When the market's range bound, breaks obviously are not the way to go. I want to fade the tops. I need to find something which is at a resistance if I'm getting back in the short.
Fade the tops and the pops. Right now, and with the NFL draft, just basically a day away right now in Green Bay, Wisconsin, by the way.
It's in Green Bay.
Yeah, man. I got tickets to that.
You should.
No, I do.
Have you been?
No, yeah, I've been to Wisconsin, but I've never been to the NFL draft. It used to always be held in New York, and then they started rotating it, where it was in Detroit one year, it was in Vegas and all that. But they sent me tickets as owner.
Well, because you have shares.
Yeah. So I could have gone. It probably
You should go. Should have
gone.
You're way
Should have
too big
gone,
of a
yes.
Green Bay fan not to
So
go to
stupid
it.
not to go to that thing. But if you are interested in it, Ramin, where's Ramin? We do have Profit X. Okay, we'll do the Profit X in a minute. Yeah, all good. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. Profit X, of course, you just had it on our board there. If you are looking to, trade and get in and out of some of those predictions, use Profit X. It's very, very fluid, and we'll talk about that in a couple seconds. All right, so just really quickly, here's that events calendar. I want to thank Adair for this. Not only is it an earnings calendar, it is an events calendar, and Adair's gone next level with all of this because this is the only thing you need, which is what I'm telling you. I don't look at any of those other earnings reports. I don't even remember those websites anymore. Because right here, we got economic data and the earnings all listed right here as well. And if you follow @Trader TV Research, you're also going to find daily ones as well with timing, like 4:05, 4:10, things like that. Which time are these coming out at? And this is what Neil and I were just talking about tonight. Chipotle, Lam Research, IBM, ServiceNow, O'Reilly, and there are more names tonight as well. But these are the big ones, just basically by market cap. Tomorrow, as Neil mentioned, we do have a bunch of good names. A lot starting the morning, too, with Merck and American Airlines and PepsiCo, Southwest. Any guesses what this is, Neil? I don't know. I'm just asking you if you know what symbol this is.
Was that say 5?
I was going to say maybe F5, but I don't think that is what that is.
You know what? It looks like a 5. Maybe it's 5.
Oh, Freeport Mac.
Oh, it's FM.
Okay, thank you for that, Adara, in our ear right
That is
there.
too well-known a company to have that bad of a logo.
I think that's changed. I'm not sure if that is the logo. I mean, it's the logo, but I feel like it's maybe a new one. But I didn't know that was Philip Morris either. All right, so Alphabet. If you don't know what this, that's pretty obvious. And Intel has been like that for a minute. T-Mobile, everyone knows the pink there as well. Vale and Skechers. But the big one tomorrow, I think a lot of traders are interested in Intel. I know that because of the price of Intel, there's a lot of traders that are looking, $20, pick it up, trade options, something like that. And then on Friday, of course, post-market, nada for the earnings, but AbbVie, Schlumberger, Colgate, Palmolive. That toothbrush going on there. Charter and Phillips 66, so some energy. Okay, so yeah, kind of all over the place to end the week there, but go over to @Trader TV Research to find said research.
And it's so key because you do want to know when the bond auctions are happening. Look, any economic number.
Especially if it's James Bond auction.
Yes, I love James Bond. Who's going to be the next Bond? Somebody please tell me. They need to pick somebody already. And
we have a
it
special
better be
announcement to make.
It needs to be the guy from
it's Sharif.
The Gentleman. Sharif?
Joe is the next James Bond. Okay, I thought they were going more Egyptian, but I guess they're going back to Joe right there. So they want some Jamaican flair, I guess. And who looks more Jamaican than Joe? I mean, so I think they got
100%.
I think they got the right guy over here.
I think Joe's more of a Felix Leiter, but I think you'd be a good Felix Leiter.
I don't know. Nobody knows who Felix Leiter is, man. Not even Joe knows, and this guy's
Come on, man. You don't. Okay, then you don't know James Bond. That's fine. It's fine. I'm a huge James Bond fan. That's one of those. I even think of James Bond, and all I can remember is my dad. He read. So they had like one theater in Antigua, the island he grew up in, and obviously, back in the day, it's not like you had a great selection. And he read all the Bond books, and they didn't have a lot of money, so it was a really big deal when he'd ever get to see like a James Bond film when it came out.
Yeah.
So when I was growing up, we'd see every single James Bond film. If they came in the theater, we'd go to watch it together. We'd rent them, so I'd go through all of them multiple times. And then my current wife and I, when we were dating, I'm like, look, I like Bond. We're going through all of them. It was the dinner music at my wedding. As well. So I'm a huge James Bond fan because it's just positive memories all the time. And Felix Leiter is like the CIA guy, Joe, that kind of teams up with Bond every now and then. So it just goes to show.
If I couldn't be the guy in GoldenEye, then I probably don't know the character. So,
no, he's not.
Like Odd Job. If you would have said Odd Job, then I would definitely know who that is.
Odd Job was cheating, but that's okay.
Yeah, GoldenEye. How to come?
There was a no Odd Job rule that you couldn't play with Odd Job.
Yeah, but then you're just pinging the guy's head,
he's not fair in the game.
Oh man, I cannot wait. There is a new N64. There's apparently I don't know if it's out yet, but there was an N64 that they're trying to release that has like all of the games, and so I definitely, I wonder if it holds up. That's the thing. Like right now, we are so. lucky, I guess, I don't know, lucky or not, but the video games, the way they look nowadays, I wonder if we put in Bond, and it would still be fun to play, but I just wonder our opinion of it, because we thought it was pretty cool back in the day. Right now, it might be like, man.
It's like anything else. The quality.
My kids would be like, Dad, what the kind of graphics is
better.
this? Yeah, what's up, Piper? Oh, okay, I will in a second. So just right now, man, we have about 15 to 20%. We have about 20% left of Apple short right now as well. Oh, they made it.
What?
You're missing Joe. I'm not showing that without Joe. All right, you can show it. Show it. Yeah, show it. Show it.
Here, you guys can see this. Can't put a brother on there. I see.
I mean, I look the worst. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice Neil's not even on there.
No, Sharif's is the best.
Man, what the hell?
Sharif's and Adara's look the best, and because that's
I don't think that looks like.
it's probably because I've known you the longest.
looks
To me,
exactly
yours
like Sharif.
doesn't look like you because I know you the best. But that's all. But this one does not look like Brendan at all.
The only one that looks like
That looks like the dude from Horrible Boss. What's his name? It's like Brendan
the Rivian
plus
guy.
It's like Brendan plus a dude from Horrible Bosses. I forget his name. These two look good. Sharif's looks dead on.
Sharif literally
spot
looks
on.
like Sharif.
That's almost exactly if you put it up on top there. Good work, ChatGPT, I assume. Adara's is.
No.
If I zoom in, oh, there you go. My bad. I could scroll and zoom in.
Yeah, that looks like.
Thank you, Boomer.
I mean, I don't. I mean,
Isn't it it's a little creepy?
Brendan is
No, Brendan's not even close.
Like I ain't been buying
Come
a
on,
car
man.
from that guy. Like Brendan not
That's
looking.
shady.
Brendan not looking like Brendan. There.
That's very shady.
Yeah. Brendan's just scrolling his phone.
not
over
even
here. He's
paying
just like,
attention.
Don't even talk to me about how I look in that picture. That was funny though. So I think Sharif looks identical. I want to see the one with Neil and Joe, and then I know we can.
Well, after that, I'm not sure I want to see it. I don't know if I want to see it, man.
Remember dial-up?
What's that?
I remember dial-up.
Dial up? Yeah. It's like that. Oh, it's like that. Okay. All right. So we'll have a look.
Fabian, you say that
I
like
want to see one with Fabian on
You
it.
don't remember dial-up, Fabian.
You weren't bored with AOL.
You weren't born. You don't know it.
AOL instant messaging, Fabian. What do you know about that? All right. So.
Net zero.
Yeah. All right. Now. So the market's still range bound, right? So they're still doing its thing. We actually highlighted this a couple minutes ago that this could have been possibly the bottom, and it looks like it is. So now that we've entered the hour of power, I wonder if the market is just kind of waiting around for more Trump-isms to finally react to something right now, because as I see it, there is not a whole heck of a lot going on right now in the market, period. I mean, we've been sort of talking like... trying to ask you guys for some. Now everyone just wants to know about what these all look like, so that's pretty cool. All right, AMD, NVIDIA. What about Coinbase as we look for some crypto names possibly moving
Bitcoin's
around?
a view up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It looks like, Coinbase looks like it wants to break through this range to the downside. What about a 195 break short? Oh no, Ramin's giggling like a little girl over there. This is not going to be.
This cannot be good.
This is not going to be good for anybody very, very soon. I feel like it's going to be yours. Might be a disaster, but we'll wait to see.
Of course, it's going to be a disaster.
As Ramin can barely. Yeah, but can barely contain herself. So we'll see what happens there. But Coinbase to the downside. We'll check out what Mara is doing right now as well. I mean, crypto's still doing fine, 93.5. We can have a look at IBIT and see what's going on. I've already said the NASDAQ may have a 1 on it before we're done, and that still has an hour to go. We talked about that when it was like at 2.8 or something. It hasn't really moved too much here this afternoon. Mara looks very similar to Coinbase, but to me, the Coinbase short looks better. There's too much
Mara should
inventory.
Be a short. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're all shorts.
I literally just got long IBIT on VWAP because I had a bid down here at the quarter.
Yeah, okay, that's a good one.
Check that 26.5 actually. So my price is 26.5 cents, which is funny. I'll tell you this right now. It does not always round the proper way, and I have beef with that. And I don't know why. I've had the half cent, and it'll round down and say 26. Sometimes it'll say 27. But if we break VWAP, I need to jump out. I saw that Mara chart. And it's like we're breaking the low on the Qs, and you have relative weakness. In Mara. I might jump over there. If we lose VWAP, I might look at that to the short side. Let's go to Adara. I've got offers on this bounce if we can get it on IBIT, but my bid was out there the second we trailed out. Let's go to Adara.
As we push a little bit lower here in the NASDAQ, it's worth noting we have some comments coming in on the state of tariffs, saying from a global perspective from Villeroy of the European Central Bank, or the ECB, saying that Trump tariffs are a major negative shock here for globally, and also the tariff impact on the euro area inflation is actually a little unpredictable. So again, just more tariff comments worth noting. They are coming through. Make sure to like and subscribe. And just an hour until we get a whole bunch of earnings here. So join Neil and myself on that aftermarket show. Back to you.
We got out some more Apple. Apple's coming back in. I'm bidding 74s right now. Whoa, hello.
Why is that?
Yeah, just it's not going to be any louder for them. It's just loud and
just for
here. All right, so we'll. Yep. We know right here 204.60. We are bidding. For me, see, sometimes I don't know if it's like if we're self-deprecating. Like it's just like good job. Like it's very, very. Oh, from your heart. Oh, that's very, very sweet. Thank you, Ramin, for all of that there.
You see your face when she
I sometimes feel like a little passive aggressive.
Remember, Ramin, I can
hear
see
you.
you.
Finally, you're learning.
I see you.
Like, it did have a much sweeter tone than that, so I do have to admit.
Get it though. Are you though?
Yeah, I know. I actually like your. I've told you this before. I like your voice. Angry or?
She actually, that's very true.
Well, you might want to revisit that.
Oh boy.
Ramin just said her New
That's
Year's
how this is
resolution
going.
was to not be mean, and then I was like, you may want to revisit. But no, I think she's been really great. I mean, you might have to ask Sharif for that one right here, but we have to be in a good mood today. I think Ramin's she's not that mean anyways. We have Maple Leafs there tonight, or last night. Wait a minute, do they play in 2 games? Do they play in 2 days now? I don't know if they have 1 day off or they have 2 days because they got to travel to Ottawa, which is 4 hours away. So, that's a big travel. If that was the NBA, they might take a week off.
That's another problem with the NBA.
Load management,
I just have
right there. NHL players can literally lose half their face and be on the ice the next day. NBA players, oh crap, my nail. Got to sit out next game. All right, but that was a good. Playoffs are different. I love the playoffs.
Tom Brady, I don't
RJ Scringe.
I don't like saying good things about Tom Brady, but that guy, like he sprained his AC joint in his throwing shoulder and was playing.
Yeah.
Like you have no
we have
idea.
Brett Favre on, who has the Ironman
It's
record,
ridiculous.
270.
I sprained my AC joint and tried to play through it once a week in a men's league baseball. Once a week, men's league baseball, and it was the most excruciating thing every time I tried to throw. Like I'd throw, like I was moving from center field to left field in certain situations. I'm like, dude, guys, I don't want to throw here because my arm wanted to like break off. And this guy's throwing 50 passes a game.
Just underhanded to like the second baseman.
I did that once. I literally did an underhand throw because I wanted to stay in the lineup. And I'm playing men's league, and this guy's. But yet in the NBA, no one wants to play anymore.
Oh, that's not nice, Kirshner. You can't
by the way,
Ramin without mean.
Just very quickly, IBIT broke that VWAP. It's on me. I had my bid out there regardless, and it just got run, and we just lost the volume-weighted average price.
I thought it was pretty unique.
You can't spell Ramin without mean, but she's very nice. I'm always Team Ramin because every time she has like cookies or donuts or whatever it might be, she always shares with me.
I felt like I was always Team Ramin, but yeah, I think we both are.
Yeah, Ramin's awesome. Fabian's awesome too.
Yeah. I mean, Fabian's all right. Okay, so we'll just keep on going. I'm still waiting for the Mount Rushmore here. All right, so more coverage of Apple there, guys. We now have about 15%. We got it to 5% more here as we came back in. It was a little questionable as the range came right back into play. We've been talking about the range here as well, and not so much happening right now on that one. Netflix, I mean, we can praise Palantir all that we want, really, but Netflix as well, all the way back up. I said earlier today that we had taken out all-time highs, and now that I actually look at this, I guess we did not. These wicks, we might have taken out all-time closing highs of 1058, but we did not take out, I guess, these top wicks in and around 1065. Now, if they're pure post-market, some websites and whatnot won't mark those. They'll just mark opens and closes and official, prints for the day. But it looks like 1065. It looks like we nailed that almost exactly yesterday, and we came pretty close there today. So, if you're going to do anything on Netflix and you want to break those highs, it does look like 1065. And if you're going to look at where it's been on the year, yeah, this is Jan 1 right here. So 888s right there, where we were at the beginning of the year. So it's actually, Palantir is crushing this stock year to date, but at the end of the day, it's still a good move from 900 up to 1050. Netflix continues to work. And again, it's like my kid yesterday, I get home, he's watching One Piece, so there is some good content, I feel like, for all ages, obviously, on Netflix. I don't know what those CrossFit videos Joe was talking about, but What is that? CrossFit Games has. No, I'm going to look them up. No, 'cause I
I've
normally
seen
they.
them.
You have seen them? Was it one where you could, you play along or no?
No.
Oh, you watched them.
actual-
Oh.
If you're into that sort of
I
thing.
didn't know if it was one of those like workout videos, because I think that's the next shoe for Netflix. No, I mean, Apple. If like you subscribe to Apple, you get thousands of workouts for free, where the person will do it in front of you. You can just like Peloton. So like we have a Peloton, but no longer subscribe to the Peloton software because you can stream it. We have a TV. TV right in front of the bike or whatever. You could stream the Apple one.
There's tons of good free ones on
Exactly. So
why would
that's
you ever
the
pay?
thing. So I'm wondering if Netflix at one point says that One Piece is not just for
they had
kids,
it, I would
says
use it.
Omar. Okay. Yeah, no, it's for. I mean, everything's for everybody. To whatever you want. Anime and everything is pretty cool. I watch One Piece. I watched the live action One Piece. Apparently that's coming back as well, season 2, for Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah, Joe likes that guy as well. So
Local Yokel 42 is a fantastic movie. I 100% agree with you if you watch
the Jackie Robinson one.
Yeah, and Bill Arr said it's called High Rocks. I'm not into that, like the CrossFit, the High Rocks. I just feel like it's always way too much, but I'm down for free workout videos on YouTube because principle is priceless. However, I have to show something. The last time this happened, I said IBIT broke VWAP and I got out. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to jump back into it, but this is one chart. This is my black chart, which I always trust more. This is the one I usually trade off of. I showed this one to you guys, and it's got my executions on it. But this actually held the volume-weighted average price at 53.10. It's a distinction without a difference. Maybe if it can break back out, there's one more chance we get the long. So if I said it broke VWAP and I got out, there it is, I got out, but it has still held. I might jump back into IBIT. 53.10 is the actual volume-weighted average price according to the chart that I'm trusting a little bit more. But I still want AMD to the south side. It's trying to hold the lower high, which is what I want to now work with, and that's at 91.66. If we get another crack at the volume-weighted average price, fair enough. The market's not doing a lot, but it is slightly trending down. So I want to continue to short the pops. AMD was the first thing we got into, and I want to go right back into it. David Tretsiak, Palantir going to flat. What does that mean? Oh, I don't know what you mean.
This.
No, I don't want to look.
This is the worst one yet.
I don't want to look.
This doesn't look like your dad. This doesn't look like your brother. This doesn't look like you at all.
I knew it.
This is just like, I don't even know. Like, I look like a mess here too. But yeah, Sharif looks more Italian than me. Okay,
What is going on?
Oh, you look like the guy.
There's a dude.
Who's that in the middle? Is that Brendan? Okay, that is. And then what? There's 2 Sharifs, or that's
Are we
Joe?
aging Brendan by like 30 years?
Like, first of all,
what are we doing?
who's the guy? Who's the?
No. Huh?
Oh yeah. What am I looking like there too?
I don't. First of all,
Is this Grok?
first of all, who is that? Who's that supposed to be next to Sharif?
Okay, it's in order. Joe, Sharif.
That's Joe.
I mean, it looks exactly like Brendan, and then you, and then I guess me. I mean, maybe my hair is somewhat right.
No.
You know what you look? You look like the guy from what? There's the is it Marvel? What's the guy's name there?
Don Cheadle?
Don Cheadle.
Okay, but
Put that back on. That is Don Cheadle. No.
No. Yeah. Well, it looks
I'm
more
beside
like Don
Cheadle
Cheadle
on this Mount Rushmore.
more than it looks like me.
Anyways,
I knew it was gonna be bad. I knew it wouldn't look like me.
that was it. Was so? Who drew? Was that ChatGPT though? Okay.
That was ChatGPT.
Okay. I'm shorting Microsoft.
Obama, maybe? Someone just said it looked like Obama. That doesn't look like Obama. I would take that. Better than whatever that was.
Obama aged well, yeah. I mean, I'm down with some Obama.
No president ages well when they're in office.
Except for Donald J. Trump, of course. You know.
They don't sleep well.
I mean, some people say I'm the best aging president. You know. Look, honestly, he looks pretty good for. All right.
No.
If I'm as active at 78 as this dude is, I mean, then I would be like that. That'd be good for me, man. I mean, that.
You're playing full rounds of golf at that age.
Well, yeah, not only that, I mean,
No
every day, like in front of the press, this and that. I mean, we know Joe Biden didn't wake up till 3 p.m. This guy is up like literally I mean, that address to Congress there, it ran pretty late for me. But anyways, all right, here goes Apple to the downside. Let's go.
Money, 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 money.
So we're having fun here, but we're also trading and adding to our net. We're at the day's high for myself right now as we continue to go, and I continue to wait for more Mount Rushmores because those were really hilarious, and I like that. So glad we have these kind of talks here live on the show as we continue to trade. I'm still in all of them. So right now, thinking about this right now, I should have got out. We do have this trade still on Tesla, just a small piece, breadcrumbs. That's an OB term. What about if we just break right here, 250, 450? Because if we start to head to the downside, which we had sort of thought about that, we've called at least a little bit of this move, right? I mean, it was up here, and we said maybe we get a one handle today on the NASDAQ, and that led me to take this Apple short, which has been printing, and it's pretty good stock for me today as well. And then it also allowed us to get out of Palantir. Palantir, all right, Palantir just broke VWAP, so pretty sure that this is going to be a good out for us right now to take that as we broke through VWAP. But the NASDAQ is trying to come back in pretty good now. Breadcrumbs on both. There's VWAP. All right, Palantir is worth coming out for me right now, so we'll offer some 08s and get taken out. There it is, man. It is. Chef cooked something up there on Palantir today, I'll tell you that much. It's not my whole day, but it's pretty much the whole day for me on Palantir. It was a good one there. We had to make some money back on Tesla, as Neil and I both talked about, losing its way there early, then finally finding something. I'm going to do the same strategy there. That's 250, 350. So let me put that stop in right now for Apple. Apple's cruising right now. Apple's 70 cents right now with the money as the market going down. 253. I don't need to be exact because the market is cranking. 250, 350, okay, 250, 349. We're going to get out of that last piece there if it does come through for us. But there's Apple, man. We've done it right now. It's 70 cents in the money. It's going lower. We got out of another piece. We told you we're at about 15%. We're at about 12% now as we continue to go a little bit lower here in Apple. So, yeah, man, like the stock to the downside right there. We called this name. Looks like the market's going to get that one handle. I mean, there's a great call. If anybody's short the futures there, we talked about this. I said if we close it under VWAP. Now, there's still 45 minutes to go. As we wait for more information to come out, if Trump speaks there at 5 p.m. or whatever. Not so many earnings to save the day today, but it was a great morning, man. We came in and everything was up.
Well, I feel like earnings aren't going to matter as much as Trump talking at 5.
Yeah.
It's just like last night. Like last night, it mattered more that Trump said he didn't intend on firing Powell. Like Tesla wasn't even doing anything, and then all of a sudden it was up 6 or 7%. Like it was flat. And then they rallied the stock. So I think that's going to matter a bit more. I said if we broke down past support, I'd find another way to get into AMD. Well, it's holding a trend, so I'll play it the other way, which is short into the trend. I said it got to be another execution strategy. We'll try to grab it going into the trend line, just above 91 here in the low teens. There's still room to 90. Plenty of time till we have the imbalances, like a half an hour until the imbalances come out. So I don't want to chase it too far because if we break this trend top, that'll be 91.40 or 42 because I like that number, and I don't want to put it at the even. So we're going to short the pop here in AMD on the trend. If we lose, then we wait for the 92 even area. Now that's where we want to be playing with on advanced micro devices. Market seems to want to head down, so we'll stick with the trend. DJK, I don't know what he's going to talk about, but you just said he's going to cancel the tariffs.
Who said that?
No, I saw in the chat here. Rumor is he cancels tariffs.
Oh, rumors. That person must be long.
Like, first off, if he cancels tariffs and it's in the aftermarket, it will probably be the #1 blue ocean trading day. Well, no, it'll be too early. You can trade blue ocean at that time because the market will go it'll break to the upside.
Well, just trade futures.
Yeah, you trade the futures at that time. I was going to think blue ocean, but at 5 o'clock, it's not till 8 o'clock. I don't think.
No, but just trade the open market. I mean, all of these stocks trade until 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
I was going to say that here at Real Trading, people were going to go ham, but the issue is there really isn't trading at that particular time at Real Trading. There's like a little bit of a gap.
Yeah. Where, Adara, is he expected to speak exactly? Because it may be absolutely nothing. Like, he might just berate Powell again. Who knows what? And is this something that maybe has been planned? Like, or does he have something like, I need to say something at 5? Or is this, a pre-planned thing for maybe a couple days now? Adara's going to fill us in with that information.
I'm actually not seeing him scheduled to speak. One thing that he is scheduled to do at 5, which is actually on our daily Trump tracker, which you can find on TTV Research on X, he is scheduled to sign executive orders at 5 p.m. Now, the only other event on his calendar today was at 11 a.m. when he was set to have his intelligence briefing that was supposed to be closed to the press. But before that, he spoke with journalists really briefly. So I'm thinking potentially it's a situation where we just have some comments made to journalists ahead of this 5 p.m. executive order signing, or perhaps after. That is purely speculation just based on how other things have unfolded today, because again, he was not scheduled to speak at 11 initially, then that's added to his calendar right before his intelligence briefing, and it was a very brief interaction to my knowledge. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not seeing any location. All we know here is Caroline Leavitt said that we will be hearing from him tonight. And again, she also could have been referring to his executive order signing. So really unclear. All we have is one comment from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Back to you.
Yeah, that's good enough. We always get stuff when he talks.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure like it wasn't something that's been scheduled for a week or something, but the executive... Right, so the executive orders makes a lot of sense as he's got to get those signed, and we'll just figure out where he goes from there, I guess. But, all right, so I just want to say that I'm changing my stop for Apple because we only have 10% left now, and for this to run all the way back up there means something's wrong with what I'm thinking. So I'm going to stop out, honestly, right here. Like 205, I was going to give it up to 205. Well, we have a small piece left. What am I short at? Yeah, I don't even want to lose 40 cents. I was going to give it to 205.50. What about just right where we're short? 205.20. So I'm going to put that stop in. Remember, we did have a little bit of a bigger stop. The market was a little wishy-washy right there. So there goes our Tesla trade. Just to complete it all, I mean, it was a banger, but it does get to the downside there. And we actually wind up getting out the same price. Look at that. The same price, to 253.50 or so, even though we held it there for 3 hours. So pretty stupid. But right there, we should have got out at the top. Was thinking that there was a chance we could run, but there goes Tesla. And there goes the market, man. I mean, I didn't want to say it was going to go red, but I did say that there could be a one handle, and it looks like we're getting closer and closer to that here as we approach the close. And everybody that bought this morning, I mean, I never like buying anything. I'm talking about longer terms or anything at any time, really, when there's such euphoria. Like we came in and most stocks were up. We did that rundown. Amazon was up 7%. I don't even know what these are up now. I mean, they could still be up the same. But see, so Amazon up 7, now up 5. You know, Google was something up 5 maybe as well. Now up 2. Like, you know, some of these names, Apple, well, we're in Apple, so maybe I shouldn't cover this again, but Apple's up 5. That's up 2 now. Everything, Tesla, we already know where that was. I mean, you say it. Robinhood, I think was up 11% or something earlier on today, right? Now up 6%. So, like, look at this move on Robinhood. Like, you want to talk about buying into the open. Wow, people got really excited. All these buy candles. And it's not even like it was the opening print. I mean, people were hitting the buy button here at 940 on this name at the highs, pretty much, as it was ripping. So you got to be careful with some of these names. They've pulled back a lot. And right now, there's nothing at all has changed. Like, you know, the only thing that was mentioned was, I ain't going to fire him. And he still wants to fire Powell. It's just calmer heads have taken this man aside and been like, stop talking like that. You're not helping your own case here at all.
I think it's because of the auction yesterday. Like, remember that there was the 2-year auction yesterday that absolutely reversed the market. And then all of a sudden he backs down from firing. It was the second time in a row that the bond market has made a tone change. So I don't think the 5-year did anything today. Did it? Because what time? It was at 1 o'clock. Actually, though, there was a small move because I remember I was in Tesla at the time. And that is blue ocean. That's not helping. Anytime I do that, there you go. There was a small attempt on that auction when the market came down a little bit. Wow, Tesla's really losing view up here. Where it did pull back. But really, at the end of the day, it wasn't the kind of action we had yesterday. AMD's really starting to fall apart. I'm trying to get into this move to the downside, and it does not want to let me in. But
we're now $1.
I don't think anything's changed either. But if the bond market, he's listening to the bond market. So big change in the yields, 2, 10, those are the ones that matter the most. I think that's what you got to watch for.
We have 3 trades today. Apple, Palantir, and Tesla. Okay, so remember this New Year's resolution that we had?
What's the New Year's resolution?
I mean, you know, we're having fun. There goes Apple, man. I mean, straight to the downside. There's another dollar, I mean, right there. So we're starting to pack that up right now as we get out. I mean, we're getting out. It's 323. Maybe we're getting out a little bit too prematurely, but if it still drops down, I'm going to hold the rest now into that close. I mean, we absolutely floss it off. My kids used to floss literally thousands of times a day doing this stuff. Now that I've never even seen anyone do a floss. That was a Fortnite thing, I guess, 5 years ago maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's just boom to the downside right there goes Apple. And we took this trade. We liked it. It's working out. It's coming to the downside right there. 3 names for me today. Tesla, which for some reason gets to fail, which it should because right in there we screwed that up. But Tesla, good trade. Now look at that out on VWAP. You can take a look at that. Nicely moving to the downside. So that was one trade. That was the first trade we were in. I don't know, maybe the first trade we were in is Palantir. I don't know. But that broke 100. Ukraine. Okay, talk about... all right, hoping that joint work in the European Union will result in lasting and forever peace, which it will not, of course. IBM right there, but you know, good to say that. Oh my, so IBM is about to lose its shelf right now as well. Bye-bye IBM. Again, another name that people were buying at 250. Looks like it wants to break through 244. But there goes Apple, man, right to the downside. I said we wouldn't put any more pieces of this name on, but I guess I had a bid right there, right into this level. So I'm always going to be bidding right there. So now I lied. The next bid will be down here because I have to. I'm just wired that way. Take profits when they're hitting levels. So 203. So let's put another bid there down at 203 as we've probably taken, like, you know, we had, I think, a $15 winner or so on Tesla earlier. We had 2 or 3, I think, on Palantir. And right now we're doing it live right in front of you here, putting that trade back on again for Apple. The first trade we had all day on this name for AAPL, for I've had. I don't think you've had Apple today, but all the way to
even pulled Apple in.
Yeah, so all the way to the downside there. I mean, I think you could have picked anything to go short. I'm just really proud that, and again, I don't have it, but feeling pretty good that we just called this move kind of down there for the futures and able to make money on it with this Apple short. So it's been pretty good. We did cash out. You know, our spidey senses were going off on Palantir as well. So we cash out there and then we hold that last bit as there goes Palantir. This looks like a slippery slope right there as well, breaking through $100. It actually might be a punch short the other way right now, downside. So we punched long through Palantir. It's the biggest stock of the day. That was a good one. And then we'll wait to see if Palantir holds 100 again. I'm not going long anything though right now.
No, not at all. But there's a limit to how far I want to chase to get back into AMD. It's 330 almost already. And AMD did get down to the low. LOD, not of the pre-market, but low of the day sits here at like 90 and change. It's already at 90.60. I was willing to chase as far as 91, but now it just needs to do some kind of a real bounce to get back in. We tried to slip in, wouldn't pick me up on the way to the upside there. But so when we came in, we're looking short this afternoon, and that's sort of the thing. Like, I wanted something that underneath the volume-weighted average price. Ooh, NVIDIA just broke the low of the day. NVIDIA just broke the low. If this is going to hold underneath the low of the day on NVIDIA, then there might not be a pop to jump back into any of these trades. Palantir on support seems like something. I want a laggard that I can jump into that's not literally at the low of the day.
Right.
If it's not going to be, because I want to go back to AMD. Intel's at its low. Marvell was strong earlier. Just running through the names in my head of what actually might still be relatively strong. No, Marvell's already at the low of the day. So AMD's not quite there yet. If we get any kind of a bounce, I think you can get a little bit of a relief rally to maybe short into. Farm Trader likes the long, but that's TQQs. The market wants that low, but we are trying to bounce. With only 15, 20 minutes to go, a bounce off the lows, I think gives you one shot to maybe jump back into a short and fade into it, but you have to be careful because we've seen reversals at this time for sure. I saw some people putting some other names in the chat, and it's the first time I've seen this in a long time, Hurt Scrambler, which is Snowflake.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the last time someone even asked about this stock. It used to be considered like, you know what, they're not the same as a Palantir, but people used to put them in a similar bucket. Like everything else, Snowflake completely lost a bid. I got out of my Snowflake swing a while back when it lost the 50-period moving average. And I'm ashamed to admit, I didn't realize it went all the way back to the entry price that we had, because I guess that would have been pretty good. Doesn't matter, I wasn't looking at it. I don't necessarily like these guys right here. I'm not a huge fan if we're not going to get rates coming down for them, right? Like there's companies that are solidly making money and growing, and then there's the other side of it. And you can trade the other side of it. I just don't know that I want to be gobbling up a name like this on dips. Hasn't really done too much with that downtrend. I like to close above the 200 period. That's about all I'll say for Snowflake. But I was out of this on the original break of the 50 period on the daily, like right in here. That's when I got out of the last of my Snowflake swing. So yeah, it's a no-go zone for me. It was always a trade and not a long-term play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's important, obviously, to distinguish between those. It's funny you mentioned burgers. I just got my mission is to go pick up ground beef on my way home, as we will make some burgers. I mean, Joe mentioned turkey. I can get some turkey burger action, but then I'll stick with beef. I like, so there's a butcher I go to get the chuck. So it's like a mix between medium there and lean ground a little bit there. So you got to get the fat percentage if you're going to be doing burgers. So I think that's important. I don't make burgers with lean ground beef, that's for sure. I'll get medium. I will not, if there's lean, I just won't get it. All right, so we'll take a look at burgers tonight. Should be good, as we don't have too much. We actually have a meeting, and CrossFit was moved to Saturdays. So that might be a problem. It was Wednesday nights. Should you buy more Tesla, says Dr. Baloney? At these levels? So remember, Tesla's been great today. I always talk about a 3-day rule, and I think, that's baloney, yeah. I think that's, oops. I just want to make sure we don't put any orders out here to make sure that we're in the right stocks. I was going to say Tesla, no matter what was going on today in the stock, it was a good stock today, obviously, to trade. And I think that if you're going to look for trading names, like what we do here, where you're going to be in and out on the day, or you do have like a little quick swing trade idea that might happen 1 or 2 days, fine. But I think you have to let this settle down, because the implied move was 10% on Tesla. The highest we got was around 10%. Tesla, I think in the pre-market was around 9, so we did get a little bit higher than that. So maybe 9 or 10%. So at maximum, it did hit those levels. We'll wind up in between right now. So I think tomorrow is a really important day to see where Tesla ends the day tomorrow. And then into Friday, which you'll have weekly options expirations expire for that. Wow, this market did really make that move down and was sort of led by Tesla there. I do have news in my ear. We do have a dare on the desk. If you're joining us for the first time, thank you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let us know. Bitcoin is really losing itself right now, sort of M&M style, as it comes right back in. Look at Bitcoin. That's a slippery slope right there, that's for sure. 53.60, basically at the highs as we come on the air. I gotta go get a glass of water here. Oh gosh. Oh
right,
gosh.
Let's see. I'm not that hopeful.
I mean, it's not bad.
This is the best version.
Where am I?
What happened to Shreve? Looks better. Now he's aged 20 years.
Yeah.
That's
Looks okay.
I mean,
Neil is just an epic fail.
that's a fail.
Yeah. And what do you guys think on the chat?
Yeah, it's AI.
Joe, where is
it's AI.
Joe at?
Oh, zoom out. Does that make it better? Is that better? Is it better
Yes,
now if I
yes,
zoom out?
yes.
Okay.
Man, Brendan looks like he aged there too. I don't know. I don't think it looks like me. I think I look more like Sharif than I look like myself.
My mother told me not to, you know what I'm saying? If you have nothing good to say.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll tweet that out.
We gotta
I'm gonna tweet that out.
Can we get Grok on this too? Let's, we should get another AI on this as well, just to get a comparison. I think we need to get like Grok on this, or whomever else you think could do it a little bit better. I don't think that's obviously that's nothing like me. It's above Ramin's pay grade, she just said. Everyone's like, nailed it. Neil is the happiest face. I will give it that. I'm very pleased with this, because there's a lot of pictures on our banners and whatnot, and we'll take like 20 of them, and then they'll use the one where I don't smile quite often. I don't know. I feel like that would happen to my dad a lot too. But I look like Morgan Freeman, Ryan. Thank you. Morgan Freeman's legit. Big fan. I've gotten Don Cheadle before, but not Morgan Freeman. I don't think I look like it, but that guy does. AMD's trying to bounce. The market's trying to bounce. There might be one more shot before we get to the end of the day to jump back into this bit of a short. We'll see. You don't want to be at the bottom when the market's trying to bounce and then just start shorting into the top of the move. I don't know if we're going to get VWAP again. It's already 330.
Oh,
what is with this DM? It's every single day.
I changed the stop on Apple, actually.
Did? Yeah, well, early look on the imbalances is nothing. There's nothing big. Enbridge, BNS, all the same usual suspects on the imbalance locator.
Good. I only have 5% left. And we talked about the percentages that we had left, so I'm glad to show you this. And I almost forgot about it because I just noticed Apple. I'm getting out right here at this break. This top right here, 204.65 break. We're getting out of Apple if it does take that over, Ramin. If we do take this level out on the 200 and on the 50, then I'm getting out. So it's basically at 55. I gave it 10 more cents to the upside right there. So we'll have to wait and see where that goes from here, but not bad at all. Look there for Apple. Hopefully it does fall back in. With only a few minutes left, I think the big one to look at, wow, this market, I mean, we just bounced off of that 2%. Could be something there. IBM coming tonight. I mean, it's been a nice little mover. Still above the 200 period moving average. You know, an old tech name there. Big AI, big quant name as well. Quantum name. Thank you, Adara. Hasn't even been that long of a day, right? Well, it's 3:35. So a good quantum name there as well. IBM along with Google. You know, these guys, and then AI, of course, as we remember, Watson from Jeopardy. That's probably 20 years old now. So that was obviously artificial intelligence. And you're going to be seeing a nice little move here. If IBM does come back into here, might be a name that I would pick up at the 200 period. I mean, there's been some missed opportunities. If you ever get down there on earnings, we'll see what the guide is, but that's going to be a decent play where, I mean, I think it's a 3 to 4% dividend. I'm not sure what it is right now, but IBM does have a dividend, and it isn't the worst trade if they do wind up missing. All right, Apple was almost a out for me, and look what just happened. Straight off the 50-period moving average, straight to the downside. So Apple trying to get into those gates of hell one more time as it comes right back in. I ain't no fool. Well, probably I am, but I'm not going to watch this one more time. We're getting out right there.
Oh my God.
That was a good one. So we will hold out for hope on that this gets even better for us as Apple will take a piece out as it comes right back in. This is the best out that we've had so far. So we'll see if we can get another one down here at 203. Apple just goes top to bottom right there. Look at the NASDAQ. There it is.
Off that 50-period moving average.
Yeah, exactly. The 50-period moving average and the 200 all lined up right there. But it's the NASDAQ. There's the one handle. So that one we called right there as we ride the bull into the afternoon. So not bad at all.
Bear.
Bear, as I said.
But as you see with that 50-period moving average or VWAP where the shorts get entered, if you're interested in using indicators or testing them out to see if they work for you, then eSignal has its first month free. And that's right. They're waiving the fees so that you can learn the platform, try it out, backtest your strategies, forward test your strategies, get API access, get over pretty much every single market. I don't even know the exact number, but pretty much every single market and all the equities that you would want to trade, all the ETFs out there for you. They hook up to multiple brokers, so you have the ability to trade through many brokers. Lightning fast insights. It's reliable data. Market's open. Data's good. Great customer service. I've used it before. Look, you've got real-time data for the global markets right at your fingertips, and it's free for a month. So try them out. Step up your trading journey. Check out the QR code you see right in front of you. Scan it, take a shot at it. As far as I know, almost every trader I know uses charts. They're your eye to the market. Regardless of how you utilize it, it doesn't really matter. I saw someone asking about our settings on VWAP. And I was going to tell you, someone said in the charts, they said their VWAP is different from ours. And I thought I asked if you could put it again there. What are your settings? Because I have a default here I've changed nothing. I have the default settings. And most of what VWAP is going to tell you will depend on when you start the data. It's just the volume weighted average price. So mine starts at 6 a.m. And if yours starts at a different time in the day, then you might get a different volume weighted average price. That's the only thing I can consider here. Your time frame shouldn't make too much of a difference. It should be exactly the same thing. It could also be that your volume weighted average price, potentially some prints you're not getting. So like maybe there's some dark pool prints that you're not collecting or a gateway that's not included in your volume and it could skew it. That's entirely possible. But I wish I was still in. I'm out of AMD and I'm not chasing it at the low of the day at this point. With 339, there was no real bounce to get in. You can barely even see the bounce on AMD. You know what? It just occurred to me now that the long was at the same place as the short. It's kind of weird. Sometimes it works like that. There's like one key level on this stock. But I zoomed out and realized it.
Apple's still flushing as we get to the downside now. $1.50.
That makes sense.
Right now in the money. I just want to show everybody like this is not me, right? I mean, there's so many. There's we put that out on Twitter. We need a Rune and Valeria. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Like, there's probably 1,000 of these guys out here that just they try to act like this. They copy my stuff. I have no idea. Like, I just hit like this block, report their block again. These guys just keep on coming back. But I just wanted to show you that nor myself, Neil, Adara, Brendan, any of us here, Sharif, Joe, whatever, social media has. I don't need to tell all you guys this, but you know, it does have its downsides. So I just don't want to hear when we first started some of this stuff, it was like some people would say, you know, there's someone out there looking to, you know, pay for training or something like that, and they'll take payment via crypto, and they say little things like, oh, you think, you know, what I do on the show is one thing. What I do on the side, like my side hustle, so is really trading Bitcoin or whatever. And it's just like all of that stuff is a fugazi. Do not sign up or do not do anything like that. We'll tell you once we're selling something. We're not doing any of that. We're just sitting here giving you the show. There's nothing other than a $5 monthly subscription that you could do, that we have a lot of members doing that right now. That's the way to help the show. There is no training that we do other than what we do live here on the show. Neil has his lessons of the day. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that. So do not, it's like basically just a PSA, you know. Oh, hit report first, then block. Okay, so these are like little things that I should probably know about. But yeah, so that's just another thing there. I just don't want to get anybody all, you know, caught up in all that kind of stuff. So I do hit block. And the thing is that Twitter's actually not bad about it. Instagram's the worst. Instagram, there's tons of fakes and tons. No, it's not for me, not even close. Instagram, for bots maybe, but people impersonating, Instagram is the worst. And Instagram has very bad policies too. Like, at least on Twitter, I can upload my ID and they will just crack that guy right away. But Instagram, it's like you could just report them, you never hear back anything. And those guys come back. So anyways, just watch out for that on Twitter and on X for all of our accounts. There is lots of scammers out there. So yeah, man, hit the like. Thank you so much for that one there. Sean Coin. Yeah, get ready. I'm going to drop Sean Coin very soon. I'll let you guys know about that. Yeah, someone here. This is the best program. Thank you so much, Rob Jenkins. I mean, I have a friend, Rob Jenkins. We both know a guy named Rob Jenkins. Used to trade with us. I don't know if that's who that is. It might be. He's talked to me before about the show, so that would be really good as well. Yeah, Insta right there is the worst social media. It's not even close. I mean, I would agree with that, Skull Man. As we go, you'll put your house on Sean Coin. Do not do that. That would be for sure. But yeah, at the end of the day, I always thought TTVL would be a good coin to drop. But we're not selling anything, so I don't know how we're sharing profits. But at the end of the day, coins are interesting. Do your research. There was Trump coin, Melania coin. There's all these coins. Okay, so
be careful with that nonsense, man.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Don't do any of that. I've already said, like, the only altcoins we talked about XRP. So shout out to everybody that's trading Ripple with me.
I don't have real money in any alts. That's just me. So if Anil tells you any altcoin, you damn sure know it ain't me. Let's go over
Solana.
No, but so I have a Coinbase account in which I have some of this stuff. So okay, fine. I got a few grand in a few different things, but I kind of mean like relative to like my overall portfolio.
Yeah,
it's like overwhelmingly Bitcoin, and I mess around in those things. I don't consider those investments. That's just me. So I would never endorse them. Anyways, let's go to Adara. We have 5 minutes till the imbalances come out. And
Oh, yeah.
let's see. I don't know if they're going to be big. I think it's going to be bigger earnings day. I think Trump's going to be interesting at 5 o'clock, but let's see what Adair says.
We're going to take a look right now ahead of these imbalances at another infographic here for TTV Research. This one is related to earnings. I've started doing this for some of the bigger post-market earnings releases so you guys can get a sense of the expected move. And I think today was really notable. Pretty massive expected moves for all of the tickers reporting tonight. On average, I would say it's about a 7% expected move. All of these names coming out at 4:10 p.m., though, on average, have higher expected moves. ServiceNow and Chipotle both have an expected move of about 8%. IBM expected to move about 7.3%. Keep in mind, I collected this data before the open on Market Chameleon, but generally it will fluctuate up and until the earnings report comes out. So these expected moves are not necessarily set in stone. Regardless, interesting little visual so you get a sense of how much traders are expecting these names to move in either direction, upside or downside. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Check us out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's a great follow. Make sure you're following Terry TV Research so that you have all of the information just lined up for you. Mike Whitley, I've never used Webull. And then 2 New York cents. Do you guys ever cash out of your portfolio? Not really. I mean, so like there's a thing for like first home loan, like for the first time you buy a home, you can take out your long term and not get the ding, pay taxes on it. So I utilized that when I was getting into the housing game, like years and years ago when I bought a condo. But it's so long ago I can barely remember because I bought it like pre-construction. Man, I can't even remember the year. It was so long ago. But no, I mean sometimes like you could. I just never have. So it's an easy answer for me there. I've never cashed out. It doesn't mean that you don't have a good reason to. Here we have a TFSA, tax-free savings account. So when you build in that, you can sell and it's like it says, you don't pay any taxes when you pull out of it. But obviously if you have an RRSP or long term, you're going to get the ding. So I don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know if you do, but I know I have.
No, I've never even taken anything out of my TFSA. So, just quickly, yeah. So I know it's like a gambling account. Like I just gamble it all until I lose it all. But no, we're not going to lose anything. Hopefully on the market. I should actually double check I started investing. I think since I was like maybe 17 or 18, I've been doing my own self-directed 401k basically. So just picking stocks since I was a wee one. All right, so this is what we're looking at right now. Bank of Nova Scotia. I don't know if we're into Canadian bank earnings season or not. I have no idea. That's how much we pay attention to Canadian names. But right now it looks pretty mixed. I mean, it looks like there's actually a swath right here of bids. Nike, Hewlett-Packard, Visa, AT&T, Chipotle. Some of the names that are reporting here aren't going to be on here, but I do like Visa. I thought that Visa and AXP had some decent opportunities to get going as well. Visa holding out okay, just touching the 50-period moving average right there as well. We can have a quick little look to see what's happening in the energy space.
So close.
Oil basically flat. We can check USO, which is United States Oil Fund. So that's probably, I thought it was down like 2% or something when I last checked, but yeah, okay. So still down 2% is USO. So XLE, the service provider, is doing a little bit better there, as that's a select sector Spider Energy Fund. This is actually this is oil, USO, right there. So if you want to look at that, you look at a name like an XOM that Randy keeps talking about in around 105 area, down to 107 today. Yeah, down 1%. Was looking for the gold short, didn't put any money into this short, so it doesn't matter. We were just talking about it yesterday, but gold today got going in the midday, right up to 305, and that's not bad. So I want to add. I have a very, very small gold position at 250, like small. Would like to get some more. I think there is some value at some point in that. Let's check out not at some point, at all points, just getting into it now. The more people talk about it, the more it's going to be a thing for a minute. So I do like that. I had already said that I would try Tesla here at 251. Not at 347, but it looks like it's trying to hold out 250 right now. So just up 5%. So gave back half of its high right now. Actually a little less than half, right? Its high was about 9%. Came in back into that 250. So sometimes macro, not sometimes, a lot of the time when you're talking about in the middle of the day, macro is not going to matter that much as to the whole story. But this 250 just held again. So I say again, like right into there was a little bit of a breaking spot. Once we finally broke it clean, it went. So that was huge, breaking through 250. 250 right here is where we were getting out of some of our longs at 246.50 because it wasn't breaking through. And then once it finally did, it did. Then we held it again. It looks like we're trying to hold again, almost 250 proper. The low of the day, the low of this move is 250.34. So that could be something to look at there as well. We're almost out of our Apple. I mean, our Apple's still 60 cents in the money. It's coming out at 204.66. I don't know what's going on with some of these.
56 maybe?
I'm pretty sure it was 66. We just got a 61 fill there. So I don't, unless I did put the wrong price, but that's twice that's happened to me now. So I don't know. We'll double check that. But anyways, out right there. Good move. Really happy with it. Apple, we added to our net there with Apple. So it's all good as we just have those three names. And we now are about a minute left before those imbalances.
Yeah, minutes ago till the imbalances come out here. Sebastian, we got you. Like I said, the early look is going to be a pretty much nothing burger. Yesterday, I want to say the only big one was NVIDIA. You did have a couple over a million. Amazon was over 1 million shares yesterday. Apple was over 1 million shares, but it was NVIDIA that was the biggest. That's par for the course. It usually is. Maybe we get a little bit of a Tesla imbalance. Obviously, I like Sean, don't like the 250 level. Like, your levels don't matter on the imbalances if it's going to push through. Like, if Tesla is a massive sell, no one's going to care about 250, but I'm not expecting a massive sell or buy. We'll just see what happens. Just because there's an imbalance doesn't mean it's going to be big, and sometimes you get an absolute nothing burger in here, so I don't want to lead up to it too much. NVIDIA, 2.5 million to the buy side. That's not huge. Apple, 1.6 million buy. Intel, 1.7. Broadcom, 1.2. These are all buys. Verizon, if you care, 1 million. Probably nobody does. I saw Lamb there. Lamb that reports tonight, 900,000 to buy. Amazon. So they're all buys that I can see.
Market rip.
And the market going to the upside there, obviously. Tesla. I didn't see Tesla, but Tesla just rocketed like $2 or
This is a big one. What's the value on it?
Where is Tesla?
Derek gives us the value every day.
Yeah, I don't have the value. There's an account. I also follow them, but I haven't seen it just yet. But yeah, Tesla must be a buy, or you could just be going up because everything was a buy imbalance. Yeah, I haven't seen the total number yet.
1.6 billion to buy on the Nasdaq, 2.3 billion market wide. So it's not huge, but it's the names that matter. I think that's.
I thought it'd be bigger than that.
So there goes NVIDIA, and I just want to say, like, there's my Apple out, and again, the out was at the 200 period moving average, and then there you go. Yeah. So you never want to be like stuck in these trades, you know, heading into the imbalances. And now, the more you know, I don't know if we have that graphic, but the more you know, the better it is. Because now, when you look back and you can see like some of these moves that happen at the end of the day, now there's some explanation as to why. Like, why did NVIDIA have that huge move up? Why did Intel make those moves? Why? Why
did the Qs just have that move as well?
Yeah, exactly. So the big move there in the Nasdaq coming through. Any earnings-related names on here? Not really. Open
just
door?
Lamb.
No. Yeah, just Lamb. Yeah, LRCX there as well. How bad has that stock been? Lamb Research, obviously on the daily. Yeah. So I mean, a lot of these names are getting killed. Whoa, that must have been a split.
Yeah, they
something. So $90 right there back in for Lamb Research. So yeah, good couple levels there for sure. Lamb Research, you know, something to look at here into the close with earnings especially. So yeah, good name there, Lamb.
Yeah, well, Lamb is going to be just like, think of Lamb like AMAT. If you're familiar with AMAT, they make the things that make the chips, right? The machines that make the chips. Lamb, good company, but like all of the sector, it's been beaten up a little bit here. We're expecting a wath of earnings. There's 5 or 6 big names, and Lamb certainly into that one for sure. Big smile. I think you might be spot on with this. Could that not just be shorts covering at the end of the day? I would suspect that makes a ton of sense to me. You were right at the low of the day. We had a monster reversal day. I meant to look at the Qs, and then I went to Lamb there. We had a big reversal day, and then right off the lows, you get a big buying event. Yeah, it makes sense to me, accumulating shorts, or whoever's selling, and the big boys sell, and they want to get something out. And why might they want to do that? Well, Trump's talking at 5. You got a lot of earnings tonight, and Trump's signing executive orders, so you never know what's going to happen. Yesterday, one comment about Powell drove us to the upside. If you were shorting in the money, why wouldn't you want to take something out there at the end of the day? I think makes total sense to me. That's a great look. You always have to pay attention. Unfortunately, we won't be on at 5 o'clock, but trust me, if he answers any questions, he'll probably say something that moves the futures if you check it out at 5. But the big earnings are coming through. We still have a couple of minutes until we get potentially some flips. All these names are still buys, and they're all still over $1 million. Like the big ones, like NVIDIA still chilling 3, 1.7 on Apple. Like none of these have been paired off yet. I would suspect in about a minute or so, you're going to start to see these pair off, almost for sure. If it is short covering, then that's what I would expect. The other side usually comes in there and just takes it out. Yatube saying Reddit. I haven't looked at Reddit today. That wasn't the IPO we were paying attention to. It was that CoreWeave, which I don't know. I own too many things related to the chip names. That's why I'm not a buyer of CoreWeave. Reddit, I think this stock is a perfect example. There we go. Oh, that's too far. Oh, there is no 200 period. This is a perfect example of a stock where the 200 period is. Thank you for showing up, 200 period. Where the 200 period moving average, when it shows it matters, respect it. It topped out right there today. So I love this stock if it can break out. Like the next time I day trade Reddit, it'll be the day that it holds above the 200 period moving average. Let's go to Adair.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with real capital, or with massive capital, and you only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency, with a smooth planned path to payouts, but the Flex plan is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. Whichever path you take, your risk is capped, and your opportunity is unlimited. Join TradeThePool.com. Scan the QR code and get 10% off. Back to you.
Yeah, this is wild action here. As now these imbalances try to flip around a little bit. So Tesla just went to 253.50, and again at 355, sorry, these imbalances can start to pair off a little bit. So you'll start to see Apple, which was 2 or 3 million, that's coming down a little bit as that gets weaker. Remember, these trades will happen at the end of the day, so you're going to see a market on close trade right now of about 6.5 million shares on Apple. This plus this. On NVIDIA, we'll have a 17 million share imbalance that will go through, that will pair all of this stuff off. Kinder Morgan, I don't know what's up with that. That seems to be on here a lot. But NVIDIA, so starting to still go higher now as that bid stays. So that's nice for those of you that are trading with NVIDIA today, as we get a stayed bid right there to the upside, helping that play. Intel going to go nowhere near the top today of 21 and change. That's going to be a good level there to look at tomorrow if we can get anywhere near 21 for NVIDIA. I think that makes a lot of sense to the upside. Sorry, on Intel, if we can get to that level, I like that right there. But yeah, other than that, man, Amazon's had a good day today, up 5, and that has a bid there at the end of the day, saving it from that 180 break. So remember, there's a little bit of a bump up here at the end of the day. A lot of these stocks were really trending down. So you have to make sure that you remember for tomorrow, and we're going to have the earnings, right? I mean, IBM, Lam, those will be the ones that should really affect the market tomorrow, if anything at all. But with this little move up in the last 5 or 6 minutes, we were trending pretty good to the downside. Then we got a little late rally, and then pending on Trump at 5 p.m., we'll see what winds up happening tomorrow, but I know you got to get over to the desk.
There's one last thing I wanted to say. I saw someone say Bitcoin 2 steps up, one step down. Don't forget where we topped out on Bitcoin and why we exited the long up there. On the daily of BTC, 95,000. Since we broke down for the top end of the range, it's been 95K that is the top. And it's still the top right now, so it's a little bit top heavy. If we can break that out, I think it's fantastic. But we're trading off that level tomorrow, no questions asked, because it's shown you the goods at that price twice. Busy. It's been a busy day. You're not going anywhere. I'm going to get set up at the desk because I still have a few things to do up there. Lots of earnings. Darren and myself will be there for you. And then remember, even when we're done, Trump at 5 o'clock. You never know, everybody. You never know. You just want to listen. React tomorrow morning. We'll be right back at it. But I'm going to get up to the desk, everybody. Good day today. And then we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, good. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad Neil's doing the market recap show today. I am exhausted. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in the market recap show. So stay late, man. Traders, stay late. It's going to be a big one there. I think Chipotle should be an interesting look as well. As we've seen, you know what? We've seen McDonald's. I mean, let's have a quick look at Chipotle, man. I mean, still, wish this 50 period what didn't look like a ski slope there. That's the split. Yeah, that's straight fire in the booth, downside. Nice move down there into 46.45. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that one. I did want to look, Chipotle. I want to look at what McDonald's was going to be doing here because they were just recently at all-time highs, which kind of was surprising considering where maybe potentially the cost of food prices are going right now. Look at McDonald's. I mean, maybe food prices going higher with some of these tariffs might be not a horrible thing for McDonald's, only because... Actually, McDonald's not even really that cheap anymore, so I don't know. But right here, like we don't even have a dollar value menu. Like a cheeseburger, I think is $3 here, something like that. But there it is, $3.20. So McDonald's near all-time highs. That's interesting. The one play, if you're going to try to find something that was similar, I don't mind Starbucks down here at some of these levels, down at 80. It looks really great on the daily because we can zoom back out for it. But again, for some of the Chinese, because the lowest you're going to get for Starbucks is probably $75, and we already hit that, and it bounced off nicely. So some of the names that haven't recovered that well, Starbucks would be one of those, although it's 3 straight days to the upside. Still has an area to go. I'd like to see a break through this $90 mark to get going on Starbucks. All right, we only now have 30 seconds, so we're almost getting ready to ring the bell here today. Looks like the NASDAQ, man, we made that call. It did go down to only 1.8%. Nicely to see it's closing in and around that 2.35%. Oh, now the countdown gets real aggressive, right? Starts from 30 seconds. Ooh la la. Didn't notice that one. Starts from 2 minutes. Well, then I really didn't notice it. So there it is right there. The countdown is now on with only 5 seconds. We can go over to the screen there. Thank you, Adara, for ringing that bell. 3, 2, and 1. All right, now the market is officially closed. It looks like the NASDAQ will be 2.23%. The ES will be 1.6%. So that's not that great right there. ES only going out at 1.6. That was up 3% or so at one point as well. NASDAQ is right there. So we're going to wait for IBM. We're going to wait for Chipotle. The big ones on deck. They're just getting set up. Once they're ready, we can throw over to you. All right, they're good right now. Thank you to everybody for joining us one more time. Ramin, Fabian, Andre, everybody working in the back today. Rob, Mark, all those guys, Brendo, Bears vs. Bulls, and all the viewers that we had today. Thank you so much. We'll check you at Mount Rushmore. See you tomorrow, 8:30. Ciao.
Welcome, everybody. Your ProfitX recap show is on the board. We have a bunch of earnings that are coming out here. TXN supposed to be out at 4 o'clock. I'm not seeing any movement yet there. We have Las Vegas Sands. We've got LCRX. That's LAM. They're both at 405. NEM. Well, there we go. Texas Instruments must have come out. We also have Service now. It's going to come a little bit later. Yeah, we're upside about $5 from the high. We just broke it out on TXN. So we're 1 for 1 already. It's been a wild day with led by Tesla earnings, and we're coming right back in here and getting a little bit of a run to the upside. The expected move or the implied move was to be 5.9%. Right now, we're blowing right up into that level. Last time we had minus 7.5. I haven't seen the numbers yet, Adara. Let's go over. Adara's got the numbers here for Texas Instruments.
Yeah, let's pull up the stock ticker here. So basically, apparently their revenue is up 11%. Year over year, it's up 2% quarter over quarter or sequentially. Let me see, because I always like to say sometimes the estimates I am seeing are not going to be the estimates that the street is seeing. But regardless, it looks like they universally did have a beat here. They beat on Q1 EPS, $1.28, above estimates of 1.07. Sales, $4.07 billion, up 11% year over year, as mentioned previously, but also beating estimates of $3.91 billion. So I guess they calculated things pretty well here. Nice push to the upside for Texas Instruments, out to the state of Texas, producing many great wrappers as of late. Yeah, I mean, good numbers. I don't have anything else to say here. At 4:05, we do get a couple other reports, but I think 4:10 is when we're going to get really excited. IBM, ServiceNow, Chipotle.
Yeah, there's some bigger names coming out. Like to see what the guidance would be there for TXN before you get too excited when a stock is trying to break out from those bottoms like TXN is. Now you're looking at double digits. So it is an outsized move now through the 160. Maybe this has made a temporary bottom. We'll have to see the guidance come out there. You want that confirmation. You're well above any prior levels at 155 here as it started to go. We do have the guidance now. Let's see how it holds up under the guidance numbers, Adara.
Honestly, this guidance is not bad. So they're guiding sales here for Q2, 4.17 billion to 4.53 billion. That is above estimates of 4.13 billion, like across the board. The lower end of their EPS guidance is like a slight miss, but honestly, barely. The midpoint well beats it. But I'll read the number anyway. So $1.21 to 147 cents per share versus estimates of 123. So again, lower end, slight miss, midpoint though definitely a beat. And that is all the guidance that I'm seeing here for Texas Instruments TXN at this time. For people asking about ServiceNow, people asking about IBM, and for people asking about Chipotle, they don't come until 4:10. So we'll have those for you at 4:10. 4:05, we have some smaller names. We've got some Lam Research. We have some Las Vegas Sands, and we have Newmont. But nothing huge until 4:10.
Well, Lam is a good barometer for some of the chip names out there because, like, look, if you're making chips, you're using a lot of the times you're using their technology. It's not like ASML where they have a 100% like monopoly on their machines, but Lam very important. It's worth mentioning, like sometimes if you get muted price action, like you're seeing on what those numbers were good guides, like they're all beating on that midpoint for TXN. In this quarter, you're getting a lot of lowered guidance that has happened a couple of times going into it. So I think that's why it's a pullback here, now back under 10% gain on TXN. That would just be a guess. Sometimes it looks good, but you have to remember a lot of these guidance numbers have been lowered time and time again. So Lam is the next big one that we're expecting. LVS should also be reporting. NEM, ServiceNow is not till 4:10, and CMG, of course, now post split going to be a big one. We're hungry for that for sure. I don't know if someone kind of got a little bit of fat fingers or they got antsy, but Lam is moving a little bit. There was a spike right at the end, and then we just pulled it right back into 66 and a half or so. Sometimes you get a little fat finger action. People get a bit antsy, some numbers come out, maybe someone triggered, maybe someone's covering, but this spike that you see here is not the earnings out yet. So keep in mind, this is the kind of move, if you own shares of AMAT, if you own shares of ASML, trust me, this is the kind of thing that'll move it, and move it to the upside apparently, because we're already 5% up. Lam numbers just dropped. Let's go right to Adara. This is going to be great for the chips if they've got a good quarter here, but remember, the guidance is key.
Yeah, I have to, again, this is like, sometimes with Benzinga, what they'll do is they'll just drop the whole report, so I have to read through the report. Reading through the report right now, they reported revenue of $4.72 billion. I was seeing estimates of $4.64 billion, so it looks like a beat, but like I said, I like to wait till we see the estimate that everyone's going with, because these estimates, they do change, much like the implied move, basically up until the report comes out. Now, in terms of earnings per share, so GAAP diluted EPS, $1.03 per share, non-GAAP diluted EPS, $1.04 per share. I was seeing estimates of $1 per share. So it looks like they beat on EPS and on revenue. Again, we're gonna have to wait and find out what happened there just based on the the guidance that other people are using or the estimates other people are using. So let me see here if there's any year-over-year growth. I'm not seeing anything on that in their report. But again, worth noting here, they beat on EPS, they beat on sales, and yes, they did in fact, Benzinga estimates out here confirming, as I said earlier, beat here on EPS, $1.04 per share. Sales, $472 versus $4.72 billion. I apologize, guys. Versus $4.59 billion expected. So double beat for LRCX and double beat for Texas Instruments. It's been a great start to the day. Let's take a look at NEM and LVS.
Yeah, we've got Newmont as well. Newmont's going to the upside as well. Lam, that's fantastic for Lam. There's no offense or buts about it, but Newmont just went into the green very briefly. That'll update in a quick little second. They are not as big of a move here. I mean, at the end of the day, probably not as big of a company, but in terms of moving the market as Lam is going to be, but you're still heading to the upside. And let's keep in mind, there's much, much stronger push here for Newmont. They are very close to busting out some highs. It's like 57 that they could take out. So while you're bottom feeding on Lam recently, while you're bottom feeding on TXN, not the same in here for Newmont, which is making an attempt to break a little bit higher. And I do believe, do we have them? Not yet. We're going to have service now in a couple of minutes. Not yet.
In Newmont, I'm kind of have to read through this report. They said they're delivering 1.5 million attributable gold ounces. There's not a lot of numbers here, first and foremost, for this report. Let me see, do we have revenue? Okay, I'm gonna have to continue to go through this because this report is very numbers first, but I will go through, if we have LVS, I'll take a look at LVS here. LVS, what did they do here? They reported revenue, $2.86 billion. I'm seeing estimates of 2.95, But again, I do not like to compare to my estimates until we actually know what the street's going with. Now, what about EPS? I was seeing EPS of 60 cents per share. What did they report? I'm going to have to scroll to find this. I'm not seeing that. Oh, yeah. Oh, still not seeing the EPS there. But yeah, it looks like they could have potentially missed on revenue. Again, the revenue they did report was $2.86 billion. It's down year over year from $2.96 billion. So year-over-year decline here in revenue for Las Vegas Sands. I guess that kind of slipping through the cracks. We're going to have to wait for a minute, though.
We've got guidance from Lamb, 110 to 130 versus 92 estimate. So the midpoint on that's $1.20. That's an over 20% beat on their EPS guide. Look, it's impressive. They're making another push to the upside here. Actually, we're double digits.
IBM
we're heading to 71. That's heading even higher. So good guide there for IBM. Let's go. Love me some IBM. Just broke out the 250 level. It is absolutely humming. Keep in mind, IBM. The high, 52-week high, 265. So there is some big overhead resistance, triple top on IBM, but their numbers are out, hopefully as good as Lamb's.
They are out. So IBM, again, I'm not seeing compared to the estimates. I'm just reading off the report. They reported revenue $14.5 billion. That would be up 1% year over year. Software revenue up 7%. Consulting revenue down 2%. Infrastructure revenue down 6%. So this is like kind of a mixed report. But the top line numbers they did beat there on revenue. Now let me see here in terms of their earnings per share. I have to scroll through to find these. Really, this is just revenue focused. It's very segment revenue focused, but regardless, $14.5 billion in revenue, up 1% year over year. Revenue estimates, I was seeing $14.43 billion. Looks like a beat. But again, some of the segment revenue was a little bit iffy from what I was seeing.
That's okay. Everybody's beating this afternoon. As far as I'm concerned, that you can only frame that as good. I'm liking everything we see here. Look, the market today was a bit topsy-turvy. Like we had that great strong push. We ended on some weakness. The fact that we're coming up and stringing some beats out there is going to be fantastic. IBM, you might call it a boring stock, but
yeah, IBM did beat across.
I mean, realistically, it's just a well-performing stock as well. It gives you the dividend. The trend hasn't been as badly broken to the downside as a lot of other names. Good place to hide. You have the guidance as well?
Yeah,
because Chipotle is also
I have Chipotle and I have ServiceNow. I'm not seeing the guidance yet for IBM, but I just want to recap because I couldn't find their EPS in the report when I was quickly reading through it. $1.60, beating estimates of $1.40. Sales, $14.54 billion, beating estimates of $14.4. Also, Newmont here, adjusted earnings per share, $1.25. That is up from 55 cents last year. So massive year-over-year increase for NEM. Sales also up by about $1 billion on a year-over-year basis. Let's talk some CMG. Revenue up 6.4% year-over-year to $2.9 billion. I was seeing estimates of $2.94 billion, so potentially could be a bit of a miss there. Comparable restaurant sales, we know this is an important metric, down 0.4%. So slight, teeny tiny 0.4% increase in their operating margin. Their restaurant level operating margin was a drop. Diluted earnings per share up like 7.7% year over year. But yeah, there's a lot of really mixed elements to that report. Let's go over ServiceNow.
Yeah, that's not great. Remember, no. Chipotle's low is less than 10% away. Chipotle's low is 44.40 if you look at this one on the daily chart. And we are potentially testing that if you do a bigger push down than we're seeing here. $48 it is right now, less than 10% away on Chipotle. So that's the first miss. We're headed to the downside. Thank you, Chipotle. Looks like I jinxed it when I said they were all good. Well, how are we doing with the latest one? I know we just got ServiceNow.
ServiceNow, yeah, it's a good look here.
And Chipotle.
Let me see where, I'm just scrolling through this report here to find everything. I'll just read you what they're saying in the report because I don't have like the numbers yet. They're exceeding guidance across their Q1 top line growth and profitability metrics. 19% increase in subscriptions revenue. Total revenue, here we go, $3.088 billion. That looks like it's in line with estimates. That's up 18.5% year over year. Their current remaining performance obligations up 22% year over year. Remaining performance obligations, I guess, as a whole, up by 25% year over year. So lots of strength. They also crossed 500 customers with more than $5 million in ACV. So across these metrics that matter to their business, they seem to be doing quite well. Announcing some partnerships with Aptiv and Devo Team. Also, with regards to Chipotle, I want to read this out here. So they did miss, as I said, I was seeing a revenue miss. They did miss on revenue. So $2.88 billion versus $2.95 billion expected. Net income, again, EPS 28 cents per share. Not seeing how that, what estimates did I have for that? It looks like they were in line for EPS. They did miss on revenue, though, for CMG.
It's that same store sale. That's the issue, right? Like, you got to know the metric that matters to the stock or to the sector. Just one thing, IBM did come out with their guidance there, and it's not bad. It was 16.4 bill, low end 16.75. The estimates were 16.33, but they didn't like it because we pulled back here all the way on IBM. So it's given it all up on what wasn't a miss on guidance. It's going to be interesting to see what the call is going to give you because that is a hefty sell-off. Look, they were going into some resistance on that daily chart, but now to be all the way back to where we started and going red on IBM on what was actually a good guidance number, you never want to see things get sold off like that. I'm going to check back in on Lamb, see how that's holding up. Lamb's holding up well, although it is starting to pull back. When you see something like this on IBM, it's not like they're directly related or anything, but some profit taking can come in. It feels like we're in that kind of a market where the profit takers, when we go to the upside, just seem to be there. So even Lamb on that big beat and on the fantastic guidance as well, starting to pull back in. I saw someone say, what's going on with AMAT? Remember, AMAT, Lamb, they're in the same business effectively. So you're going to get some sympathy play. If you're in some of the semis, if you're in this name, if you're in AMAT, it's going to be very similar. I would expect some sympathy, but I don't like what I just saw out of IBM. If you can't hold the gains, that's not a good omen.
So the other thing here with IBM, their revenue guidance, they're expecting, they did not change their guidance for the fiscal year. They're expecting constant currency revenue growth of at least 5%. So sometimes when you even hold your guidance steady, that can be a bit of an issue for the street. I'm continuing to look through this IBM report here. Yeah, again, they reaffirmed their fiscal 2025 forecast. Other than that, nothing that we really hadn't said before. But ServiceNow, here are the numbers once again, because like I said, I was struggling to find the EPS within their report. They did have a beat across the board. Sales, $3.09 billion when rounded up, beating estimates of $3.8 billion. EPS, $4.04 per share, above estimates of $3.84 per share. But ServiceNow dropping here. Let's wait and see if we got any kind of guidance here. I'm not seeing any guidance yet on ServiceNow, but this thing popped and dropped pretty rapidly.
Pop, drop, shut them down, open up shop, apparently. But I can tell you that, look, ServiceNow is looking good. It's at least trying to hold. Almost everything that has come up, we've seen some pullbacks, especially after IBM. Well, there was a bounce in Chipotle just there, and we're right back at that low. So Chipotle is still taking on the chin. This is been a darling of a lot of people's portfolios. Look, candidly, I've never been in it. If you pull out a weekly chart, I want to make sure we zoom this one out because we're talking about some of the recent lows that you could retest. That's at 44.40. On a weekly chart, big level in here at 42. So this was the top in it was like a 2023 mid-year top that eventually a big breakout. And the 200 period on the weekly on Chipotle could come into play at a $42 range. That's going to be hella tradable. No questions asked tomorrow. You know, Chipotle since the split, this is something that you can trade, but we only ever look at it, it seems, when you get the volatility of earnings, and some big levels are going to come in here on Chipotle. And if you see that tomorrow at 42, that'll mean it's SSR, which means it's right into my wheelhouse for sure. So Chipotle, the only name that didn't really have impressive numbers so far, the reactions, with the exception of IBM, are pretty much how you would have expected them. Not looking good for Chipotle, but for the tech names, for the most of the part, yes, everyone's sandbagging on earnings, but you still want to beat them, right? Like, everyone, but they're sandbagging, they've dropped estimates. You still need to beat the estimates. You still want to put a good guide in, and I think we've gotten at least a little bit of that. I know there's a lot that we've covered in terms of earnings that have come through. I do also want to just have a quick peek and show you, not a weekly chart of NVIDIA, because I did want to show not the daily either. Let's go drop it down to maybe a 3-minute. We'll do the job here. Not a lot of movement aftermarket in NVIDIA, not a lot of movement overall in the Qs. So what we haven't had is any crazy reaction in the overall market to any of these earnings, right? So remember, Trump is signing executive orders at 5 o'clock. Now, nothing is supposed to be, as you were saying earlier, Adara, nothing is supposed to be market related, but we never know. The futures are telling us they're not caring too much about these individual earnings names because we're not moving in the overall market.
So I'm seeing some speculation, at least Politico was reporting, basically this came right at 4 p.m., that it might have something to do with university funding and how I guess how universities are sending their money. We know that Trump has had some issues with a certain university in Boston by the name of Harvard. So that's like Politico released this right at 4. I am tempted to think that might be the subject of the executive order, but I don't know anything, right? This is just pure speculation. But I think I also really want to remind, at least for myself, we all got really pumped last week when we heard that there would be, out of nowhere after the market drops, a surprise special guest and a very sudden, unplanned press conference with Caroline Levitt. And that was not at all market related. It was completely unrelated. It had nothing to do really with the markets. It was kind of an odd, I watched the whole press conference thinking we'd have something there and nothing really happened. So what I'm trying to say is, take things as they are. Don't put any expectations on this event. A lot of his executive order signings are pretty inconsequential. What could be consequential sometimes is when he talks to reporters before or after. Those are not included in the calendars, usually until right after the fact. I noticed like literally right before, I'm like, why is he talking? And then the calendar has this event that I've not seen on there all day. So they're really sneaky and quick with it. But regardless, he might be talking. Caroline Levitt said we will hear from him, but it's unclear if that's going to be at the executive order or if it's going to be some unrelated event. Sean asked, was it a pre-scheduled event? No, not to my knowledge, beyond the fact that it was executive order signing. Also, we have CMG here. One thing that I think is of interest for CMG, the timing of it is interesting anyway. Jack in the Box just announced they're launching a strategic review for Del Taco, and they're going to be closing 150 to 200 stores. And so that news came out, as you mentioned, we had that CMG bounce. So I don't know anything, but I think the timing of it is very fascinating because I saw that headline and then I heard you say, oh, Chipotle's bouncing. So I was like,
Jack in the Box has a pretty decent short float. It's an 18% short. Too bad. It looks like they gave back whatever spike they had on that announcement after the close. Yeah, look, they gave back all the move. It tried to get through the high right there, and you can see anything that has a big short flow, you're probably downward trending like this. But man, if this could, I've never really paid too much attention to it. This can hold above $26 tomorrow. I mean, it's probably worth a look. 18% short flow, this much of a bottom. It's a risk to war kind of thing when you're day trading. And of course, I'm talking about day trading. I don't like stocks to invest when they look this bad. I think that goes without saying. I did see a couple of people in the chat with Spark Shop mentioning this, and I want to shout out to you and shout out to everybody in the chat. If you have questions, if you want us to cover something or repeat something, make sure you hit that subscribe. Hit the like and the subscribe, but hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat. It's a subs-only chat. Ask your questions away. And I saw a comment that stock sale is moving. I think that makes logical sense. You're not getting a lot of movement in the futures on these earnings, but you're going to see SMH, you're going to see stock sale moving. Why? Because of Lam. So while Lam might not be as big as everybody else, they are a good barometer for the chip space, right? If there's demand for the machines that build the chips, and they're growing, then I think that's going to always bode well for the entire space. And they're holding their gains. You're still holding the $70 level very, very well, near the upper end of the range on Lam. Although just on the daily chart here, guys, 70 is a monster level. Prior bottom in 2024 at the end of the year, and a big resistance. So it's a key level here for Lam.
breaking tariff news. Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
So Financial Times reporting, this has not been confirmed. Financial Times reporting that Donald Trump is going to be exempting car makers from some U.S. tariffs.
Yes.
So here's the thing. He has said multiple times he's not going to do any exemptions. But we know things can change. We'll have to wait and find out what happens here. Financial Times, I guess, reporting that some car makers will be exempt from U.S. tariffs. Thank you very much as well to Day Trader Cut for the $2 super chat, tagging me saying you appreciate the hard work. Thank you very much, Day Trader Cut. Appreciate that. I'm happy to be here every single day. And yeah, thank you for the shout out. And thank you for this whole community for being here with us. So people asking why the futures are roaring, I think that might be it. Again, though, sometimes these stories will come out, then we immediately get a, oh, that's fake news. So one thing I think is really useful, there's actually a White House Rapid Response Team X account. I believe the username is Rapid Response 47. And so they post a lot of things that are not rapid nor responses. But if there's anything that they deem or they say is fake news, they will be on that right away. And that's how we got that reversal, or at least that's how we kind of expedited that reversal on the fake news about the 90-day tariffs that ended up being true 2 days later. So check out X Rapid Response 47. I mean, they don't, like I said, it's not often, it's not market related at all. But if there's any news story that you're wondering what's going to happen next, I like to check it out just in case they do post anything, because we know this administration is very quick to react to news that they are saying is inaccurate?
Just a little bit, Darren. And again, shout out to all of your hard work. And Naima even saying, hats off to the post-market show. You made big on IBM shorting, and then went into the top. They didn't like the guide. It came back down. I pulled up Stellantis when I heard that story, and we saw the futures going. The SPY did a nice little bounce there. And remember, any rumor, man, Trump's talking too, so like he could deny that as well. We'll see. But Stellantis pulled all the way back and is now trying to pair off some of those games. It's almost as if when we spiked to the upside on that one, some people are like, is that going to be real? And they immediately started selling. Look, the automakers have been under a lot of pressure. I don't care what chart you pull up. Whether you can pull up Tesla if you like to, you can pull up GM, you can pull up Ford, you can look at Stellantis. It doesn't make a difference. Stellantis is especially bad. That's the first one I wanted to look at just because of how big the downtrend is on it. Like this one has the most room to be able to go, and I'm seeing a little bit of a muted move on that story. Because getting any relief would be huge for them. Shout out to you. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Sharif. Oh, he's not here for it, but Sharif, down payment on those shoes. Thank you for the $10 super chat. This is like $100 Canadian. Come on, the Canadian dollar. The Canadian dollar is not that bad, David. And we don't even know if those shoes are still available. I don't know. Just because Sharif posted them on Marketplace doesn't actually apparently mean that they're still available. I have no idea. I think you got to go ask him if they're still available. But thank you so much, David.
Are they still available? Because we will get a sassy remark. We learned that today.
No, do say it. Do say it. Sean's shaking his head. We do say.
Yeah, I just messaged you.
Yes, everyone should be saying, Sharif, are the shoes still available? Let him know, because you got to make sure. And I didn't even see the shoes. I have no idea. Thank you so much there, David. But come on, man. The Canadian dollar is not worth 1/10 of the US dollar. I mean, we trade a lot of US stocks. That would be kind of good for traders, but that would be pretty bad. If we ever got to like 1/10, a whole lot of other horrible things have happened, including our already imploding real estate markets, for sure. What was that? Oh, I'm just hearing Ramin in my ear. So anyways, the last thing I was talking about was Stellantis. I did want to jump over to the SPY because everyone said the market was moving on that. You did get a decent little bounce here. SPY went to 538 from 535. So you have a couple of things working for us. One, Lamb good. I mean, mostly beats top and bottom. Mostly good guidance from all the earnings that we had, especially from Lamb. Don't like the reaction on IBM, but I don't think they were a market mover anymore, so we don't have to care about that. And then this tariff relief potentially for the automakers. Important sector, important for jobs, and just the overall sentiment. As deals get cut, as any tariff relief happens, the market is primed to react to that to the upside. But we need some more confirmation. I don't think we're out of the woods. It's a good bounce, but it's not a huge bounce over here on the SPYs. We'll take whatever we can get for sure.
Yeah, I'm confused here because I'm seeing numbers from Southwest Airlines. I would like to clarify. We were expecting numbers from Southwest Airlines tomorrow morning. I just checked on Benzinga. The last thing I said is they're going to be discussing their results tomorrow morning. So I'm going to read what I see because the stock is moving a little bit on it. But again, I have a lot of questions. We all have a lot of questions. Hopefully a result will happen at some point. Q1 revenue in line with estimates, $6.4 billion. And then adjusted earnings per share, slightly smaller loss than expected, 13 cents loss versus 18-cent loss expected. Their net loss, $77 million versus $108 million expected. And then, yeah, so like basically they beat for the most part for these like smaller losses than expected anyway. Revenue was in line. Thank you very much to LTD for the $10 super chat. Harry Lou asking if CLS earnings are out yet. They are not. No earnings here for CLS. I believe they report tomorrow. I'm going to check that, but I believe they actually report tomorrow. I'm going to check my earnings whisper here. They report tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Celestica. The eidetic memory helps sometimes. So CLS tomorrow after the bell, 4:15. Thank you, Harry Lou, for bringing that to our attention. But it is not. Yes, IBM invisible business model says day trader cut.
I like that.
I really like that pun, and thank you again for your super chat. We had someone asking here, I believe it was Manik in the chat, about QS. QuantumScape, slightly smaller loss than expected. 21-cent loss versus 22-cent loss that we were expecting. And I'm going to stop saying the word expected because I said that a lot in the last minute or so.
I think it's expected that you can say that word as many times as you want over there. QuantumScape, yeah, not a big move. Remember, QuantumScape, tradable, 16% short float. So any move up on that you want to respect. You can always get, the more beat up the stock is, the better percentage gains you get off the low. So respect these short float names. I want to also thank Limited. I feel like if we get to the 100, we could just like collectively buy Sharif shoes. We pester them about a little bit, then we bronze them, then we hang them from the rafters here or something as an inside joke. That would be a lot of fun. You know what they do in the movies where they hang it? Because we have all these lights here in the studio. You probably can't see them unless we get a particular camera shot. But you hang the shoes and we just dangle them right in front of Sharif's station, bronzed, just so he always remembers this gag. But yeah, good look for QuantumScape in there. It's still looking pretty bad for IBM. And we only looked at Stellantis, which, we can look at the other automakers. Ford up 4%. I saw someone mentioning that. They're up. You're going to see here GM up as well. And of course, the more important thing, I think, for everybody, the futures holding some of these gains after this talk of some relief for the auto tariffs. The market likes this. We like deals. We like getting things done. We appreciate some, hopefully, knock on wood, some certainty.
I don't think we get any certainty here. I did want to point up U.S. Steel because, Financial Times reported that Trump is going to be exempting some car makers from U.S. tariffs. Apparently, he's also exempting U.S. steel and aluminum from tariffs. So keep an eye on steel, keep an eye on aluminum, and keep an eye on car makers. This is reported by the Financial Times. But keep in mind, Trump is apparently slated to speak in about half an hour. We know reporters are going to ask him about this. If he makes any comment that disproves in any way or discredits what we have going on here, maybe we have a situation where we get a little bit of a different move than what we saw post-market. That's all I have to say on that. Also, GM has its own little headline here. They, in addition to this car maker headline, which of course they're a part of, they also said they're going to be increasing their transmission production at their Ohio facility. Thank you to David Treziak for the $10 super chat. No, I want those dang shoes. Double down on an face up. Yeah, thank you so much for all of the support for the super chat. I do not know enough about poker to understand what that meant, but thank you. Thank you for the super chat.
No, that's it's more of a blackjack reference.
Oh, okay.
But it's
still not. That makes even more sense. I don't know.
You either look. I mean, not everyone has to be into gambling, but first of all, Adara played at our poker night at the trading floor.
I liked it.
Yeah, you had fun. I thought you played. I thought you played pretty well.
Thank you.
So there you go. It's all about learning new things. Poker has a lot of great similarities to trading in terms of decision making and bets and all that good stuff. DJ 2 a.m. I know it's 4:30, so remember everybody. Trump's going to be talking, signing executive orders at 5 o'clock. So anything can change. For now, I love those headlines for the autos and for the market in general, but anything can change in a half an hour. Great idea, Neil. I'm adding to the funds to make it happen. Okay, so I feel like we might, just on an absolute lark, have to do what? Yeah, so we'll look at it. Hopefully he still has them up. We'll ask him. We'll make sure and check with Sharif to make sure those shoes are still available. And if it's still posted, I'll ask him a few more times to be 100%. And I think we got to go ahead and buy those. I don't know how to bronze these, obviously places you can go to bronze shoes, but this is too good of an idea not to do it. Let's get a little roll call action in here as we're trying to have a little bit of fun. Don't like the GM is pulling back in here,
I'll
but
put
it is
the
what it
listing
is.
in chat, says Ramin.
What you said?
Ramin said.
Yeah, put the listing in the chat. Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe don't do that. For Sharif's sake, don't do that. Let's get a little roll call. First of all, if you want to enjoy the fun, and if you want to ask questions, engage with us all day long, or get your name read out for roll call, make sure you hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat. So hit that right now. Jump in. Give a big shout out and thanks to Ramin, always jokes, and for Fabian as well, the entire team. We got Joey Options and Sharif doing a great job selling things, possibly on Marketplace or possibly not. To my man Sean, who should buy the shoes and write them off on his taxes, which he's completing right about now. File your taxes, Sean. File your taxes, my friend.
Almost done.
No, you're not. Sean's been doing his taxes every day. Every day
I'm
for like
staying
half
back
an hour
late
a
trying
day.
to file these taxes over here. Trying to do my civic duty. Hard ass time over here. All right, thanks guys.
No, we're just playing around because Sean comes back for anyone that doesn't know, like Sean comes back from his swimming in the middle of the day, and then immediately the papers come out and he's doing his taxes, which is great. You should get them done. They're due next week. We appreciate you. But get in there. Let's do some roll call, Adara.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of you for being here today. This day has been chaotic. This market recap has been chaotic. This market has been chaotic, and I love every second of it. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, Bianca, Daryl Flinch in the chat. We've got NYC Urbanista, DJ 2AM, Aldrin, Red Out Stocks, KNT, Scott Angel, RB Sniper 22, For Profit, Neil Roberts in the chat. We've got Day Trader Cut, Happy Zombie, The Stone Trader, Jai Singh, Christopher, David, Aldrin, DJ, Fernando, Valet. We've got Thomas. We've got Trading Today for Tomorrow. I love that. That's a great pun. That's a great name. Dan McIsaac, Gary F, Bart L, Spark Shop, Day Trader Cut again, Cal Gruen, The Piper. We've got Siricor Trader, Rahul, Sebastian Ontiveros, Jokes Brown, Stevenson Etienne, Los Pollos Hermanos, Ronnie R, Jorge Ramirez, Pizza Rat. And we're going to stop there. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bright and early service now is earnings day one. So for all my spready ticker traders out there, spready ticker Christmas. Looks like it's going to continue.
Yeah, we got them all. Obviously, Chipotle to the downside. You had Lamb kicking butt to the upside. Service now is going to be moving out. Unfortunately, IBM gave those gains back. But thank you, everybody, for participating here. It's been an absolutely wild day, but you know what?